Chapter 461 Deterring the Whole World. This. Li Guanqi looked embarrassed. 5 years after returning to the supernatural world. Although he used his soul contract to resolve the hidden danger between Evil Phoenix and Han Mingyao. Evil Phoenix was not a bad bird after all. But a benevolent bird, who was kind to Mingyao. The kind that needs repayment. So to be honest, Li Guanqi's attitude towards Evil Phoenix has always been complicated. On the one hand, he knew it was the soul of a non-human creature. But on the other hand, every time Evil Phoenix appeared, he always used Mingyu's body, which would give him the illusion that Evil Phoenix is Mingyao's twin sister, and it would be difficult to have any malicious intent. In addition, when he and Han Mingyao were playing basketball, Han Mingyao would always release the Evil Phoenix from time to time and replace it with the Evil Phoenix taking over the body. And sometimes it is very hidden. He works hard, and many times he only finds out after it is over. Not only did Han Mingyao not mind this kind of thing, she even liked playing this trick with Evil Phoenix. The reason is actually understandable. First, between Extraordinary Year 1 and Extraordinary Year 5, Evil Phoenix repeatedly took action to save Han Mingyu's life. In her heart, Evil Phoenix's status was probably 110,000 times closer than that of her own sister. So she didn't mind this. Son. Secondly, no matter whether Evil Phoenix dominates the body or she dominates the body, in the final analysis, it is her body that plays basketball with Li Guanqi. Thirdly, something that Li Guanqi found difficult to understand was that Xia Wang, as a phoenix, felt that the human body structure was very comfortable for playing basketball. So he often made such requests to Han Mingyao. According to Xia Wang, in this regard, human's body structure is much easier to use than phoenix's. What kind of human being can understand this? Anyway, the final result is that, physically speaking, Li Guanqi has only played basketball with Han Mingyao in his life. But spiritually speaking, he has played basketball with 2 women. Men, on the other hand, always have a strange feeling towards women who have played basketball with him. Because of this, one night, the Evil Phoenix dominated the body. After Li Guanqi finished, he hugged her and felt soft for a moment, saying that he was willing to help her find phoenix eggs to resurrect her. The matter of finding the phoenix egg was originally a threat to Li Guanqi proposed by the Evil Phoenix in the apocalyptic period of extraordinary 100 years. And he would not leave Han Mingyu's body until he found the phoenix egg. But now that he has returned to the extraordinary 5 years ago, it has become a kind of, reward for the Evil Phoenix proposed by Li Guanqi. All in all, after Li Guanqi said this, Evil Phoenix had been very happy that night. Li Guanqi didn't mean to deceive this angry bird. But the problem is, he has to find it. He had also inquired about phoenix eggs when he was in the strange world, especially at Miyamoto's auction house. However, in the new era, people did not think that the phoenix existed at all. Shenlong and phoenix are only found in the Daluo dynasty. But even in the Daluo dynasty, dragons and phoenixes were only spiritual symbols. Traditions left over from the old era. Li Guanqi couldn't find any clues about the phoenix egg in the strange world. He even asked Shen Kong. The result is, there was no such thing as a phoenix in the old era. But think about it. The phoenix is a prehistoric creature pushed forward in the 21st century. The old era is said to be the old era. But it is actually relative to the new era. The old era is actually the extraordinary era after the 21st century. How can the phoenix, which became extinct in the 21st century, appear in the future? Humanity? Seeing that Li Guanqi remained silent for a long time without replying, the Evil Phoenix's voice came out of Han Mingyao's body again. I'm trying to find it. Li Guanqi spread his hands helplessly. The problem is that I can't find it. Evil Phoenix was silent for a moment. Then, Han Mingyu's eyes turned into gold and red vertical pupils. And she glared at Li Guanqi fiercely. Huh? I knew you were lying to me that night. You bastard human being. You are an egg bastard yourself. Egg! After scolding, Xia Wang took the initiative to release control of his body. Han Mingyao's eyes returned to black. It's okay. Leave her alone. Han Mingyao stood up from the chair, jumped on Li Guanqi, hugged him like an octopus, and winked slyly. When I secretly transfer control of my body tonight, she will know what to do to you. Speak well. Ah? Li Guanqi's eyes widened and he said in shock. Don't be so dirty. Okay. What are you afraid of? Han Mingyao smiled and pinched his face. It's just the 2 of us here. As he said that, Han Mingyao turned to look at the little bronze beast that was bound by a blue spiritual light chain on the ground. although it kept struggling. It could not break free. It is not a human being. Speaking of which, Li Guanqi's expression became serious. He pulled Han Mingyao away from him, held her waist with both hands, lifted her into the air, and looked at her seriously. Why don't you listen to me? Didn't I say it last time? Don't run out to deal with these dangerous and unknown things again. It's not safe to have Evil Phoenix help. To deal with it, you have to wait for me to come back. What's more, this is a foreign matter. There is no need to put yourself in danger for foreign matters. If you want to deal with it, you have to wait for me to come back. You must wait for me to come back. Can you remember this? First, Han Mingyao stretched out her right index finger and tapped the tip of Li Guanqi's nose. I didn't know you would come back after 4 days. What if you haven't come back for several years? As the first extraordinary person after you extraordinary beings leave reality, you must take responsibility. Second, Han Mingyao shook her body and motioned to Li Guanqi to put her down. After she landed, she walked to the tied little bronze beast, rubbed its head, and said softly, "This matter is not a foreign matter. It is our own matter. And this matter is an opportunity, a chance." Li Guanqi looked at her in surprise. The British Museum has too many collections that belong to China. And now, Han Mingyao picked up the little bronze beast, turned her head and looked at Li Guanqi, her eyes shining with excitement. It's time for these children, who have been living in a foreign land for many years, to go home. Li Guanqi was stunned. No wonder Taoist priest Lin asked him not to destroy the blood-colored light shield. Keeping this mask is a bargaining chip for the museum to return the Chinese collection. But that's not right either. The blood-colored light shield can be broken by at least 5 elements level power. The blonde man Angel King outside has a comprehensive level of LV52 and can completely break this blood-colored light shield by force. What did Daochan Lin plan? Forget it. That man never said meaningless words anyway. Since he said it, he must have his own plan. By the way, what's going on with this museum? Li Guanqi looked at Han Mingyao and asked curiously, "Tell me first why I can't see you on the camera." Han Mingyao pointed to the surveillance screen next to her and looked at Li Guanqi in surprise. If Evil Phoenix hadn't repeatedly emphasized that you were real, I would have thought you were an illusion created by this place. In the surveillance screen, Han Mingyao's figure in red is certainly there, as is the little bronze beast in her arms. But there is nothing in front of her. Not a single figure. But just now she was talking to the air, while crying and laughing, which was very strange. Space spell. Li Guanqi smiled and said, "I am actually in the middle of the real space and the space crack. If my understanding of the laws of space is not up to standard, then people in the real space will not be able to see me. But the reason why you can see it is because I cast a spell on you called Escape Spiritual Eye Technique, which allows you to see things in the interlayer of space. The reason why you can touch me is because I give you blessings." Cast a spell. Oh. Han Mingyao nodded slightly. "Now it's your turn to answer my question." Li Guanqi held her in his arms and sat on the chair next to her, ready to listen to her story. "All the tourists here died," Han Mingyao sighed, and then said slowly, "When I came in, I saw corpses all over the ground. Evil Phoenix said that all their souls were forced to leave their bodies and turned into pure soul power and integrated into this museum. Let the historical relics here have a chance to give birth to their own souls. That is, come alive. I've seen a lot of historical artifacts come to life, and it's like it." Having said this, Han Mingyao rubbed the little bronze beast in her arms that was struggling and grinning. "But although these living historical relics are not strong, they are indeed very aggressive and will not listen to me at all. So I can only in this surveillance room search for the living historical relics one by one, and then arrest them and lock them up. Do they have memory?" Li Guanqi asked curiously. "Absolutely not." Han Mingyao shook his head and pointed at the small bronze beast in his arms. "Even those human-shaped cultural relics are just like it. They seem to have life, but in fact they have no sense and no memory at all. Otherwise, a historical relic with memory would. Isn't that a living history book? Shun Kong, explain what the principle is." Li Guanqi looked at the little bronze beast and asked in his mind. "I don't quite understand." Shankara quickly responded, although it was a useless response. "You can't even see the reason?" Li Guanqi was a little surprised. "If you have to say it, I can say a few words." Shun Kong groaned and said slowly, "The rules of this forbidden place should essentially be part of the rules of life and death. They allow living creatures within a certain range to lose their lives, and dead creatures to gain life, and exchange them with each other. But, as I said before, the Forbidden Land is like a beggar's version of the God King's weapon, although it also has the power of rules. The effectiveness of the rules is too weak. If this Forbidden Land is a divine weapon, then under the effect of the rules of life and death, both you and Master Vulcan should lose their souls at this time. But no. Although the power of rules here exists, it is quite weak and can only be effective on ordinary people. So it cannot affect you. As for the method of cracking, I don't have any clue at the moment. According to the knowledge I gained in the New Age, there is no way to crack most of the forbidden places, and they can only be left as they are. So I guess this place is about the same. Isn't it necessary to crack it? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Indeed, he did the same thing in the simulation, and ended up just locking up all the living artifacts. And then they were gone. Let's go! Li Guanqi took Han Mengya's little hand and walked outside the control room. Let's grab all the historical relics that have come to life, and then leave here. Uh-huh. Han Mengya smiled and held his hand tightly. British Museum. Beyond the bloody mask. What? Dozens of members of the Knights of the Round Table looked up at the sky with shocked expressions on their faces. At the front of them, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing the uniform of the Knights of the Round Table, looked stunned. He looked at the silver-white floating battleship on the horizon in the distance, his face full of disbelief, because there was a series of huge golden Chinese characters engraved on the SHL of the floating battleship. Pumlai Tianzuan. This 100-meter-long floating battleship is the latest machine Tianzuan developed by Huaxia Pumlai on March 21st, the 5th year of the extraordinary year. The technical level of the Tianzuan is currently far ahead of the world. It doesn't matter that it is only 100 meters long, because it is a small warship. The key point is that it is the world's first spiritual nuclear hybrid warship, using the most advanced spiritual nuclear hybrid dual-drive engine system. At present, this is a technology that only Pumlai has mastered. Tianzuan has countless functions, among which the invisibility function is currently unsolvable. It's no wonder that the Tianzuan suddenly came here. But the superiors did not notify him in advance, because their reconnaissance system could not sense the existence of this floating battleship at all. Who is it? There are not many people who are qualified to board the Tianzuan. And at this juncture, there can only be one person who comes to the scene of this extraordinary incident. The leader of Pumlai. The second most extraordinary person in the world. Tao follows nature. Lin Xianbai. Boom. The silver-white 100-meter floating battleship was suspended over London, and the blue tail flames located at the rear jet gradually dissipated. The hatch opened slowly. Lin Xianbai's figure appeared in front of everyone. At this time, he was wearing a white robe embroidered with various patterns, and patterns full of ancient Taoist charm. This was the Pumlai uniform. Call. Lin Xianbai took a step forward, and his body turned into the breeze, whirling down from the air, and finally regained his human form when he landed at Russell Square. Mr. Lin! Among the Knights of the Round Table, the blond foreign man from before quickly stepped forward, stood upright in front of him, put his right hand into a fist on his left chest, and said in broken Chinese, I am the Knights of the Round Table, Guardian the Knight's second captain, Ignaz Daniel. It's an honor to meet you. Lin Xianbai had no expression on his face, and nodded slightly. According to legend, the ancient hero King Arthur had a group of brave and loyal knights under his command, known as the 12 Knights of the Round Table. Each of them had their own knighthood. This Guardian Knight is one of them. There is Pumlai in China, and naturally there is the Knights of the Round Table in the UK. The Knights of the Round Table are divided into 12 departments, and the department names adopt the titles of the 12 knights, such as Eternal Knight, Judgment Knight, etc. This Ignaz Daniel calls himself the second captain of the Guardian Knights, which means that he is the second in command of the Guardian Knights department. As for the leader, according to the information obtained by Pumlai, after the collective return of 100 million extraordinary beings on June 1st, the leader of the Guardian Knights became the extraordinary Angel King, who is currently ranked 4th in the world. By the way, this Daniel, was he speaking in Chinese just now? Nice to meet you too, Captain Daniel. Thinking of this, Lin Xianbai no longer remained expressionless, but smiled at the middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the knights in front of him. You have learned Chinese, which is very good. Huh? Daniel smiled politely, but in fact, he secretly complained that Han Mengyao, the codename Yen Wang, in Pumlai, was famous for hating foreign languages. In the 5 years of the extraordinary era, when 100 million extraordinaries have not yet returned. Yan Wang, as the #1 person in the world, often goes to various countries to help deal with extraordinary events. However, if the person in charge of affairs in any country does not speak Chinese to her, the second time you want the other party to come over and help, the price you have to pay will be several times higher. Because of this, learning Chinese is almost a must-have course for these extraordinary institutions. But Daniel was also very happy that he learned Chinese at this time, because Yan Wang is famous for hating foreign languages. And this Mr. Lin from Penglai is even worse than the legend. Have no idea. Daniel organized his words, and then continued to ask Lin Xianbai in broken Chinese. I wonder what the specific purpose of Mr. Lin coming to our place this time is. As he spoke, he raised his head and glanced at the 100-meter-long silver-white floating battleship in the sky. Lin Xianbai pretended to be surprised and looked at Daniel suspiciously. Isn't it you? The Knights of the Round Table. Who asked Penglai for help? Forehead. Daniel was speechless for a moment. It seemed so. But when they asked Penglai for help, they didn't know that these extraordinary beings actually returned after 4 days, which was a huge gap from the last time they left for 5 years. Tao. Law. Nature. Nature. At this time, a blond young man not wearing the uniform of the knights, but wearing a platinum robe, slowly walked up to Lin Xianbai, looked at him, and said with a smile in fluent and standard Chinese, These 4 words. Does it have any specific meaning in China? It's said to be a Taoist term. Unfortunately, I only know a little bit about Buddhism. It means a lot. Lin Xianbai looked at him and said calmly, It's so big that I need to spend my whole life thinking about it. That's it. The blond young man smiled and said nothing more. Angel King. Kevin Anderson. Right. Lin Xianbai looked at the other person and said curiously, I've always been surprised. According to your European language habits, shouldn't your name be King Angel? Or is this a stereotype of mine? I grew up in China since I was a child. The blond young man smiled and pointed at himself. I have half Chinese blood in my body. My father died the year I was born. So the first thing I learned when I was young was not English, but learned Chinese from my mother. My personal grammar habits were also established at that time. After I got used to Chinese grammar, I always felt that King of Angel should be translated into English as Angel King. Instead, I felt that King Angel was the other way around. Huh? The difference in language is interesting, isn't it? Having said this, the blond young man smiled lightly. Really? Lin Xianbai nodded lightly. But this is just politeness. No matter what outsiders say, he hates learning foreign languages deep down. Even if his soul is strong now, and learning a foreign language takes no more than a minute, he still hates learning other languages and characters. However, it is one thing to hate it, and another thing to work. Lin Xianbai hates foreign languages, but in fact he is proficient in 7 languages. Fortunately, with his current position of power, he can often let foreigners speak Chinese in front of him, instead of him having to accommodate them and use other people's mother tongue. Okay, let's get down to business. Lin Xianbai turned his head and looked at the British Museum, which was covered by a bloody mask. Mr. Anderson, if you really want to talk about it, you and I are not officials, so there is no need to talk about those roundabout official words. Well, you choose one. Return all cultural relics that belong to us. Or, you can't take out any of the cultural relics in the museum. Mr. Lin, where do you get your confidence? Anderson looked at him in surprise. I have seen this defensive light shield. It can be broken by the power of the 5 elements. In other words, I can break it by myself. Why do I need your help? How can you make demands? Or, are you planning to completely break up the relationship and ask the extraordinary king to force us to hand it over? But this is the prelude to a world war. Are you sure? This is what you said. Lin Xianbai's face was expressionless. We are a country of etiquette. If possible, we love peace and don't want to start any war. So I want to save some face for you. This is a back-and-forth transaction. We in Penglai will help you solve the museum's problems. You will return to us the things in the museum that belong to us. This is reasonable. And you have retained your face. Right. Of course. If you don't want to save face, I don't have to keep it. Just like... Having said this, he took out his mobile phone from the space ring and sent an unsent encrypted text message. Anderson looked ugly. The content of the text message is encrypted, but the notes of the recipient of the text message are not encrypted. That's 4 Chinese characters. The extraordinary king. Boom! Suddenly, the originally bright and bright weather over London changed. It turned into clouds. Lightning and thunder in an instant. Dark clouds are coming over the city. And in the thick clouds, many purple-blue thunders slowly condensed, and finally formed the appearance of several giant oriental dragons, swinging their huge bodies up to a kilometer in the clouds, roaring towards the entire London. London, which covers an area of nearly 1,600 square kilometers, is now covered by this terrifying thunder. The Law of Thunder. Anderson looked up at this scene with an ugly look on his face. The Law of Thunder is not terrible. It can be cast by a spellcaster in the 4-elephant-level Thunder realm. However, this terrifying spellcasting range that enveloped the entire London could not be cast by a 4-elements-level spellcaster. Not even a 5-element-level spellcaster. Lioha level? It's the extraordinary king. That one actually came to London. Boom! Suddenly, the thunder dragon in the sky roared and swooped down, rushing straight towards London, slamming into the blood-colored light barrier outside the British Museum, and blasting it to pieces in an instant. In just half a day, this scene spread throughout the streets and alleys of every country around the world, becoming the top trending search item on major video software. It makes the whole world fully understand how terrifying the extraordinary power possessed by human beings can be. Inside the museum, a group of tied-up historical relics are piled together, and even if they continue to struggle, it will be of no avail. In front of these living cultural relics, there is a couple standing. Guanchi, why are you so high-profile? Here. Li Guanchi handed the phone to Han Mengyao. Han Mengyao looked away. Dao Chanlin, watch the chess game. Please help with a special effect that is a little more dramatic. Directly smashing the blood-colored mask. As many special effects as you can. Preferably one that covers the whole of London. Chapter 462, The Strongest 7 Stars. Star Sequence. 5 days later. London. A Ferris wheel internet celebrity restaurant. The method adopted by this internet celebrity restaurant is to allow guests to dine in the cockpit of the Ferris wheel. The cabin for each guest is very large, like a small private room. They can enjoy the beautiful scenery of London from high altitude while dining. At this time, it coincided with a fireworks event in London at night. Gorgeous fireworks exploded in the distance, bringing a somewhat different colorful stream of light to the thick night. It's been 5 days since I watched chess, and your video of summoning a brontosaurus to bomb London is still ranked first on the hot search lists on all major platforms. In a cabin of the Ferris wheel, Han Mengyao was eating steak with a knife and fork in her left hand, and was watching videos on her mobile phone in her right hand. Hey! Don't talk nonsense! Sitting opposite her, Li Guanchi, who was turning his head to watch the fireworks, was shocked when he heard this, and quickly turned around to correct him. I obviously helped them solve the bloody mask outside the museum. Okay? I bombed London. They said I was like a terrorist. I even kindly helped stabilize the voltage across the city. Otherwise, during that thunderstorm, the entire London power grid would be paralyzed. It's all the same. As Han Mengyao said. She picked up a piece of steak with a knife and fork and put it into Li Guanchi's mouth. However, although Li Guanchi opened his mouth and ate it, his expression was extremely complicated. On the plate in front of him, the steak was only touched a few times, because it was a medium-rare bloody steak. He felt so uncomfortable after eating this dinner that he almost felt sick. Strangely enough, Li Guanchi could eat raw, bloody monster flesh, as well as fully cooked barbecue. But he couldn't eat half-cooked stuff like this. If he hadn't taken care of Han Mengyao's mood during the date, he would have run away long ago. Don't you like steak? Han Mengyao finally realized this when she saw Li Guanchi's expression, and the steak that had only been touched for a few bites on his plate. I just don't like eating half-cooked food. Li Guanchi smiled bitterly, and picked up the red wine glass on the table. After taking a sip, he couldn't help but put it down with a frown. Damn it. He doesn't like drinking this wine either. Time! Suddenly, Han Mengyao snapped her fingers, and a ball of flame enveloped the bloody steak in front of Li Guanchi. In the blink of an eye, it was roasted to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, turning it into a grilled steak with a fragrant aroma. That's right. Li Guanchi suddenly smiled, began to pick up the knife and fork, and ate happily. However, Han Mengyao opposite him was not as focused on eating as he was, and would stop from time to time to scroll through his phone. Mengyao, what are you looking at? Li Guanchi couldn't help but ask. Look what I've become when I'm angry. Han Mengyao was quite depressed. Li Guanchi was confused. I am no longer the #1 queen in the world. Han Mengyao sighed. Since you extraordinary people returned to reality, There have been many extraordinary people in the entertainment industry who are better than me and more beautiful than me. They have quickly accumulated a large number of fans around the world. And now there are 7. My number of followers exceeds mine. And I'm still losing followers. No. Is it so exaggerated? Li Guanqi was a little curious. You have accumulated fans for 5 years, from extraordinary year 1 to extraordinary year 5. Are you so vulnerable? Maybe the entertainment industry is like this. Turnover is rapid. Han Mingyao shrugged and said nothing more. She put down her phone and started to concentrate on her meal. Li Guanqi did not continue to talk about this matter. He had no feelings about Han Mingyao going to film a movie. As for his girlfriend being a big star, it actually didn't bring any blessing to his XP. It was just indifferent. Girlfriend is a big star. This attribute is not as practical as a pair of white stockings with suspenders. How about the historical relics? Li Guanqi suddenly asked. They were all sent back home. While chewing the steak, Han Mingyao said vaguely. After you summoned the Brontosaurus to bomb London, the British Museum unconditionally gifted all the Chinese cultural relics that belong to us. It was expressed as a thank you. Pinwai's help to them is a gift. I told you. I didn't bomb London. By the way, why don't you give it away? Those things are ours. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. You have to live up to your dignity. Han Mingyao seemed accustomed to it. And not only the British Museum, but museums in other countries have also begun to negotiate with us to discuss the return of cultural relics. It seems that they are also afraid that you will blow up their capitals in the past. Li Guanqi's face was filled with despair. He no longer wanted to explain that he really didn't bomb the city. That's right. Guanqi, what are your plans next? Han Mingyao held the steel fork in her mouth and raised her eyes to look at Li Guanqi in front of her, with a bit of anticipation in her moist and beautiful eyes. Li Guanqi knew what she was expecting. Engagement party. But according to the simulation, this engagement party still ended in failure, and the reasons given by her parents could not be refuted. He stayed in the strange world for 365 days this time, and 3.65 days passed in reality. Will 36.5 days pass next time? Will 365 days pass by next time? Will 3,650 days pass by next time? Even if the daughter and son-in-law fall in love again, if the daughter remains a widow all day long after marriage, the parents will not agree. Also, every time he travels, he spends so much time in another world. If he is not with their daughter for a long time, there is no guarantee that he will not change his mind and cheat on her. These are all too good reasons. Comparing his feelings, Li Guanqi himself was unwilling to hand over his daughter to such a person. In this case, how could he ask Han Mingyao's parents to agree? But he didn't want Han Mingyao to have a once-in-a-lifetime wedding without the blessing of her parents. He doesn't want this. There are many fun places in London, and I plan to visit them all with you next. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi smiled and changed the subject. That's right. Han Mingyao's eyes lit up when she heard this. We have to take a good tour of Buckingham Palace, Big Ben, St. Paul's Cathedral, etc. Boom! At the end of her voice, she was drowned out by the sound of fireworks exploding in the sky. The gorgeous colorful light illuminated half of the night sky, making Han Mingyao's beautiful and lovely face even more bright and moving. Li Guanqi leaned back on his seat and looked at the girl in front of him as if he was admiring a masterpiece. His eyes were wandering, as if he was sinking or intoxicated. Master Wang Xiu, you once told me that the world is huge and there are countless beautiful women. Wouldn't it be a pity not to taste them one by one? But on your deathbed, will you really have any nostalgia for those women? I don't think so. I'm afraid the only person you'll be thinking about then is Takeda Kosei-senpai. Master, I don't yearn for the life you had. One is enough. She loves me deeply, and I also love her deeply. This is a great blessing in life. Hello, handsome guy. My name is Kimura Yumi. I am a talent scout at Johnny's agency. Are you interested in an acting career? Neon lights are flashing on the streets of Tokyo, Japan. A handsome young man wearing a black jacket was stopped by a girl wearing glasses. But when he heard the other party's question, the handsome man was stunned. You are speaking Oriental. But this is not Tokyo. ? I am in our company and am responsible for signing multinational artists, so I understand many languages. The girl with glasses smiled. And I noticed that when you were chatting with your girlfriend on the road earlier, you were using Chinese. Right? As he said this, the girl with glasses also had some doubts on her face. What did this handsome guy say just now? Oriental? Who would call Chinese an Oriental language? Hello. At this time, at the entrance of a convenience store not far away, a tall woman wearing pure white short sleeves and tight black leather pants put her hands on her hips and yelled displeasedly, "You bastard. You've already died once and you're still dead. You haven't changed your sex. Are you? You're hooking up with other women. Hey, it's unfair." The handsome guy suddenly panicked and quickly explained, "I didn't. She took the initiative to come to me and said she was a talent scout for some agency." As he said that, he wanted to walk towards the tall woman. Wait a minute. Handsome." Seeing this, the girl with eyes hurriedly grabbed the corner of his clothes and said, "Can you give me your contact information? What's your name? Handsome guy? We can still contact him again. Our company's treatment is really good. Contact information?" The handsome guy scratched his head and said, "No. I just came to your place, and the ID card issue hasn't been solved yet. They didn't even give me a mobile phone number. It's more troublesome than our household registration system in Daluo. As for the name?" The handsome guy grinned. "My name is Wang Xiao. China. Longhu Mountain. Pumlai headquarters. Taoist Master Lin. The Pyramid of Khufu in Egypt has suddenly experienced strong spiritual energy fluctuations in recent days. The spiritual energy concentration index has soared 30,000 times. This is obviously abnormal. In this hall full of high-tech equipment, many men and women wearing Pumlai uniforms are busy. Lin Xianbai, who is wearing a clean white shirt, stood next to a female staff member, frowning slightly as he looked at the various data on the monitor screen. This aura index obviously exceeds the standard and is beyond the capabilities of our current capabilities. The female staff member turned to look at him and asked, "Are you asking for the support of the extraordinary king?" "Not first." Lin Xianbai shook his head gently. "After all, he is not affiliated with Pumlai, so he has no obligation to help us all day long. Moreover, he is still abroad with his wife on vacation. It is really rude to interrupt him rashly. I'll go there myself." Lin Xianbai turned around and left, moving his arms. "I was agitated by the broken chain. Maybe there is something in the pyramid that can help me move around and vent my anger." 10 days later, day 15 of returning to reality, Li Guanqi's behavior was consistent with the simulator's route. After visiting all the major tourist attractions in London, he and Han Mengyao returned home together. Moreover, although he knew the outcome of failure, he still contacted his parents and Han Mengyao's parents, held another family dinner, and discussed the engagement at the dinner. The result is of course an unexpected failure, and the simulator is not capable of simulating such a thing incorrectly. The reason for rejection is also consistent with what the simulator shows, without any surprises. Of course, there is actually a way out with the simulator. The route displayed by the simulator was that on the night of the failed engagement party, Han Mengyao chose to wear a JK uniform and white stockings to comfort his frustrated mood. But in reality, the other party chose fishnet stockings. Well, actually it's not bad. Next, there is the stay-at-home life of a pair of homeboys and homegirls. They hang out together when they have nothing to do. One plays games, and the other watches anime. Otherwise, they play basketball together, and study various clothing bonuses and postures. Or maybe go on a group trip with both parents, travel together, etc. And see if they can change the minds of Han Mengyao's parents. The result, of course, has not changed. All in all, Li Guanqi returned to reality and really lost interest in practicing. There is a lot of time to practice, but relatively little time to spend with your loved ones and family. Even if he did nothing, just holding each other with Han Mengyao, sitting in the rocking chair on the balcony to bask in the sun, and watching the sunset quietly. It was a peaceful time for him. But Li Guanqi knows very well that a good life requires strong strength to guarantee it. So after experiencing a leisurely life for 30 days, he once again focused his life on becoming stronger. Crack! Crack! Click! Click! Yuqing, a mountaintop villa. In a spacious training room, Li Guanqi looked at the scene in front of him with a strange expression. In front of him, there were numerous magic weapons and long swords piled on top of each other, occupying most of the training room. They were all the magic weapons belonging to the sword category among Wang Xiao's relics. And now, a purple-green long sword with a big mouth is using its big mouth full of sharp fangs extending from the sword body to continuously eat these magic weapon long swords, turning the opponent into its own part of the energy. I'm convinced. I thought the swallowing sword function of the Qingxian sword would be a bit more advanced. But I didn't expect that it would actually grow a mouth and bite it directly. Li Guanqi was speechless. However, as Qin Qian's sword eats more and more swords, it seems to gradually change. Buzz. When there were only 100 swords left around, the big mouth of the Qin Qian sword suddenly disappeared. And then the long sword began to erupt with cyan light and float in midair. Its cyan sword light began to spread out in a circle with itself as the center of the circle. And in the blink of an eye it enveloped the hundreds of magic weapon swords around it. Click! In an instant, hundreds of magic weapon long swords were directly broken into pieces and turned into countless tiny fragments. When touched by the green sword light, they melted rapidly like snowflakes meeting the warm sun, turning into streams of light of different colors, and escaped into the Qin Qian sword. The sword body turned into its power. Seeing this scene, Li Guanqi couldn't help but nodded appreciatively. This is called swallowing. If you bite a piece of sword blade in one bite, that thing is called dry rice. Call out! The Qin Qian sword turned into a streak of cyan light and quickly circled around Li Guanqi. With his eyesight, it was even difficult to catch its trajectory. The speed was really astonishing. It is the ultimate level of a 7th level magic weapon. If it can swallow a few more 7th level long swords, it should be possible for the Qin Qian sword to reach the level of an 8th level magic weapon. Based on this, if you want it to become a divine weapon, wouldn't it mean that you have to swallow a lot of divine swords? Li Guanqi thought for a while, and found that he was thinking too far. He walked to the side and sat down, and began to calculate his current comprehensive combat strength. Spiritual power, LV69, 69.9, peak of the Lioha level of spells. Physical body, LV69, 69.9, peak of Lioha level in martial arts. Soul, LV69, 69.9, 6th level peak soul. Comprehensive level, LV76. The 4 great artifacts. Demonic knife, it has 6 levels of unsealing. But it can be possessed. No matter how many levels it is unsealed, it will increase his physical strength in all aspects after being possessed. Shadkong, used for running away. After devouring the origin of Yikuei's artifact, you can now start teleportation and run away hundreds or thousands of times. It is used to run away when facing enemies that cannot be defeated. It can be called a life-saving artifact, although it itself is truly an artifact. Snow Gun unlocks the 7th level. Currently, it is his most powerful offensive artifact, and the increase in ice attribute power is even more terrifying. Qin Qian Sword, possessing the ultimate level of 7th level magic weapon. It can help him maximize the power of sword intention. These 4 artifacts, except Shadkong, all have a lot of room for improvement. But the problem is that it cannot be improved in a short period of time. If Li Guanqi still wants to improve his strength now, there are 2 ways in front of him. The first way is, of course, to find resources to increase his spiritual strength and physical strength to the limit of his current state, which is the level of LV79. But in reality, he had no idea where to find so many cultivation resources. So this road is basically useless. The second way is, of course, to achieve a realm breakthrough. Breaking through the realm of the soul also requires resources, which is impossible to achieve in reality. Let's not mention it for now. The level of martial arts and magic has exceeded 7 stars. According to Shadkong, fellow practitioners Li Guanqi will be able to pull as many as 14 stars in the future. They can obtain the special abilities brought by 14 different stars, and there is a high chance that they will be able to use the power of the stars. Under the influence, the physical body returned to its ancestors again. So, how to break through the 7-star rating? The place that leads to stars. Star guiding method. The weird world is a parallel time and space in the future real world. In other words, if nothing unexpected happens, the position of the guide star in the weird world should be able to achieve the same effect when compared to the geographical location of the real world. As for the star guiding method, in the strange world, this is a monopolized cultivation method. If you want to get it, you must join a major family and serve them for many years before you can get a reward. But Li Guanqi doesn't need it, because Xuankong's memory has not been sealed at all. Shadkong, is there any god-level star-guiding method? Just give me 180. Li Guanqi asked in his mind. Shadkong was at a loss for words for a moment. The star-guiding method is used to pull stars. To put it bluntly, it is a cultivation method used by 7-star humans. There is no such thing as a god-level term. The star-guiding method is a 7-star thing, no matter how advanced it is. Not much higher. In the old days, there was no distinction between high and low levels of star-guiding methods. Only sequence. Theory. Because each star requires a corresponding star-guiding method to pull power and obtain special abilities. But stars are not all independent. Some stars are connected together and are called a sequence. After pulling all the stars in a sequence, the special abilities that can be obtained will also receive higher blessings. This is the sequence of stars. In the old era, there was only one recognized strongest star sequence. Master, you should have guessed. Right. It's the Big Dipper sequence you're thinking of right now. Chapter 463, The Special Abilities of the Big Dipper Sequence Group. Big Dipper? Li Guanqi was slightly startled when he heard what Shun Kong said. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, Yugwang 7 stars. Is this star sequence the strongest star sequence? So? The one who pulls these 7 stars is the strongest 7 stars? Actually, it varies from person to person. Shuinkong's tone sounded a little hesitant. I don't like to give this kind of definition, because no matter how good the thing is, it still depends on the person. If a waste takes treasure, he is still a waste. If a strong person takes waste, he is still a strong person. But no matter what, the Big Dipper sequence is recognized as the strongest star sequence. There is one more thing I need to correct. In the sequence of stars, the Big Dipper is usually not called by the 7 names from Tianshu to Yugwang. There is an old saying, the Greedy Wolf Star King of Tianshu Palace, and the Giant Star King of Tianxian Palace. Tianji Palace Lekuxingjian, Tianquan Palace Wenkuxingjian, Lianjin Xingjuan of Yuheng Palace, and Wuxu Xingjuan of Kaiyang Palace. And finally, among these 7 stars, the power of the stars that can be obtained has the most terrifying increase in attack against the Yugwang Palace. Pajuan Xingjuan, the first 7-star human in the world to pull the Big Dipper, was named Gu Muji. It was he who pioneered the Big Dipper pulling method, which brought mankind a way to pull the power of these 7 ancient stars. And his name for the 7 stars of the Big Dipper is not Tianshu to Yugwang, but the 7 stars Tanlang, Juman, Luzuan, Wenxiu, Lianjin, Wuxiu and Pajuan. In order to commemorate the predecessor Gu Mu, people in later generations generally call the Big Dipper by these 7 names in the star sequence. Or, call it Tianshu Greedy Wolf, Tianxian Giant Gate, etc. with a suffix. If you use the methods of your predecessors, you should respect them. Master, I hope you will also use these 7 titles when discussing the sequence of stars to show respect for Senior Gu Mu. I will. Li Guanqi nodded solemnly. Shun Kong has always shown a high degree of respect for the founder of knowledge. He does not dislike this performance, even because of Shuinkong's personality. Shun Kong has a very good impression in his heart. Knowledge should be respected, especially those who create knowledge. So, what star abilities can the Big Dipper sequence bring to me? Li Guanqi asked with some anticipation. Tianshu, Greedy Wolf, the first star of Beidou. Shun Kong said slowly. The Greedy Wolf star symbolizes strong governance and management. According to legend, the puller of the Greedy Wolf star can always save the world and bring hope of peace. Therefore, Greedy Wolf star symbolizes control. Pull the Greedy Wolf star and obtain the star ability called Sealing the Sky. Star abilities are extremely special. I usually prefer to call them skills. That is, star skills. After mastering the Sealing the Sky skill, Master, your use of the space solidification of the space principle will skyrocket to a large level. In battle, when a Sealing the Sky is used, the opponent will basically be suddenly solidified in space. He was forced to stay in place. Let's put it this way. For example, your understanding of the laws of space is only 7 stars. But your opponent's understanding of the laws of space has reached the Bagua level. But even so, as soon as Sealing Heaven comes out, Bagua level opponents have to be forcibly controlled for a second or 2. For advanced beings, 1 or 2 seconds is already a long time. Enough to distinguish between high and low, or even life and death. Sealing the Sky is a well-deserved control-type magical skill. So strong? Li Guanqi was suddenly startled. Stronger is stronger. But using star skills is costly. Shuinkong's voice was calm, and he continued. Every time you use a star technique, the connection between you and the stars will be temporarily lost. You must wait until the connection is restored before you can continue to use it a second time. Skill CD? I understand. Li Guanqi nodded. What CD? Shun Kong asked in surprise. No. You continue. Li Guanqi smiled and waved his hand. Oh. Shun Kong didn't ask any more questions and continued. Also, The most important thing is that pulling stars does not only have good sides. Many stars have side effects. And Greedy Wolf Star is no exception. Why the word greedy in Greedy Wolf Star came from is basically not recorded in the ancient history books I have read. But coincidentally, the side effects of pulling Greedy Wolf Star can basically be explained literally. Greedy. Human beings who are attracted by the Greedy Wolf Star will always more or less strengthen the aspect of greed on the psychological level. The specific manifestation is the extreme desire for something. And the desire will become stronger. For example, the desire for sexual intercourse between men and women. Another example is the desire to kill. Another example is the desire for power. No one can be sure exactly how you will be affected. And no one can be sure to what extent you will be affected. If it's the desire of a man and a woman to have sex, then that's fine. Finding a woman to untie her pants is not a big deal. But if it is the desire to kill, then it will be a bit of a headache. Or is it the desire for power? Throughout the ages, the mountains of corpses and seas of blood caused by mankind's pursuit of power are often more tragic than a fanatical fan of killing. Master, if you want to be the leader of the Beta sequence, you must consider these risks. Li Guanqi frowned. After hearing Xuankong's words, the figure in red suddenly appeared in his mind. But this man in red is not the Han Mengyao, who was possessed by the evil phoenix, but the second extremely important woman in red in Li Guanqi's life, Wang Yanqing. Li Guanqi remembered clearly that when he was in Moxigu village, his senior sister taught him the four pillars of heaven. Then, for some reason, the senior sister suddenly touched his cheek with her right hand and stared at him blankly with her clear and moist eyes, as if filled with wind and waves. Li Guanqi was deeply impressed by that look. I was even more impressed by what my senior sister said next. Promise senior sister that you will never get involved in court disputes. Let's not think about those rights and status. Okay. After that night, Wang Yanqing's words often echoed in Li Guanqi's mind. Shan Kong, pulling Greedy Wolf Star, will definitely have a strong desire for power? Li Guanqi was silent for a long time before speaking hoarsely. It's just a chance. Shan Kong quickly responded. But this probability varies from person to person. It can be 0.001% or 99.9%. You can't say for sure. Master, if we don't pull the Beidou sequence, are there any other options? Li Guanqi asked again. Beidou sequence is the strongest sequence. Shan Kong said in a deep voice. Since Senior Gu Mu created the pulling method of this sequence, most of the top gods in the world are pullers of the Beidou sequence, including the god of death and the last god, King. The effect of star skills will increase as your cultivation level increases. And if you can become a god, your divine power will resonate with your star abilities, forming another super evolution. Similarly, there are several rulers of various countries in the New Age who are the leaders of the Beta sequence. For example, the Daluo dynasty, the contemporary Shenwu emperor. Let's put it this way. Master, if you give up the Beta sequence, you will be equivalent to being one level lower than others. But along the way, you have always been the strongest at the same level, or even the strongest by leapfrogging. You are willing to be at the 7-star level. Falling behind? Li Guanqi was silent. After a long while, he took a deep breath, and then said slowly, continue to talk. After Shan Kong, Greedy Wolf Stars, Sealing the Sky, ability. What is the ability of the second star? Tianxian, Giant Gate, the second star of the Big Dipper. Xuankong's calm voice sounded. According to ancient records, Master, the ancient people of your period seem to believe that the Giant Gate Star's entry into the Life Palace was related to the mouth. They felt that humans with the characteristics of the Giant Gate Star were mostly suitable for speaking. He is good at public relations, speaks falsely, and is good at flattery. He is a very good diplomatic talent. But this is just the astrology of your ancient people. In the star sequence system of Senior Gu Mu, the ability obtained by pulling the Giant Gate Star is exactly the opposite of these records. The possible side effects of attracting the Giant Star are that the personality becomes withdrawn, dull, and does not like to talk to others. And the star ability obtained by pulling the Giant Gate Star is very similar to the literal meaning, Giant God. After pulling the Giant Gate Star, Master, you can obtain the Giant God ability, expanding your body to be as high as the mountain. Your strength and defense will skyrocket, but your speed will seriously decrease. Oh! Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. Climb high with the mountains? If you activate the Giant God ability, you will really be the legendary Giant Spirit God. Keep talking. Li Guanqi nodded. Where's the third star? Chapter 460 for the 8-star technique of 7 stars in 1. Tianji. Lutsuan. The 3rd star of the Big Dipper. Shuinkong's voice slowly sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. Master, some of your ancient people's astrology and the special abilities brought by the star sequence are very consistent. Almost exactly the same. But some of them are highly consistent. It may even be the other way around. Or it may have nothing to do with it. So I think it is of little reference value. I won't talk about the meaning of this star, but just talk about ability. The star ability obtained by pulling Lu Xiyu and Xing is called reverse injury. As the name suggests, after turning on the reflective ability, during this period, all the damage you receive will be reflected back to the attacker at a ratio of approximately 50% to 100%. After becoming a god, under the influence of divine power, the evolved anti-injury ability, even able to bounce back 200% of attacks. This star also has side effects, and it may make you, the owner, care about everything and become a bit petty. Continue. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. Tianquan. Wenxiu. The 4-star of the Big Dipper. Shunkong said with a smile. I just said, Master, the astrology of your ancient people. Some of them are very consistent with the special abilities brought by the star sequence. Almost exactly the same. But some of them are very consistent. Or even the other way around. Or the 8 poles have nothing to do with each other. For example, Jumingxing is the opposite. And Wincuxing's star ability is almost exactly the same as astrology. Wincuxing. The main literary luck. The star ability that can be obtained by pulling Wincuxing is called synesthesia. After using the synesthesia ability, Master, you can perceive the artistic conception and emotions of the sages at that time, and even some memory fragments in the artistic works left by the sages. Master, don't underestimate this ability, because the definition of artistic work is broad. Calligraphy, painting and poetry are part of it, but not all of it. The peerless swordsman drinks wine until his mind becomes clear, and the sword mark he carves is also within the category of artwork. And Master, you can rely on your synesthesia ability to understand the artistic conception of the peerless swordsman at that time by looking at the sword marks, which is the sword intention. This is just an example. There are countless applications for synesthesia abilities. Moreover, after acquiring this ability, Master, if you want to break through the Bagua level in the future, it will be much less difficult, because you can use your synesthesia ability to observe the works left by other Bagua levels to understand opportunities for breakthrough. There are also side effects. Master, after attracting Wincuxing, you may become literate in speech, and may suddenly fall in love with a certain art form, such as calligraphy and painting, or musical instruments such as qin, flute, and xiao. But it's not really a big problem. Really. Li Guanqi nodded. Compared with the previous side effects of Xingchen, the side effects of Wincuxing can be said to be the most innocuous one. Yuheng. Lianzhen. The 5th star of the Big Dipper. Shunkong continued. This is the most interesting star in the Beta sequence. In the old days, many people directly called Lianzhen star Peach Blossom star, because of the special ability that this star brings to people. It is called Peach Blossom. Unlike the previous 4 stars, which require active special abilities, the Peach Blossom ability is a permanent passive state. It does not need to be actively turned on. In fact, it cannot be actively turned off. The effect of the Peach Blossom ability, as the name suggests, is the ultimate Peach Blossom luck, which is also the fate of women. People with the Peach Blossom ability will have an extremely strong affinity with women and will often meet various women. But this is not necessarily a good thing, because when you meet a woman, you may get help from a rich woman or a powerful woman. However, it is also possible to encounter some sick women, similar to the sick girls of your era. Master, who will kill you if they don't get your love. Because of this, the benefits and side effects of attracting Lian Jinxing are all within this Peach Blossom ability. It is worth mentioning that, Master, I found that your luck with women is already very good. If you combine it with Peach Blossom, the effect may be even more outstanding. As for good or bad, only then will we know. At this point, Shankara's smile almost escaped from his voice. I don't like this ability. Li Guanqi was helpless. Is there any way to skip it? Then you will have to stay in the 7-star and 4-star realm for the rest of your life. Shakam gave a negative answer. The star sequence is called a sequence because it is a set, a group, and it must be done in order. If the star in front is not pulled, The one behind cannot be pulled. The same reason. Pulling the first Tianshu Greedy Wolf star. You can't change the star sequence. You can only go one way to the end. Okay. Keep talking. Lee Guanqi sighed. He really didn't want his love lot to flourish anymore, and felt that this ability was a bit of a waste of a star. Kaiong. Wutsiu. The sixth star of the Big Dipper. Shut Kong continued. Wutsiushin corresponds to Winkuxing. Winsu controls literary luck, and Wutsiu naturally controls martial arts. Master, you should also be able to guess its function. The star ability that can be obtained by pulling the martial arts star is called Martial God. After turning on the Martial God ability, your body will be improved 360 degrees in all aspects, whether it is attack power, defense power, speed and agility, spiritual strength, speed of casting spells, power of spells, etc., etc. will skyrocket. This is the Martial God ability, also known as Martial God Possession. It is worth mentioning that Wukwing is one of the few stars that does not have any side effects. Lee Guanqi nodded appreciatively. He liked this ability. Next is the last star in the Beta sequence. It is also the star with the most terrifying increase in attack power among the stars in the Beta sequence. Shakong seemed to be a little excited during the sermon. Shaking light. Pajuan. Seventh star of the Big Dipper. The Pajuan star is undoubtedly a killing star. The star ability that can be obtained by pulling this star is called Killing Heart. After turning on the Killing Intent ability, Master, your killing power, that is, the ability of any offensive means, will increase to a terrifying level in a short period of time. But at the same time, the higher the level of improvement, the less sanity you will lose. The intensity of this increase is several times stronger than that of Wukwing's Martial God, and the bonus effects of the two can be superimposed on each other. The side effect is that there is a very small chance of losing one's mind completely and turning into a pure killing machine, causing damage regardless of friend or foe. At the same time, the Killing Heart ability also has a passive condition. That is, when you are on the battlefield, you do not need any clearly defined official position or status. As long as you are the spiritual leader of the entire army and most of the soldiers, your killing power bonus will be proportional to the number of soldiers. In other words, after pulling the Broken Army star and turning on the Murderous Intention ability, the more soldiers you have on the battlefield, the more terrifying your lethality will be. Lee Guanqi's expression changed slightly. This Murderous Intention ability is powerful if it is strong, but the side effect of a small chance of completely losing one's mind is really scary. In comparison, the Martial God ability, which is less effective but has no side effects, is a commonly used ability, and Killing Intention can only be used as a final trump card in desperate situations and as a last resort. Tianshu Greedy Wolf Star, Tianxian Juman Star, Tianjelu Suinqing, Tianquan Wenxiu Star, Yuheng Lianjin Star, Kaiong Wutsiu Star, Shaking Light Pajuan Star. These are the Big Dipper stars. Shuinkong's voice was low and he said slowly. And the 7 abilities I just talked about. Greedy Wolf, Sealing the Sky. Giant Gate, Giant God. Lutsuan, Reverse Injury. Wenxiu, Synesthesia. Lianjin, Peach Blossom. Wuqiu, Martial God. Pajuan, Murderous Heart. These are the 7 abilities of the Beidou sequence star group. And after completely pulling these 7 stars, Master, you will also gain the 8th star ability, which is Power of the Big Dipper. Once you summon Power of the Big Dipper, you will directly attract the star power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, forming a devastating blow from the universe directly to the planet. You can think of it as a satellite launch impact, which is pretty much the same anyway. They are all devastating blows from outside. Master, you must have noticed that when I explained these star abilities, I never used a specific increase value. That's because the effects of star abilities vary from person to person, and the increase value is difficult to determine and will vary depending on one's own conditions. But what is certain is that if you, Master, can easily kill enemies across levels, using your star ability, you will still be invincible at the same level, or even invincible across levels. Chapter 465: The Origin of the Starguiding Land. The 7 abilities of the Beta sequence, except for Lianjinxing's Peach Blossom, are really good, especially Jumingxing's Giant God and Wuxiu's Martial God. I particularly like these 2 abilities. Lee Guanqi thought about it. Well, It's cool to think about the fact that the giant spirit god climbing up the mountain is still blessed by the combat power of the martial god state. That's not necessarily true. Shun Kong, the other side, retorted. Mediocre skills are not as good as good skills. Good skills are not as good as stunts. But stunts are not as good as wonderful skills at certain times. Because miraculous skills often achieve miracles at certain moments that you don't expect. In the old history, there were many leaders of the Beta sequence group who, in times of crisis, got an unexpected turn of events because of their fate as women. However, women's fate is a very mysterious thing. In fact, no one can make a conclusion whether those events happened because of themselves or because of the help of Peach Blossom's ability. But all in all, Master, believe me, Lian Jinqing's Peach Blossom ability is by no means a waste. As one of the few passive star skills, you will never regret owning it. Fine. Li Guanqi did not discuss this anymore, and instead asked, now that the ability introduction is finished, is it time for me to get this ability? How should I lead the Beta Star sequence group? Starting from the first Greedy Wolf Star? As he said that, he was looking forward to it. After all, Greedy Wolf Star's ability, Sealing the Sky, is a magical field control skill. It can't be done. However, Xuankong's response was to pour cold water on him. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned. At least in this world, it can't be done. Shun Kong said slowly. To pull the stars, you need two important factors. One is the star guiding method, and the other is the star guiding place. I can give you the star guiding method, but I can't take you to the star guiding place. After all, in the real world of the 21st century, the place to attract stars has not yet been smashed. What's the meaning? Li Guanqi was confused. Didn't he get smashed out? Smashed? Yes. Shun Kong said in a deep voice. Master, all the books you have read package places like the star guiding land into some kind of very high-end facilities, as if they are some kind of man-made holy land for cultivation. However, these books never say what the star attraction place is. The essence of the star attraction is actually the fragments of the stars that fell onto the planet beneath our feet. Well, let me put it more bluntly. The so-called star attraction place is actually a meteorite crater. Take Greedy Wolf Star as an example. The place where Greedy Wolf Star attracts stars is actually a crater formed by a planet fragment from Greedy Wolf Star hitting the planet. The star power of Greedy Wolf Star remains there. Because of this, by staying there, you can deepen your sensitivity to Greedy Wolf Star. This is the principle of guiding stars. As far as I know, all star attracting places, that is, all craters with the power of stars, are all caused by a meteorite rain that occurred on July 23rd. For 29 extraordinary year. Hearing this, Li Guanqi scratched his head. Okay, here we go again. Shunkara's old habit is to tell him history again. But it doesn't matter. Just listen. That rain of meteorites was caused by a spatial fluctuation caused by an unknown reason inside the planet beneath our feet. Shun Kong seemed a little excited when he talked about history. The fluctuation seemed invisible. It did not cause any disaster such as earthquakes to the planet. No one knows why. No one knows the cause of the fluctuation. And no one knows where the fluctuation is in the universe. How far has it spread? Anyway, the final result is that in the universe, countless stars have collapsed into more or less star fragments. And the flight direction is abnormally uniform. And the destination is us. When those star fragments flew to us, they were called meteorites. And the craters created were later used as star attraction sites. Does it sound a lot like the meteorite mass extinction hypothesis of the dinosaurs? But it is not the truth. Although the meteorite rain from the sky in the extraordinary year 429 caused the arrival of countless meteorites, the scale was very, very small. Although it certainly caused serious losses to human civilization at that time. Relatively speaking, it was far from being able to cause any civilization. The level of annihilation and genocide is far from complete. The most important thing is that the arrival of these countless meteorites has brought the power of stars to mankind. In the extraordinary era, the alien blood system and the spell system were not outstanding from beginning to end. Until the arrival of the Age of Gods, human beings had countless cultivation systems, and it could be said that 100 flowers bloomed. Of course, in the final analysis, it is still the two powers of alien blood and spiritual power. But with these two powers as their origins, humans have also developed countless strange cultivation methods. For example, they use the blood of cursed spirits and the flesh and blood of monsters to cultivate insects, and then let the insects parasitize humans of different blood to gain powerful power. These people are called insect masters. Insect masters are not completely extinct, and they can even be found in the New Age. The cultivation method of the alien blood human goo god warriors of the southern Xinjiang kingdom is actually the cultivation method of the insect master, the product of taking the essence and discarding the dross. Another example is Star Warrior. Some humans with different blood found that when they stayed in the crater, the different blood in their bodies would become hot, and they would have a subtle sense of a certain star in the night sky. These alien-blooded humans studied this induction and eventually created the most primitive version of the star-guiding method. They call themselves Star Warriors. Yes, the earliest star-guiding method actually existed in the world long before humans cultivated to 7-star levels. But this method of guiding stars is completely different from the current method of guiding stars. Humans in the olden times were more accustomed to calling it stargazing, because this cultivation method cannot draw the stars. It is impossible to obtain star skills. Star Warriors can only use the stargazing method to obtain part of the bonus of star power. But correspondingly, the threshold for practicing the stargazing method is also very low. It does not require understanding of the laws of space. A human of different blood can practice it if he masters the key. Moreover, the stargazing method of this period can only be practiced by humans of different blood, because they actually rely on their own different blood to resonate with the power of the stars, thereby absorbing the power of the stars. Conjurers cannot practice stargazing until later. A Western conjurer named William Charles created a more comprehensive method of stargazing. Through a brand new practice method, he successfully gave his spiritual power the ability to absorb the power of stars. He also gave the conjurer the ability to gain power from stargazing. But this is only halfway through human progress. Later, an Eastern conjurer named Wu Chung created the first cultivation method in human history that can be called the starguiding method. Because during the period when Wu Chung lived, humans had already reached the Lioha level and began to understand and master the power of the laws of space. Wu Chung discovered that if you use the laws of space to practice stargazing, some different changes will occur. He studied this change for thousands of years, and finally further amplified this change, successfully creating the first starguiding method in history, pulling a star, and gaining the special ability given to him by the power of the star. That is the star technique. Because that star had never been named, humans named it Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing's star skill is to enhance the physical fitness of the puller to the level of ordinary one-level alien-blooded humans. This star skill seems to be very powerful, but that's not important. What's important is that Wu Chung let the world know that what humans can do is far more than just acquiring the power of stars. Humans can also acquire the special abilities of stars through the power of space laws, which is the star skill. Because of this, Wu Chung is also known as the resurgence of star magicians. But later, there was no such thing as a star warrior or a star magician, because people discovered that a normal human being can only pull up to 7 stars and obtain 7 different star skills. Well, 7. 7? After the Lioha level, isn't it the 7th level? Moreover, the starguiding method that can obtain star skills can only be practiced by humans who have reached the Lioha level and have understood the laws of space. Therefore, humans directly move the Star Glory Cultivator's cultivation system into the orthodox blood and spell system, named it 7 stars, and established it as the 7th branch of mankind's orthodox cultivation method and the first step in human evolution. 7 stages. Later, various methods of attracting stars blossomed. People discovered that each of the craters caused by the meteorite rain in extraordinary year 429 can be used to practice the 7-star starguiding method and obtain different star skills. Just master the starguiding method. Just make detailed adjustments. Over time, these craters became known as star attraction sites and were tightly controlled by major forces to control the channels for human cultivation and advancement. Later, people discovered that some specific 7 stars would possess an 8-star power when connected. This is the birth of the star sequence group. Later, Gu Muji appeared. He traveled through mountains and rivers in the east and west, and found the first set of starguiding places belonging to the Big Dipper in history, and used this to create the Beidou starguiding method, allowing this strongest star sequence to be completely born in human history. Later, the Beidou star land was discovered one after another. After all, a star can have multiple star attraction sites at the same time, as long as there are enough fragments of the star and enough craters are formed. According to the information I have received, the location of the Beidou star in the Old Age has been perfectly inherited by the people of the New Age. In other words, the Beidou star lands in my memory are now controlled by the major forces in the New Age. For example, the Ying family of the Daluo dynasty, the Parliament of the Violet Empire, and the royal family of the Tulip Empire. Throughout the Old Age, people have discovered a total of 3 complete sets of Beidou star lands, and their locations happen to be within the borders of these 3 countries. Nowadays, they are strictly controlled by these 3 countries. These are all important military areas. As I said before, these star-attracting places all appeared because of a meteorite rain from the sky in extraordinary year 429. In other words, Master, in the timeline where you are in the real world, these star attraction places do not exist at all. And the meteorite rain has not yet come. If you want to go to the place where the Big Dipper stars guide the stars, you can only go back to the strange world. Only in that time and space can the places where the stars are guided exist. But even if we return to the strange world, it will be difficult. Because although I remember the space coordinates of the star guiding places, I can directly start the teleportation and send you, the Master, to that location. But what happens after that? Killed by the strongman guarding the place where the star is drawn. It takes time to pull the stars. And it's not short. People will find you before you finish pulling the stars secretly. The Beidou sequence is very powerful. Because of this, the Beidou star land is also very strictly guarded. At least a Bagua level expert is in charge. Master, you basically have no chance of winning. In fact, it is useless even if you have a chance of winning. If you force your way into the star guiding place, you will definitely be hunted down by Jiogong level experts afterwards. Having said this, Shukong couldn't help but sigh, obviously worried about Li Guanqi's future. So, we have to rely on formal channels. Li Guanqi thought for a while. Formal channels? Formal channels for the public. If the Violet Empire wants to enter the formal channel of the official star attraction site, well, the only way is to join the parliament. As for the requirements after joining, it has not been made public. Anyway, you have to join first. There are 2 roads in Daluo Dynasty. 1. Join the army. Reach the general level. And then pass certification to ensure that your military merit and cultivation are up to standard before you can enter. There are 7 levels of military positions in Daluo. The general is the 6th class. 2. Imperial examination. The top 10 in the Daluo Imperial examination every year. Even mortals can get help from a special family and become human beings of different blood. There is no different blood potion in the strange world. Even the strange blood incarnation ceremony of the Daluo dynasty is not 100% successful. But they can still make a mortal become a 100% human with different blood. Because the Daluo dynasty has a special ability of a different blood family, which allows a mortal to be 100% fused with a part of the different blood and become a different blood human being. It's just that if this ability is to be activated, it will consume a lot of money for that family. So only the top 10 people in the Imperial examination every year are qualified. But this rarely happens. It is difficult for a poor family to produce scholars. Read? Humans of different blood have 3rd order, 4th order and 5th order souls. Not only can they remember what they read, but they can also draw inferences from one instance to another. The computing power brought by their powerful souls is like a supercomputer. How can ordinary people compare reading with them? Of course, there are exceptions. For example, no matter how good a computer is, it cannot produce a poem that is astonishing throughout the ages. This thing is pure talent. Therefore, in the history of the imperial examinations of the Daluo dynasty, it is not that there were not those talented liberal arts students who came into the top 10, and even the top 3, the second best, and the number 1 scholar. If among the top 10 in the imperial examination, there is someone at the Liuhe level who needs a place to attract stars, then the Daluo dynasty will also help and let him choose at will. The problem is more than reading? Li Guanqi thought for a while, and it seemed that his chances of winning were not good. And the most important thing is that whether it is the parliament of the Violet Empire or the army and imperial examinations of the Daluo dynasty, identity checks are required. 18 generations of ancestors have to find out. Although the household registration system in the strange world seems to be poor, Li Guanqi, a time traveler who appears out of thin air, can wander around as he pleases. But in fact, it was because he didn't go anywhere that required identity verification. If you really want to get into the upper echelons of a country's military and political system, you must find out your identity. And at that point, it's extremely difficult to fake someone's identity. And it's not something that ordinary people can handle. But where does Li Guanqi come from? 18 generations of ancestors in this strange world? Not at all. He is a gangster in the weird world. Okay. Therefore, Beidou Yingxing land, Violet Empire, and Dalua Dynasty all have no hope. That leaves only the last set of star attractions. The third group of Beidou star lands located in the Tulip Empire. Ah, Master, I will definitely go to Shaoshan another day to lay a few more sticks of incense on your grave, Li Guanqi said to himself with emotion. Where is the Tulip Empire? The Queen of the Tulip Empire is his master's old lover. Moreover, when Queen Isabel left, she told Li Guanqi to go to Tulip to find her if something happened. Obviously, she had some nepotism towards this old lover's apprentice. What is a related household? Damn, Her Majesty, the ruler of an empire, the 9-palace level queen, is my master's old lover. This is called a relationship household. There is no reason for Isabel to refuse such a small request to enter the star drawing place, right? But more importantly, how should Li Guanqi explain his cultivation speed? After all, when he and Isabel met, he was only at the 5 elements level. How should he explain that just half a year later, he had reached the peak of the Liuha level? This advancement speed is too fast. Terrifyingly fast. Fast enough to make anyone suspicious. Sigh. I'll figure it out later. So, for the next 6th trip to the strange world, I will first go to Haijing to find Tokugawa Shinji, finish his work on Greek and ancient ruins, and then go to the Tulip Empire to find the queen to solve the problem of the Beidou Star land. Matter? Well, we have to go abroad again, and we are still going from the east to the west. What will the scenery be like in the west in the new era? Li Guanqi whispered to himself. It is said that the sea of flowers in the Tulip Empire is the most gorgeous, not inferior to the cherry blossoms in the Sakura shogunate. So, the current situation is... Li Guanqi frowned slightly and turned around in circles, thinking. After walking around the room a few times, he suddenly realized and finally understood the current situation. There are resources for cultivation, but there are actually none. To attract the stars, reality does not exist. So what can he do in reality? Except for Mengyao, nothing can happen. So, this is a reasonable lie down. With my current situation, in reality, there is almost nothing that can help me become stronger besides lying down and dawdling. If you want to become stronger, you can wait for the 6th strange world. Or, wait for one day to suddenly simulate something related to the 5th wheel of luck. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi completely determined his next life goals. Lie flat. In reality, the 60 days should be used as a leisure vacation. Have a peaceful vacation. Mengyao! Thinking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help shouting upstairs. Bedroom on the 3rd floor of the villa. Han Mengyao, who was sitting at the desk writing something, suddenly turned around and didn't pay much attention to Li Guanqi's shouts downstairs. Instead, she was very concerned about the constantly shaking wardrobe behind her. Squeak! The next moment, the wardrobe opened, and a ball of blue light slowly floated out and fell into Han Mengyao's arms. The blue light gradually dissipated. What appeared in sight was a pair of white stockings with suspenders. Well, they were the same lace ones that I had purchased online 2 days ago. Forehead. Han Mengyao was immediately speechless. Why do men like this kind of thing? She scratched her head in confusion while wearing white stockings obediently. After all, the footsteps of the guy outside were already approaching the door. What followed was another period of peaceful and beautiful life. On the 32nd day after returning to reality, Li Guanqi took the time to learn Greek. With his current soul, learning a language is really a very easy thing. The next 3 days were peaceful again, until the 35th day of returning to reality. Boom! The sun is high, and the sun is shining brightly. As the engine roared, a red mecha motorcycle sped over and stopped outside the fenced gate of the hilltop villa, wearing a black shirt with rolled-up sleeves and black leather trousers. The motorcycle rider was such a hot figure that she was obviously female. Stopped the car, straightened her slender waist, raised her hands to take off the black helmet, and shook her head slightly. Long red hair cascading down like a waterfall. She turned her head slightly and looked at the villa not far away, with a hint of erratic brilliance flashing in her beautiful red eyes. Ding! The red-haired female rider withdrew her gaze and hung her helmet on the motorcycle's handlebar. Then she gently lifted her beautiful legs, which looked increasingly slender under the tight black leather pants, and got off the car. She walked to the door and pressed the button. The doorbell rang. The doorbell's built-in household display screen lit up, and Han Mengyao's face appeared on it, with a look of surprise on her face. Xiao Xiao. Chapter 466. Goodbye Chi Xiao Xiao. It's not right. Hilltop Villa. Swimming pool. Li Guanqi was wearing only a pair of underpants. leaning against the edge of the swimming pool. He suddenly remembered something and asked curiously in his mind. Schwenkong, doesn't it mean that some geniuses can find a place at random without relying on a star guide? Does the star guiding method directly pull the stars? I thought to myself, I can be considered a genius. Is there a possibility that I can directly pull the star power of the Big Dipper on my own without the need for the Big Dipper to guide the stars? There is no such possibility. Xuankong's lazy voice sounded. The Beidou sequence is not only the strongest star sequence group, but also the most unique in its difficulty of cultivation. The special thing about the Beidou star guiding method is that it not only requires magic skills, but also soil from the star landing site is also needed. In other words, there is the possibility of pulling other stars without the need for a star drawing ground. But the Beidou sequence is impossible, because a key part of the Beidou star guiding method is to rely on the soil of the star guiding site to assist. Even if you are a genius who does not need the star guiding land to deepen the star sensing, you still need a handful of soil from the Beidou star guiding land. But if you can get a handful of soil from the Beidou star guiding land, then why not just pull it on the spot? Stars? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. Is there a possibility that after arriving in the strange world, you can take me to the Beidou star land of the Daluo dynasty, and then we can quickly dig a piece of soil and leave? You can take me before the Guardians arrive. Let's go! There is no such possibility. There was a hint of helplessness in Xuankong's voice. The soil of the star guiding site is based on the overall environmental structure. Once it leaves the fixed range of the star guiding site, the power of the stars attached to this soil will dissipate, which means it is useless. So it's useless for you to take it away. Moreover, it is also immoral. The land that leads to the star is just soil. You take a piece of it, and others take another piece. After a few hundred years, future generations will have no soil, and the land that leads to the star will be useless. We cannot do such an immoral thing of cutting off the roots. Anyway, the Queen of the Tulip Empire is your master's old lover. It will be okay to go to Tulip to find her when the time comes. So, master, please stop having these evil thoughts and go to Tulip honestly. Before Xuankong finished speaking, Li Guanqi seemed to suddenly sense something and turned his head to look in the direction of the villa door. Although the line of sight was blocked by banana trees along the way, he could still sense the girl's aura. Yes, it's the 35th day, and it's indeed time for her to arrive. Li Guanqi looked down upon himself while getting up from the swimming pool and returning to the shore. As he stood up, the water droplets on his body also fell along the streamlined muscle lines. Thump! The next moment, Li Guanqi thought, and the water droplets on his body floated one after another, condensed into a small ball of water in midair, and then returned to the water of the swimming pool. Then, he walked towards the glass door of the living room next to him, pushed the door open, picked up a set of pure white short-sleeve shirts and black shorts on the hanger, and put them on. After all, it was a bit wrong to just wear a pair of underpants when meeting a female friend. Squeak! Not long after, two girls came up side by side from the stairs in the living room. One of them, of course, was Han Mingyao, who was wearing pajamas and her black hair was casually tied into a bun. The other, a red-haired woman wearing a black shirt and black leather pants, was Qi Xiaoxiao, an old friend of Li Guanqi's, whom he had not seen for a long time. Long time no see. Brother Li. Qi Xiaoxiao seemed a little cautious. He grabbed his left arm with his right hand and rubbed it for a while. Then he looked at Li Guanqi and chuckled. For you? It's been a year since I last saw him. Right. Certainly. Li Guanqi grinned. Then walked to the refrigerator, opened the refrigerator door, took out a bottle of ice-cold canned Coke, and threw it to the other party. Here, Coke. I remember you liked to drink this stuff. Back then you resurrected to reality. When he came to my house for the first time, he asked me if I had any Coke. Yes. Yes. Qi Xiaoxiao caught the Coke and held it with both hands, with a warm smile on his face. I remember when you were little. Li Guanqi gestured to his waist with his right hand and said with a smile. You were not even 16 years old at that time, and you only reached my waist. As he said that, he looked at the tall and slim Qi Xiaoxiao in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. But now it's not extraordinary year 1. It's extraordinary year 5. Xiaoxiao, you have grown into a big girl. Look at this boy. He's almost 1.8 meters tall. Right. Actually, it's only 1.76 meters tall. When Qi Xiaoxiao talked about this, he couldn't help but look a little disappointed. In the strange world, for Daluo people whose height is generally between 1.8 and 2 meters. A woman of 1.8 meters is barely considered the height of an outstanding Daluo woman, such as Wang Yanqing.
This is not Shinji, let alone Daluo.
Li Guanqi smiled, walked to the sofa and sat down.
A girl of 1.76 meters is already very tall. 2.
Qi Xiaoxiao smiled softly.
That's right.
Han Mengyao nodded like a chicken pecking rice, and said quietly,
if I hadn't been infected by different blood in Yuqing, I would have been less than 1.7 meters tall in my life.
As she said that, she also sat on the sofa, leaning on Li Guanqi's shoulder with a depressed look on her face. Because if you really want to talk about it, her real height is actually only 1.58 meters. Her current height of 1.78 meters is still due to the use of different blood characteristics.
Height!
Li Guanqi looked at Qi Xiaoxiao in front of him and couldn't help but laugh.
So, can I say that I watched Xiaoxiao grow up? Huh!
As he spoke, the smile on his face grew wider, and he seemed to find it very interesting. However, Qi Xiaoxiao didn't seem very happy after hearing this.
By the way, brotherly, don't you like carbonated drinks?
Qi Xiaoxiao picked up the Coke in his hand and looked at Li Guanqi curiously. Then a hint of expectation appeared in his beautiful red eyes.
Is it specially prepared for me? Oh?
Li Guanqi was stunned.
Well, not really. It's Mengyao.
He pointed at Han Mengyao, who was nestled in his arms.
She usually likes to eat snacks with Coke while watching anime, so she keeps a lot of them in the refrigerator. Oh.
Qi Xiaoxiao was startled, then lowered his eyes, grabbed the Coke with both hands, and nodded lightly.
By the way, you should sit down.
Li Guanqi looked at Qi Xiaoxiao, who had been standing for a long time, and pointed to the light blue sofa next to him.
Don't see anyone else. Just treat it as your own home. Just sit down. And what do you want to eat? I'll get it. No need.
Qi Xiaoxiao raised his head, smiled and waved his hand.
I was actually passing by. There are still many official duties of the Red Blood Army going to the Yuqing branch to verify the docking. So I won't bother you. I'm going over now. So urgent?
When Li Guanqi heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised.
You are the Supreme Commander of the Red Blood Army. What kind of official business do you need to handle in person? Is it possible that everyone under you is fishing? It's more important. That's why I have to go in person.
Qi Xiaoxiao smiled slightly.
Then shall we see you off?
Han Mengyao took the initiative to hold Li Guanqi's hand and stood up from the sofa.
No need.
Qi Xiaoxiao looked at their intertwined hands for several seconds, then looked away, looked at Li Guanqi, and said with a smile,
Okay, that's it.
Li Guanqi was startled.
Let's go. There's no need to send it off.
Qi Xiaoxiao smiled, then turned and left, walking down the stairs of the living room, and disappeared from the sight of Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao. Seeing this, Han Mengyao suddenly made a nasal noise, then let go of Li Guanqi's hand, sat back on the sofa, looked up at the ceiling, and suddenly asked,
Hey, Guanqi, during the year you have been in the strange world, how have you done it?
Please tell me about all the people and things you have encountered. It's been more than 30 days since you came back, and I don't think I've asked you this yet.
Okay. Li Guanqi smiled, sat back on the sofa, held her in his arms, and said excitedly,
Let me tell you, I encountered a lot of things in the strange world this time. First of all, when I was sitting in the teleportation array, something unexpected happened. Instead of reaching the destination safely, we jumped directly to the Sakura Shogunate.
Egypt. Yellow sand fills the sky. The strong wind roared by, rolling up endless sand and dust to cover the sky and the earth, making this already mysterious land once again add a bit of illusion. In the wind and sand, a large-scale triangular building is looming, and the slightly missing parts are proof of its long existence. On the golden dome at the top of the pyramid, Lin Xianbai was wearing a black Taoist robe, with an upright posture, standing with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. The strong wind blew the hem of his clothes, making a hunting sound.
It's been almost a month. I can't get rid of it. There's nothing I can do. It's been more than a month since I went on holiday watching chess. It's time to do some work. Let's ask him for help. Although he doesn't understand formations, he might know a thing or two about his magical weapons. Tick-tock. Tick-tock.
Day 40 of returning to reality. In the early morning, it rained continuously. China. Rain City. Villa on the top of the mountain. In the bedroom. Li Guanqi. who was lying on the big bed, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and woke up from his sleep. Although under normal circumstances, he no longer needs sleep to replenish energy and will waste a few hours. But occasionally, he will experience the feeling of waking up again, which is a good time to relive the memories of his previous life. What's more, the sun shines into the bedroom, waking up from the bed with the girlfriend I like, kissing and cuddling for a while, and then starting a new day, was the life he had longed for before. Well, although there is no sun today, and she hasn't woken up yet. Hey, little lazy pig, wake up. Li Guanqi turned his head slightly and looked at Han Mingyao, who was lying next to him, naked and even kicked off the quilt. He smiled and pinched the other person's face. However, the other person was breathing evenly. His eyes were closed tightly, and there was no sign of waking up. Li Guanqi suddenly felt something was wrong. Mingyao? He reached out and pushed the other person's shoulder again. This time, Han Mingyao's wing-like eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she opened her eyes bit by bit. But her eyes were not black, but turned into gold and red vertical pupils. These are not Han Mingyao's eyes. Evil Phoenix? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Evil Phoenix glanced at him lazily, then turned over slightly, lying on the bed in a large shape, looking at the ceiling, his eyes wandering, not knowing what he was thinking. Forehead. Li Guanqi looked at her naked body, and then at his naked self. A little embarrassed, he pulled up the sheet and covered his lower body first. But then he hesitated, wondering whether he should cover her too. Is there any difference? The evil Phoenix's red lips opened slightly, and the particularly magnetic voice of Yu Jia sounded. Isn't this body still hers? You have already been in the body, and you still care about whether it is naked? No. This. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Xie Huang's words didn't sound like there was anything wrong with them, but they seemed to be full of faults. After all, it's you now, not her. Li Guanqi thought for a while, and covered Xie Huang with a quilt. However, Evil Phoenix kicked him away. I don't like covering myself with quilts. And I don't like wearing clothes. I hate the feeling of being covered by foreign objects. Evil Phoenix turned sideways again, faced Li Guanqi, and said calmly, the reason why you humans have the habit of wearing clothes is originally to protect the body, not to protect privacy. The so-called protection of privacy is just a cultural custom that was formed later. Human beings are very weak in their infancy, and any bumps will cause physical injuries. So the concept of clothing has been passed down to this era. But we phoenixes are different. Phoenixes are naturally strong. At least ordinary collisions will not cause wear and tear on our wings and bodies. So we don't have the habit of wearing clothes. And we don't care about the exposure of certain parts. To be precise, in Phoenix's culture, it's not privacy at all. Having said so much, do you understand? Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. You know what? He's not a bird. You do not understand. Evil Phoenix rolled her eyes at him. You are always so slow, unable to see this or understand that. Question mark. Li Guanqi looked confused. He thought about it carefully, but still didn't understand, and asked confusedly, Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Why are you coming out? Where is Mingyao? Chapter 467 The Affected Evil Phoenix. Silly girl? She is still sleeping. Evil Phoenix glanced at Li Guanqi and said calmly, Human, you are growing very fast. Your current life level is no longer considered a low-level life, and you always don't wear it. Your life essence, for Mingyao now, is already a high-grade supplement that is no less than the flesh and blood of alien blood and demon species. You have been together too often these days, and she has received too much. So she needs to sleep to allow her body to absorb these nutrients. Moreover, these nutrients not only affect the body, but also affect the soul. The soul of the silly girl is currently in the process of breaking through from the 2nd to the 3rd level. It is estimated that it will have to sleep for a long time to complete the breakthrough and then wake up. So I came out for a walk. Li Guanqi didn't know what to say for a moment. There are too many flaws to mention. What is? Always not wearing it. It is difficult for humans of different blood to get pregnant without the use of auxiliary drugs. And there is no need to wear it at all. Moreover, the protein he shot out has now become a cultivation resource. It is said that Han Mingyao did break through to the 3rd level body refining realm yesterday, and she made the breakthrough in bed. At that time, he thought it was the effect of the strange blood he brought back from the strange world
and gave it to Ming Yao for practice. Now that he thinks about it, it is probably partly the effect of his protein. And in his memory. The protein that is gone in these days is indeed it's never leaked out. It's so weird. So weird. Li Guanqi thought for a while. His current physical strength is LV69. A body of this level is full of treasures when placed on a demon species. And its bones and horns can be used as raw materials for artifacts. Thinking about it this way, it seems reasonable that his current protein can be used as a training resource? Well, the more I think about it, the weirder it gets. Hey, human. Suddenly, Xie Huang stared at Li Guanqi intently.
Do you know how much this silly girl loves you? Of course I know.
Li Guanqi looked at her in surprise.
So? What do you want to say? I know too.
Evil Phoenix raised her right hand with complicated eyes, stretched out her white and slender index finger, and gently poked her head.
Her soul is affecting me.
Having said that, there is no further text. Li Guanqi waited for a few seconds without waiting for the follow-up. He was speechless and said helplessly,
Xie Huang, have you not learned how to communicate with humans in Chinese yet? Can you be more direct? How has her soul affected you? This doesn't have anything to do with your previous question? She loves you very much.
Xie Huang lowered his eyes, looking at the pale pink sheets filled with water stains, and whispered,
And I know how much she loves you, because her soul is affecting me. Her love for you is gradually affecting me, giving me a, well, trend.
Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly, although the bird's words were still unclear. He had already guessed what the evil phoenix meant.
So, humans.
Evil Phoenix raised his eyes, looked at Li Guanqi with complicated eyes, with his golden and red phoenix pupils, and gritted his teeth.
If one day, you find out that I have fallen in love with you, don't get me wrong. It's not my fault. Your love. But the silly girl's love for you has nothing to do with me. You know?
Li Guanqi had a strange expression. This is really outrageous. His mother opening the door to outrageous things is so outrageous.
Hello.
Suddenly, Evil Phoenix approached Li Guanqi, staring at him with golden red eyes.
Kiss me, human being. Aw?
Li Guanqi was shocked.
So you only want to kiss silly girls?
Xie Huang looked at him. A bit of loss suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes. She felt that it should not have appeared at all, but she could not suppress the loss. Obviously, Evil Phoenix was far more affected by Han Mingyao than she imagined. Seeing this, Li Guanqi was a little hesitant, but in the end, he raised his right hand, holding the familiar face of the other party, lowered his head, and tapped her moist red lips. Couldn't break it off at the first touch. Facing Evil Phoenix's response, he still had to stick out his tongue. It took a long time for the lips and tongue to separate. Evil Phoenix panted, lowered his head, and lay gently on Li Guanqi's chest. His black hair turned red, and the tips of his hair turned golden.
By the way, have I told you that your hair color is actually very beautiful?
Li Guanqi wrapped a few strands of her hair around her fingertips.
The red color is very beautiful, and the golden color at the end of the hair is also beautiful. I have always felt beautiful. It is really beautiful. This is the color of my feathers back then. For your taste,
As Xie Huang talked, he seemed to feel that something was wrong. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Li Guanqi felt that her cold and charming voice seemed to have softened at this moment, and she became a little more delicate.
Hey, human.
Evil Phoenix did not raise his head, just curled up in Li Guanqi's arms, and whispered,
This is not the state I want to show. It is all the influence of that silly girl on me. Do you know? Please don't misunderstand. Stinky human being. It's her who loves you. Not me. I didn't fall in love with you. Phoenix can't fall in love with humans. Species are different. Yeah. I heard it and I know it. You emphasized it twice.
Li Guanqi nodded. But then, he became a little surprised. In other words, it has only been extraordinary for 5 years. And Evil Phoenix has been affected like this. But he remembered that in the apocalypse of the extraordinary 100 years, the Evil Phoenix was still normal. What went wrong?
Evil Phoenix.
Li Guanqi thought of this, and couldn't help but look at her in confusion.
Why does Han Mingyo's love for me affect you? It's not the soul contract you forced me to sign.
Hearing these words, Evil Phoenix suddenly raised his head, glared at Li Guanqi, and said angrily,
The soul contract you forced me to sign when you ran into the sea of consciousness was,
in a way, a master-servant contract with that silly girl. I am a servant. She is the master. And in addition to my current state of living in her sea of consciousness, it is inevitable to be influenced by her. In addition, I had never experienced love at all when I was still alive. Because of you. The silly girl has extremely strong emotions in this area, which is equivalent to using her strengths to attack my shortcomings. Because of this, I am affected by her emotions like this. Ultimately, it's all your fault. You stinking human being.
Li Guanqi was stunned.
So that's it. So what to do?
Li Guanqi scratched his head.
Let me leave.
Evil Phoenix lowered his head again, lay on his chest, and whispered,
Find me a phoenix egg so that I can leave this girl's body alive. Without her influence, I should be able to return to normal.
Okay,
I'll try to find it.
Li Guanqi rubbed her head. Evil Phoenix didn't resist, and even seemed to enjoy it a little. When Li Guanqi saw this, he had a deeper understanding of the extent to which Evil Phoenix had been affected.
So, can you tell me your story?
Li Guanqi lowered his head slightly, looked at the Evil Phoenix in his arms, and said softly,
You have always been unwilling to mention it before. I asked you, but you always didn't tell me. Mengyao asked you, but you didn't tell me. So now you can talk about it. Well, tell me, what was the era you lived in? I want to hear it. Tell me about it. Okay? I was being stubborn.
Evil Phoenix raised his head and looked at him depressedly.
It's not that I don't want to talk about the past things, but I have forgotten many things. My soul that lives in the heart of the Phoenix is actually just a broken remnant soul. Because of this, many memories are lost and all that remains are fragments of memories. But these memory fragments are not systematic. And speaking of them will only make you feel confused. In addition to memory, a lot of my knowledge is also in a state of being activated. I need to encounter corresponding situations before I can remember it. Otherwise I can't remember it at all. Just like the bloody mask in the museum. I only think about it after I get close. How to get through this natural spiritual barrier. However, the bloodlines of the Phoenix clan are actually connected to each other. In your words, the Phoenix bloodline is actually a shared neural network connected to the main server of the Phoenix clan. As long as I am possessed by a real pure-blooded Phoenix, I can use the Phoenix blood to reactivate my original self. All the memories left in the Phoenix server. Can you understand my analogy? Anyway, all you need to know is that if you give me a Phoenix egg, I can restore all my memories and even find my way home. Find your way home?
Li Guanqi was stunned.
Didn't your Phoenix clan become extinct because of the Dharma ending age? Was it migration? Anyway, this is what my incomplete memory shows.
Evil Phoenix looked hesitant.
I vaguely remember that the elders of the wealthy clan saw the future of the Dharma ending age. So they migrated away from the planet in advance and flew to the depths of the galaxy to find another home. However, some phoenixes were left behind. I should be one of them. Because I am the evil Phoenix. A criminal of the Phoenix clan. What have you done?
Li Guanqi couldn't help but ask.
Cannot remember.
Evil Phoenix shook his head,
looking disappointed. Anyway, between Mengyao and I, you are not a criminal.
Li Guanqi held her face with both hands, looked at her beautiful golden and red eyes, and said seriously,
You are kind to Mengyao. And you are kind to me. Besides, when you fought against the Yu dynasty in Lugui village paper Taoist Lugui, without your help, the consequences would be disastrous.
Hearing this, Xie Huang blinked and raised the corners of his mouth slightly.
By the way, did you Phoenix live earlier than the Yu dynasty 1,000,000 years ago?
Li Guanqi asked curiously.
Uncertain.
Evil Phoenix looked thoughtful.
I can only say that there are human figures in my incomplete memory. But there is no memory about the Yu dynasty. Alright.
Li Guanqi smiled helplessly.
That's it. Let's not talk about this anymore. When I can find a living Phoenix egg, I'll ask you to help me solve the mystery of prehistory.
Xie Huang nodded lightly, then moved his eyes down, looking at Li Guanqi's lower body, with a slight hook in the corner of his mouth.
Although we have done it before, this time is different. While the girl is asleep, are you coming?
Li Guanqi was stunned.
I'm just kidding you.
Xie Huang smiled and looked away, then lowered his head, lay on Li Guanqi's chest, and said softly, Let's go. After saying that, she slowly closed her eyes, and her long golden red hair quickly returned to its original black color. Han Mengyu's soul is about to break through the 3rd level and is currently sleeping. The evil Phoenix has also returned to the sea of consciousness at this moment and no longer controls the physical body. So this body is in a state of sleep.
Buzz?
Li Guanqi gently pinched the sleeping Hanmingyu's face, then closed his eyes, and his whole body shone with blood. Emulator. Open. These days, he simulates the next direction of reality every morning to see if there will be what the heart of time and space calls a
Sudden new change.
that is, an event related to the 5th round of luck disputes. Although there was no movement in the previous 39 days, this does not mean that it will not appear. Day 40 of the simulation. Continue. Chapter 468 Egypt. Khufu's Pyramid. The Black Cat reappears. Heart of time and space. On the land shrouded in black mist. Li Guanqi came here again. Looking at the light screen panel, he couldn't help but be curious.
Hey, brother time and space. Since you have autonomous consciousness, wouldn't you be bored staying here all day? After all, you feel quite lonely.
I'm not a human being. You don't need to use human thinking to consider my situation. This is a meaningless thing. I have wisdom and consciousness. But this does not mean that I also have the same emotions and ideas as humans. Loneliness as you understand it does not exist here. And I will not feel
Bored?
in the universe. There is a kind of advanced intelligent creature called
Stone bug.
except for the mating period. They spend tens of thousands of years in the same place as an immovable stone. What do you think? Will they be boring? Li Guanqi thought about it and found that it was indeed the case. The species are all different. So let's not talk about anything else. But then, isn't it even weirder that Evil Phoenix, as a bird, fell in love with the way human bodies mate? Forget it. Don't think about these weird things.
Okay, let's start the daily simulation.
Li Guanqi waved his hand casually. Start simulation. On the 40th day after returning to reality, you get up as usual and do your usual things. Around noon, you received a call from Lin Xianbai. He said that he discovered a time-honored formation in the pyramid of Khufu in Egypt, and he hopes you can go and help decipher it.
You have never simulated this matter these days.
Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed. So, has it finally happened? Events related to the 5th round of luck battle? You were invited to the pyramid of Khufu, and with the help of the snow gun, you successfully broke through the formation inside the pyramid. You saw 12 mummies, and the black cat you haven't seen for a long time.
Black cat?
Li Guanqi was shocked. Was it the black cat that first rescued Han Mingyao in the alley and later appeared in his dreams? Snow Gun said that Black Cat is setting up a formation, and once this formation is completed, it will resurrect the 12 mummies, but the price will be to deprive at least tens of millions of people of their lives. This formation connects several cities, using the lives of modern mortals in exchange for the resurrection of these 12 advanced life forms. You and Lin Xianbai naturally decided to stop it. You defeated Black Cat easily, but at the same time as the Black Cat died, there was a noise deep in the pyramid, and a mummy worthy of Bagua level came out. You tried your best and fought with the mummy for most of Egypt, but in the end, you still couldn't decide the winner.
In the end, 2 streams of light flew from the sky. 1 sword and 1 sword, helping you completely turn the tide of the battle and kill the mummy completely. Question mark.
With 1 sword and 1 sword, who else in this era can help me turn the tide of the war?
Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Show identity of helper? Note, it is not recommended to show it, because this matter is harmless, and will be kept secret for the time being. On the contrary, it will help to increase your expectations and enthusiasm for this matter, and it will help to increase the joy of life.
Wait! 1 sword and 1 sword. I should have guessed it.
Li Guanqi's brows gradually relaxed, and then he couldn't help but smile.
But I have never been in contact with that person. How can he be resurrected to reality? Is this the resurrection privilege of the extraordinary first person? Very good. I like very much. Okay. Since it's harmless, let's not show it and continue the simulation.
You devoured the bodies of those mummies, and your strength increased greatly. This is how the Egyptian incident is resolved. On the 45th day, you suddenly felt that the 5th round of luck was coming towards you. With the help of luck, you successfully completed the breakthrough of your soul, and your strength increased greatly. On the 46th day, a monster attack occurred in Switzerland. But a mysterious strongman took action and instantly killed the 3-level monster and saved everyone in the shopping mall building. Lin Xianbai discovered through investigating the video that it was Chishan who was resurrected into reality. With the strong learning ability brought by his strong soul, he has passed a bunch of doctoral degrees and skill certificates. Now he is working as the chief researcher of a psychic technology research company in Geneva, Switzerland. He not only bought a house, but also cheated on 3 girlfriends at the same time.
Life is going smoothly. Wait a minute. There's no need to simulate these repeated events. Just skip them. Li Guanqi quickly interrupted. On the 60th day, the sixth strange world arrives. Simulation ends. Ending, deterrence the whole world. Although your battle in Egypt only affected the desert area and there were no human casualties, the resulting battlefield environment also frightened everyone. Following the London Brontosaurus, you once again made people understand the power of extraordinary power. Powerful. Ending reward, how to crack the pyramid formation. Buzz? A stream of mixed information emerged in Li Guanqi's mind. As the reward introduction said, it was a method to crack a certain complex formation. A Bagua-level mummy, did she jump too much all at once? It's clear that the fourth battle of destiny is just a 4-elephant-level cursed spirit. After Li Guanqi received the reward for cracking the method, he couldn't help but think about it. But maybe it didn't jump too much? After all, the two 7-star peak, one sword, have been resurrected into reality. Under some unknown involvement, the fifth fate battle has mutated, and it is not so incomprehensible to jump directly to the Bagua level. Okay, let's go. Brother time and space. Li Guanqi thought of this, and waved his hand towards the light screen panel in front of him. The next moment, his figure flickered and disappeared in this world shrouded in black mist. Bedroom? Li Guanqi, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes, glanced at Han Mengyao, who was sleeping beside him, reached out and pinched the other person's face. Xie Huang, come out for a moment. She slowly opened her golden red vertical pupils. What's wrong? How long will it take for Mengyu's soul to wake up? Li Guanqi asked. About half a day. Evil Phoenix looked at him with interest. What? You can't wait for just a moment? Let her sleep a little longer and wake up when I come back. Li Guanqi stood up and casually took the clothes on the hanger next to him. With a hook of his fingers, the clothes automatically flew to him, automatically finding his arms to put them through, as if he had some intelligence. Hey, where are you going? Xie Huang sat up from the bed, the worry on his brows undisguised, and even a little anxious. Just stay at home and watch TV. Li Guanqi walked to the bedroom door, put his right hand on the doorknob, turned around and glanced at Xie Huang with a smile. If nothing else happens, it should be a big event that will be broadcast live around the world. Gone. He withdrew his gaze and pushed the door open. Don't worry, Evil Phoenix. I can handle it. The sun is high. In Yuqing, at the top of a towering tower, Li Guanqi stood on it, holding a mobile phone in his right hand, quietly waiting for Lin Xianbai's call. Since the simulated route is like that, and has been solved satisfactorily, there is no need for him to act arbitrarily on his own to avoid adding more variables. Well, it should be coming soon? Li Guanqi looked up at the sky, looking at the brilliant sky, and whispered to himself. Near noon, for the simulator. It's almost 12 noon now. Didi! A few minutes later, Li Guanqi's cell phone rang. Hello? He put the phone to his ear. Guanqi, you've been on vacation for so long. Why don't you go out for a walk? Lin Xianbai's slightly smiling voice came from the phone. Obviously, it can be known from Taoist Master Lin's relaxed attitude at this time that the other party has no idea that the matters involved in the pyramid incident will actually involve a gossip-level mummy. If it weren't for the existence of Li Guanqi and the one sword, this mummy would be enough to destroy the world in this era. Tell me about it. Li Guanqi held his mobile phone, overlooking the entire Yuqing, and asked calmly, What's going on? Something's happened in Egypt. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xianbai's gentle voice slowly sounded. Do you know the Pyramid of Khufu? It is the largest pyramid in the world. A month ago, Peng discovered that the aura concentration index here began to explode. At that time, I thought as you finally returned to reality, please spend more time with Miss Han. So, instead of looking for you immediately, I chose to go to the pyramids by myself. As a result, I followed the flow of spiritual energy and found a secret passage deep in the Pyramid of Khufu. Then you must not believe it. Well, do you know Anubis? No. Li Guanqi nodded. An Egyptian god with a dog's head. Well, you can say that. Although generally speaking, we usually call it a jackal head. The jackal is a common wild dog that scavenges for carrion in graveyards. Anubis, to put it simply, is a god in Egyptian mythology who is in charge of death, funerals, etc. Although he has a dog-headed body, his dog head is a handsome dog head. Ah, No, this is not the case. Important. Too far gone. The most important thing is that after I walked through the secret passage deep in the pyramid and entered another space area, I found many dog-headed figures that looked like Anubis there, wearing ancient Egyptian armor, holding spear creature. They are guardians. The strength of these Anubis was not strong, only at the level of the 3 talented body-refining realm, and the final captain was only at the level of an ordinary 4 elephant level alien blood human. I easily solved them and transported them back to Punlai for research. But this is not the end. What these Anubis are guarding is a golden alloy door. That is not a door that the ancient Egyptian civilization could build at all. And it is even more outrageous than the pyramids they built, because it is an alloy door with a glow. The alloy door is incredibly hard and I couldn't open it anyway. Moreover, the gate is also shrouded in a formation. I tried to crack it for a month, but in the end there was no way. After testing, the aura concentration index inside has been soaring. I don't think I can put it off any longer, and I can't explain it clearly on the phone. How about you come and help me? Wait for me. Boom!
Li Guanqi hung up the phone and was enveloped by a strong wind, which instantly penetrated the sky and reached the horizon. Chapter 469, Deep in the Pyramid. The Great Witch Shu of the Yu Dynasty. Egypt. Yellow sand fills the sky. In the vast expanse of desert, the massive pyramid of Khufu stands tall. Its worn surface seems to be announcing its antiquity to the world.
Boom!
On the horizon, a green hurricane fell from the sky and landed on the top of the pyramid. And here, there was already a young man in black robe waiting quietly.
Dao Zhonglin, your left hand has grown well. By the way, the surrounding area has been completely cleared. No one has been seen all the way here.
The strong wind gradually dissipated, and a figure wearing black clothes and an ice crystal mask appeared in front of Lin Xianbai, floating in the air. It was Li Guanqi.
The arms have long since grown.
Lin Xianbai nodded.
As for clearing the place, the aura concentration index here has soared so abnormally. Of course, it has to be cleared. This place has ceased to be a tourist attraction a month ago, and all nearby scenic spots have also been cleared, including those residential areas. They have all moved to other places now. Wait, you don't even read the news?
He had a look of helplessness on his face.
This matter has already caused a stir on the internet. After all, this is a large-scale clearance. I thought you would pay attention to world news. I rarely look at that thing. Speaking of which, no wonder there won't be any casualties by then. It turns out that the area around here has been cleared by you.
Li Guanqi suddenly understood, then looked at Lin Xianbai and asked,
Did your secret prompt explain anything? No.
Lin Xianbai shrugged.
This thing doesn't come every day. Who knows when it will come? When it won't come. Anyway, the pyramid matter has been delayed for too long, and I felt a little uneasy. So I called you over. The pyramid of Khufu.
Li Guanqi lowered his head, looked at the large-scale triangular building under his feet, and chuckled.
Is this the legendary largest pyramid in the world? I searched for relevant information on the way here and found it quite interesting. One of the 7 wonders of the world. The largest of the ancient Egyptian pyramids. It is 146.59 meters high, which is equivalent to the height of a 40-story building. Stones of various sizes weigh from 1.5 tons to 50 tons. And the total weight of the entire pyramid is nearly 7 million tons. It is the largest among the 110 pyramids discovered in Egypt. An almost solid boulder. A human miracle that took more than 100,000 craftsmen about 20 years to complete. It was the tallest building in the world before the Eiffel Tower was built. A bunch of titles, which sounds very powerful. Egyptian civilization is mysterious.
Lin Xianbai nodded.
The same is true for Khufu's pyramid. Some people also say that this thing was built on Earth by an alien civilization.
Li Guanqi smiled and said,
Because the difficulty of building a pyramid is too high, it is completely unlikely that ancient people could do it. Taoist priest Lin, what do you think of this statement? I personally don't believe it.
Lin Xianbai shook his head gently and said calmly,
I think that the people of the ancient Egyptian civilization did indeed accomplish this miracle by themselves through various intelligent methods. Plus a lot of labor. Huh? You means?
As he spoke, he frowned slightly.
You want to say that those cobalt creatures that look like Anubis are aliens? But I've seen it. They don't have intelligence. In addition to their strong bodies, they are almost the same as beasts. Their brain development is very low, and their soul strength is only at the first level. I don't think they're aliens either.
Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly.
But They should be biological guards created by ancient people. An ancient that is far older than the ancient times we are familiar with. You Chow?
Lin Xianbai's complexion changed slightly.
Go and have a look.
Li Guanqi said nothing more.
Take me to the alloy door you found. No matter what the truth is, it's time to reveal it. Follow me.
Lin Xianbai nodded. And then with a thought, the aura of the law of earth enveloped his whole body. And his whole body merged directly into the pyramid under his feet. And soon disappeared.
Earth.
Li Guanqi was slightly stunned. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth. The law of earth is a power that can only be mastered by the 5 elements leveled Dzogchen conjurer. When he first arrived, he noticed that Lin Xianbai had an aura of 5 elements perfection on his body, which seemed to be the great perfection of the 5 elements level. Now it seemed that it was not a suspicion, but a reality. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but call up the extraordinary rankings and take a look. 2. Tao follows nature. Under 1 person. Level, LV59. Obviously it was only level 54 40 days ago. It seems that Lin Xianbai's talent in law understanding is quite strong.
Watching chess?
Seeing that he hadn't followed for a long time, Lin Xianbai poked his head out of Khufu's pyramid and looked at him in surprise.
What's wrong? It's okay. You lead the way.
Li Guanqi came back to his senses, and used the power of the law of earth to merge directly into the stones building the pyramid. He followed Lin Xianbai's aura and constantly shuttled through the stones of the pyramid. The pyramid of Khufu is almost solid. But it is only almost. In fact, there is still a considerable amount of internal space. Under the leadership of Lin Xianbai, Li Guanqi gradually came to the end of a seemingly ordinary secret passage. This place seems to be no different from other places inside the pyramid. They are just ordinary stones and walls. However, this is only the effect of seeing with the eye. For Li Guanqi today, within this area with a diameter of 3 meters, there is a strange spatial fluctuation. Is it a space portal? Is there a hidden space portal here that connects to another small space?
Didn't you break through to Lioha level?
Lin Xianbai's figure emerged from the stone wall like a piece of muddy water, and then quickly transformed into a human form. He also randomly blessed himself with a night vision technique.
With your understanding of the laws of space, you should be able to detect this.
Is there a problem with the space? Certainly.
Li Guanqi followed closely and walked out of the wall. Then looked at Lin Xianbai in surprise.
But how did you find out? Aren't you the 5 elements level perfection? If people can't do it, they can borrow foreign things.
Lin Xianbai pointed at a golden ring on his left hand.
It never hurts to prepare more detection instruments of various types. Also, I haven't reached consummation at the 5 elements level yet. I have only understood the law of the 5 elements now. And my spiritual strength has not been increased yet. If my spiritual strength is also perfected, plus my soul strength, I can break through the LV.60 mark now, instead of being stuck at LV.59. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go in. I am the Anubis creature I discovered in this small space connected here.
With that said, Lin Xianbai poured spiritual power into the golden ring, as if he was preparing to use the effect of this space magic weapon to activate the space portal here.
Have you transported all those Anubis creatures to Pumlai headquarters?
Li Guanqi asked curiously.
In other words, if I want to see those kobolds, do I have to go to Longhu Mountain? It depends on your needs.
Lin Xianbai poured spiritual power into the golden ring, causing it to explode with golden light.
He smiled and said, if you don't mind, there is a half-dead Anubis creature inside. You can also satisfy your curiosity.
Oh! Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly.
What do you mean? Half-dead? And you didn't transport that end? No luck.
Lin Xianbai shook his head gently, but did not explain much.
Anyway, you will know it later when you see it. There is no point in talking about it now. Let me do it.
Li Guanqi saw that he hadn't finished it for a long time, so he waved his hand gently and used the power of space laws to forcibly activate the space portal here. Boom! A burst of strong spatial fluctuations broke out, and then the space in front of Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai became distorted, with circles of ripples appearing like stirred water.
It's not a small space.
Li Guanqi was stunned.
It turns out that it is a folded part of the space area. This place is not connected to another place. That place is right here. Right in place. It is just folded up that we can't see or touch it.
Space folding ability?
Lin Xianbai had a solemn look on his face.
Isn't this an ability that only 7 stars have? Yeah, let's go!
Li Guanqi nodded.
then took a step forward and walked toward the trembling space in front of him. After a few steps, he was completely submerged and disappeared. Lin Xianbai followed closely behind. Nani? Watermelons are so expensive here. Damn! What's the point? What are you saying? Nana. Nothing. In a high-end supermarket in Tokyo, Japan, Wang Xiu waved his hand, pushed the shopping cart, and regretfully turned around to leave the fruit section. Suddenly, he stopped, turned his head slightly, and looked to the left. Build! From the shelf next to him, a tall woman wearing a couple's outfit came out, casually took Wang Xiu's arm, and then looked at him solemnly. Do you feel it? Certainly. Wang Xiu nodded lightly. It's a spatial fluctuation. A very strong spatial fluctuation. Space is actually like a piece of water. In the strange world, there were countless strong people above the Lyoha level. Every moment in the world, there were many people using the laws of space to cause space fluctuations, stir the water surface, and cause water ripples. Because of this, in the strange world, they are actually very insensitive to space fluctuations. After all, the water surface is constantly being stirred. But it's different in this era. There is almost no spatial fluctuation in this era, and the water surface is almost completely still. At this time, there was a sudden space fluctuation, and the calm water surface was stirred. So even though they were far apart, they still felt it. What do you think is going on? Wang Xiu looked at the tall woman in surprise. We have to go check it out, the woman said seriously. We 7 stars are almost the strongest in this era. Since we have been resurrected to this era, it is a gift from God. In return, we must also take responsibility and protect the people of this era. This is also a way of being a chivalrous person, isn't it? Wang Xiu was speechless for a moment. I've never heard of a protector of the world who can't even afford watermelon. You? Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but laugh. She smiled charmingly, raised her right index finger, and tapped Wang Xiu's eyebrow lightly. Okay, let's go there and have a look. Wang Xiu stretched out his hand and held the other person's little hand with gentle eyes. In this life, no matter what you say, I will listen to you. Xingzha. Ha ha ha. The smile on Takeda Kose's face became brighter and brighter, and he couldn't help humming a brisk tune. At this time, the joy in his heart was almost beyond words. But then, she seemed to remember something. Her expression suddenly changed. Her smile disappeared, and she turned to glare at Wang Xiu fiercely. No! You're a guy who knows how to lie to women. I don't believe you. Just like when you told me that you wanted to. Ahem. So what? Let's quickly investigate the place where the spatial fluctuations occurred. Hey! Don't run! Back then you! Can't hear! Can't hear! This is not another space. This is still inside the pyramid of Khufu. Here is a folded internal space of the pyramid. After Li Guanqi passed through the wall formed by the folding of space, he looked at the open square that appeared in front of him and said with solemn eyes, Is there an internal folded space that has not been detected by humans? Lin Xianbai stood beside him, looking forward with a serious expression. In front of them, there was an extremely open square. The floor was paved with silver-white tiles. The surrounding walls and ceiling were all made of a golden alloy material with a metallic luster, and there were strips of golden light all over it. The texture looks extremely magical. But what is even more magical is the giant golden gate at the end of the square. The gate was about 20 meters high and 5 meters wide. It was golden in color, but it was definitely not made of gold. Otherwise, with the hardness of gold, Lin Xianbai would have penetrated it long ago. In the center of this giant golden door, there is a golden ball embedded in the door, emitting dazzling golden light. But in fact, compared to the golden gate and the golden ball, the most eye-catching thing is actually the golden mask located at the bottom of the golden gate. The photo mask is not big, only 3 meters in diameter. But inside the golden light shield, there were several mutilated corpses and pieces of armor suspended. It was obviously a black, dog-headed human body, resembling the remains of the corpse of Anubis in Egyptian mythology. In addition to these body parts, there are also some golden armor fragments and golden spear fragments broken into 3 pieces in the golden light shield. The only thing they have in common is that they are recovering, including the body fragments of the Anubis creature. These armor fragments and spear fragments are all in the process of slow recovery. Judging from the speed of their recovery, it is estimated that it will only take a few months to fully recover. That's enough. Is this the body of Anubis you said you wanted to show me?
Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai beside him and frowned.
Why does it stay here? To be precise, it is Captain Anubis, the strongest creature, with peak combat power at the level of 4 elephants.
Lin Xianbai looked at the Anubis creature that had recovered under the golden light, and said solemnly,
At that time, there were 100 Anubis creatures standing in this square, and they all woke up after I got close. The others are all at the 3 talent level, but this one is at the 4 image level. And the most important thing is, after I defeated this Anubis creature and even dismembered it, the golden ball of light on the golden gate suddenly released golden light, forming the golden mask you see. All the body parts of Captain Anubis were sucked into it. This golden mask is obviously repairing Captain Anubis's body and helping it to resurrect. I've tried cracking it, but to no avail.
Speaking of this, Lin Xianbai shook his head slightly.
I can't open the golden door, nor can I break through the golden light shield. So now I'm here.
Li Guanqi stepped forward and said in his mind,
Xiaoxu, is there any way to break this golden mask? Have.
Shishua's soft voice sounded.
The energy source of this mask is the golden ball of light on the giant golden door at the back. Therefore, if you want to break the golden mask, you must first buckle the golden ball of light from the door. I can do this. When the golden light ball falls off the golden door, the golden light mask naturally dissipates. Although the formation structure in this place is extremely new and unfamiliar, and I have never even seen anything similar, the flow of spiritual power and the basic logic of the formation are still very simple, and I can easily decipher it. Then let's get started. Xiaoxua.
Li Guanqi passed by the golden light shield covering the body of Captain Anubis, and when he came to the front of the golden gate, his whole body floated out of thin air, 10 meters above the ground. He was on the same level as the golden ball of light embedded in the center of the giant golden door. Although the simulator rewarded him with a solution, he still hoped to reach an agreement with the simulator and let Xiaoxua break through.
Reach out and touch this glowing ball. Master,
Xiaoxua said. Li Guanqi immediately followed the instructions, raised his right hand and placed it on the golden ball of light, which was the size of a watermelon. Buzz! After just a few seconds, the golden ball of light suddenly erupted into golden light, which was several times more dazzling than the original golden light. But after this, its golden light began to flicker, flickering on and off. Soon, the golden gate also began to shake.
Boom!
As the golden gate shook violently, the gradually dimming golden ball of light finally fell off from the golden gate and fell to the ground with a bang. It lost its light and revealed its true identity as a yellow metal ball. At the same time, the golden light shield on the ground also dissipated, and the fragments of Captain Anubis' body inside were scattered on the ground. Rumble! Li Guanqi didn't hesitate for a moment, and directly reached out and pushed open the golden door. Without the energy blessing of the golden light ball, this giant golden door no longer has any magical qualities. Although it is extremely heavy, it is still easy to push it open under the power of Li Guanqi.
Long time no see. Black Cat.
After completely pushing the golden door open, Li Guanqi looked at the unexpected scene inside the door. His eyes slightly condensed. Inside the giant golden door, there is a silver-white hall. On the ground in the center of the hall, there is a circular altar carved with complicated patterns. The patterns on it are shining with bursts of golden light. 12 ancient mummies are placed in different positions. In the middle of the formation, there was a black cat crouching on the ground. It was the mysterious black cat that Li Guanqi knew. At this time, the black cat had a gold necklace hanging around his neck and gold rings on his limbs and ankles, making him look a bit more luxurious and mysterious.
Yes. Long time no see. Li Guanqi.
The black cat looked at Li Guanqi, who slowly walked into the hall and kept talking.
So, you are actually Pharaoh Khufu of Egypt?
Li Guanqi glanced at the 12 ancient mummies on the altar.
And these are the other ancient Egyptian strongmen you are planning to resurrect? No, I'm not that boy from Unihufu.
The black cat's green vertical pupils glowed with a seductive green light, and there was a hint of smile in his voice.
These 12 mummies are not from the ancient Egyptians thousands of years ago, but from the Yu dynasty people from millions of years ago.
What? Lin Xianbai, who walked in behind, heard this and his expression suddenly changed.
Who are you?
Li Guanqi looked at the black cat and asked in a deep voice.
I.
Black cat smiled softly.
The first time I woke up, everything I saw was yellow sand. I led the humans in this desert to build cities and civilization. Gradually, they called me Pharaoh. But actually, I prefer to call myself Great Witch Yu. Yu Chao. Great Witch wishes.
Chapter 470 Black Cat's Inquiry.
Great Witch wishes.
Hearing Black Cat's words, Lin Xianbai looked solemn, glanced at the 12 mummies on the altar, and gritted his teeth.
So, they are the Xian guards of the Yu dynasty? 12 of your 36 Xian guards? Yes.
The Black Cat nodded slightly, with a hint of regret in his charming green vertical pupils.
Unfortunately, I have been looking for them for a long time, but I only found 12 of them. Also, if you were in Lugui back then, if Lugui had not been destroyed so completely, I might still have 13 Xianwei left. Owner!
At this time, Shishua's voice rang in Li Guanqi's mind.
There's something weird about that altar. That altar is a formation, and its specific structure is very complicated. Let me tell you simply, it's the Black Cat who is planning to take down the mortals in 12 cities. Life. To wake up those 12 half-dead corpses. Because one of the lines of this altar formation feels very familiar to me. The city of London we visited before had this smell. According to the structural logic of the altar formation, the other 11 lines must also connect 11 large cities. This Black Cat wants to use the lives of tens of millions of people to resurrect the 12 people under it. We must destroy this formation. Otherwise, in at most 10 days, this formation will be completely activated, taking away the life energy of tens of millions of people.
There are still 10 days left, fortunately.
Do you want Yu Chao to come back?
Li Guanqi heard Shishua's words and looked at the Black Cat with a murderous intent.
But I don't understand. If you really want to do this, thousands of years ago, you led the Egyptian people to establish the Pharaoh dynasty. Time! Why not do this? From that period on, even if your spiritual energy has not recovered much, you can still dominate the world again and rebuild the Yu dynasty. Right. As you said, the aura of that period was far from being officially revived.
Black Cat looked at Li Guanqi calmly and smiled.
Because of this, although I woke up at that time, I did not regain my extraordinary power. In view of the factors of the times, I was not able to expand the Pharaoh's dynasty in a short time. Give it enough time. Indeed, I could have done this thousands of years ago. After all, at that time, humans in your era were still in a very primitive period.
And there were few ethnic groups in the world that could be called civilized. But I don't have time. Not long after waking up, I fell into a deep sleep again. When I wake up again,
Having said this, the Black Cat lowered his head slightly, looked at the Black Cat body he was wearing at this time, and said with a slight smile,
I became a cat. Although I liked cats very much when I established the Pharaoh dynasty, I really didn't expect that after waking up again after thousands of years, I would actually become a cat. But it's a pity that it's not an Egyptian cat.
Li Guanqi frowned slightly.
Today is different from thousands of years ago. Today, spiritual energy has completely begun to recover rapidly, and you have regained your strength. So you are ready to resurrect your original subordinates, sweep the world again, and rebuild the Yu dynasty? This world belongs to us.
Black Cat looked at Li Guanqi calmly.
Humans in your era are the latecomers. First come, first served. You should have given way. This is reasonable, isn't it? But you have been gone for 1,000,000 years.
Hearing this, Lin Xiaobai said coldly,
in a team, it is only reasonable for the person standing in the front to leave, and the people behind to fill in. As for the person in front of him later turning back, then he is no longer the person in front of him. He also needs to queue up again. Otherwise, it will be illegal to jump in line. He.
Black Cat let out a deep laugh.
I was not good at arguing a long time ago, and I am still the same now. I have been convinced by you. Indeed, when our Yu dynasty returns again, it seems that we are really jumping in line. But so what? What? It's not reasonable. Let's talk about fists.
It stared straight at Li Guanqi with its beguiling green vertical pupils.
Human, you are growing up really fast. But, as I told you, time and destiny's children complement each other. The times will push you, and you will push the times. The faster your cultivation level improves, the faster the spiritual energy of this era will recover. When you return to this world with this cultivation level, the concentration of spiritual energy in some places in this world begins to soar, and some ancient and powerful things of this era gradually begin to revive. And I was lucky enough to find them. In other words, the stronger you are, the stronger the things I can find in this era. You are strong, but you are only strong relative to this era. The things I found are from the previous era, from the strong men from the Yu dynasty. You are no match. Human being, how about joining me? Li Guanqi. You will take the position of the first Xianwei of the Yu dynasty. Below me, and above 10,000 people.
The black cat's voice seemed to have an unspeakable bewitchment that shook people's hearts.
The new era has no room for old things.
Li Guanqi looked at it expressionlessly and said calmly,
Great Witch Yu. The Yu dynasty is in the past. If you can let go of the past, live peacefully, and stop thinking about rebuilding the Yu dynasty, I can spare your life. After all, you are kind to Mengyao. Back then, in that alley, if you hadn't been the first to delay, Mengyao wouldn't have been able to withstand the help of the one-armed man behind her, let alone me who came in the end. I always repay kindness. I remember your kindness, so I can give you a chance to live.
Having said this, Li Guanqi pointed to the altar at the foot of the black cat.
Disable this formation. Of course you can resurrect your 12 mysterious guards. There is nothing wrong with resurrecting old friends. But the method of resurrection should not be in the form of 12 a city, at the cost of tens of millions of mortal lives. It shouldn't be like this, and I won't allow it. Why shouldn't it be?
The black cat looked at him in surprise.
Tens of millions of mortals are just mortals. But as long as my 12 mysterious guards are resurrected, they can immediately return to a cultivation system comparable to yours under the influence of the aura of this era. 7-star cultivation level. Isn't it worthwhile to exchange the lives of tens of millions of mortals for the lives of 12 7-star experts? Life is neither noble nor cheap, nor high or low, nor can it be used for comparison and measurement.
Lin Xianbai shouted in a deep voice.
Ha 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 ha.
As soon as he said this, Black Cat threw his head back and laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. After a while, it calmed down its smile slightly, and looked at Lin Xianbai with a hint of sarcasm in its voice.
Lin Xianbai, I know you. In my opinion, you are more childish than Li Guanqi. You are just a little kid who will never grow up. Sinks into his own dream world all day long. How can you understand that the beautiful world in your dreams will never appear in this world? Not just humans, but any creature with intelligence and desires will not form the social situation in your dreams. Because that is simply impossible. There will always be a hero who slays the dragon. However, brave men will always gradually turn into the next evil dragon, and then wait for the next brave man to slay the dragon to appear. The brave man slays the evil dragon, and the brave man becomes the evil dragon. This is a cycle, because life is divided into high and low, and there are inherent highs and lows between people's lives. When you step out of the quagmire, pull down the beings who are above you, and then stand on a high position, you will start to think, ah, it is so comfortable to be high up, but I can't let those pigs in the mire below come up again. Now, I have to hold them down. This is the ultimate principle of the universe. You should understand. So stop dreaming about your fairy tale dreams. Lin Xianbai, if you really want to realize the beautiful world in your dream, you might as well come down from your high Mount Longhu and go to the ground to see those people who collectively pay their salaries, but can't get their wages, but are secretly tricked by their bosses. Revenge migrant workers. You can't even solve these things, and you still stay on the top of the mountain all day long dreaming of your fairy tale. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous.
At the end of the sentence, Black Cat threw his head back and laughed again.
You?
Lin Xianbai's face changed drastically, and he gritted his teeth. But for a while, he couldn't say anything to refute.
There's more.
However, the Black Cat obviously hadn't finished speaking yet. He looked at Lin Xianbai and continued to smile.
You said that life is not distinguished by high or low? Then let me ask you. If killing 10,000 people can save your parents and loved ones, what will you do? Not to kill? What about 1,000 people? Will you kill or not? 100 people? 10 people? Not so much. Just one. Just one. Would you trade the life of a stranger for the lives of your parents, relatives, friends, and everyone you care about? No. 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 No need to answer me.
Black Cat looked at Lin Xianbai and smiled softly.
Just keep the answer to this question in your heart. As for whether your previous sentence life is not divided into high and low is right or wrong, you should also keep the answer in your heart.
It's true from the bottom of my heart. There's no need to say it out loud. After all, it's okay to lie to others, but there's no need to lie to yourself. I won't kill.
Lin Xianbai looked calm. Even though Black Cat told him not to say anything, he still said seriously,
Life is life, regardless of high or low, let alone high or low. The lives of my relatives are not more important than the lives of strangers. Not to mention a person. Even if it means killing a criminal with a long history of crimes to save the lives of my whole family. I will not kill him, because the fate of criminals depends on how the law should deal with it. I will not define the fate of criminals without authorization because of my own selfishness. If the sin does not lead to death, then there is no death. I didn't lie to you, and I didn't lie to myself. De Wu Zhu, do you think these words you say and these questions you ask can shake my heart? No, you are wrong. It's useless for you to say this. I have long faced my own desires and seen clearly the bad qualities in my human nature. I know what is good about me and what is bad about me. I know what I can and cannot do. I have my bottom line and principles, and they will never be crossed. De Wu Zhu, these words you said cannot shake my true heart. Speaking of this, Lin Xianbai looked at the black cat indifferently. Although his expression was calm, there seemed to be a sonorous voice in his words. The black cat was silent. Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai beside him and was slightly stunned for a moment. This Lin Xianbai will be a good ruler. Xu Yingkong's voice suddenly sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. In the old days, no matter how hard it was, I would have been able to rank high in the Sanctuary Federation. But he wouldn't be a good friend, and he wouldn't be a good family member. The deep voice of the demon sword followed closely. No one would hope that when life and death are at stake, their relatives and friends would still talk about fairness and reason, and ultimately choose to give up their lives for these justices. Xiao Xue don't want the master to be like this. Xishua's soft voice sounded, and she seemed a little hesitant. But she finally said it. That's why people like this are more worthy of our respect. Li Guanqi didn't comment on the conclusion of the 3 artifacts. He just whispered in his mind. You are really interesting. Lin Xianbai. I remember your names. After a long moment of silence, the black cat continued to look at Lin Xianbai with its charming green vertical pupils, and said with complex eyes, I have actually seen many people like you, who stick to their own beliefs all their lives. Justice. But each and every one of them did not live a good life. Or in other words, they could have lived a better life. But they chose to give up because of these justices. You are not a fish. How to know the joy of fish? Lin Xianbai smiled lightly. I don't think I'm suffering much. In fact, I have gained too much. The thing is, you could have gotten much more. Black Cat's voice deepened. That's enough. That's enough. The smile on Lin Xianbai's face became brighter and brighter. It seemed that with each of Black Cat's questions, he had a deeper understanding of his own heart. Black Cat stopped saying anything to Lin Xianbai and turned to look at Li Guanqi. You? Stop. However, Li Guanqi interrupted with a smile. With a flick of his right hand, he took out a snow-tasseled ice gun that emitted ice blue cold mist. The tip of the gun reached the Black Cat. Although I have read the book, I have not actually read it seriously. University. And he did not grow up holding the classics of Taoist sages like Taoist Master Lin. I'm not in the mood to sit and argue with you. Annoy me, and I'll flip the table. And you, Great Witch Xu, have succeeded in annoying me with your ill-intentioned and offensive nonsense. I'm not in the mood to talk to you anymore. Now, you only have 2 choices. 1. You destroy your formation and never think about reviving the Yu dynasty again. This is repaying the favor. Without you, Meng Yao would not have survived in the alley that day. So I am willing to give you this option to live. 2nd, let's fight and decide the outcome of this matter with our fists. Actually, Li Guanqi knew what the final outcome would be. He knew very well that Black Cat would never give up. But he still wanted to give it a try because of the 4 words, repaying kindness. Then return to the most primitive wildness of human beings. The Black Cat closed his eyes and said calmly, Kill! Only the one who is alive in the end has the right to continue speaking. Well, Li Guanqi sighed regretfully. I gave you a chance. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Cat's body exploded and turned into a blood mist, staining the altar. The lowest level gravity technique can be cast with just a thought. The Black Cat's body is just an ordinary animal kitten. And there is no soul in this Black Cat's body. Black Cat, no. Or how the Great Witch Xu controlled this Black Cat body. Li Guanqi didn't understand. But it's not like he hasn't seen this kind of thing before. The Kuroba Shinichi whom he killed at the Sakura Shogunate had similar methods. Therefore, no matter what the method is, in the final analysis, the Great Witch Xu of the Yu dynasty is actually in another place at this time. Which is what the simulator route indicates. The combat power is comparable to that of a Bagua-level mummy. I believe it's not that simple. Lin Xianbai looked at the Black Cat that had turned into a puddle of mincemeat. shrugged, and looked at Li Guanqi beside him. Certainly, Li Guanqi smiled and said. The highlight is yet to come. It will come soon. Well, that. Lin Xianbai suddenly scratched his head, with a strange look on his face, and grabbed a handful of white hair with his right hand. My secret prompt appeared, telling me to run away as fast as I can. Let's go. I can handle it. Li Guanqi looked at the handful of white hair in his hand, and patted the other party's shoulder with emotion. You also know that our strength is not at the same level. And you can't help if you stay. And to be honest, if you continue to do this, Mr. Lin, go down. I'm afraid you won't live to be 50 even if you reach the Jiugang level. Huh? Lin Xianbai didn't say anything. Just laughed. Then turned and left, waving his hand with his back to Li Guanqi. The rest will be left to you. Our extraordinary king. Li Guanqi tilted his head slightly, looking at his retreating back, sighing inwardly. Taoist priest Lin. Taoist priest Lin. You are much more miserable than the so-called king, like me. Adhering to fairness and justice is indeed not a pleasant thing. Call. Li Guanqi held the snow gun in his right hand, raised his head slightly, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. What is refreshing enough? It's satisfying to kill everything you can't stand before you. Boom! The next moment, Li Guanqi suddenly opened his eyes, and his whole body manifested into a body with 3 heads and 6 arms. The flame wings on his back spread out. His limbs burned with blazing arrogance, and the snow gun erupted into icy blue mist, and the surging pressure exploded layer by layer. The faces of his 3 heads are now covered with a layer of ice crystal masks. The eyes of the other 2 heads are closed tightly. Only the face of the middle head reveals a pair of bright blue eyes, like gems. Great Witch wishes. Li Guanqi made a deep voice. The Yu dynasty should be completely a thing of the past. Our era will be led by people of our era. Ah! A hoarse chuckle suddenly came from beneath the altar. Boom! The next moment, the altar shattered, as countless stones flew away. A tall figure covered in white bandages suddenly rushed out. Master, if he smashes the altar, it is equivalent to self-destructing the formation, Xiu said in Li Guanqi's mind. Li Guanqi looked solemn, and did not reply. He just stared at the tall mummy-like figure in front of him. It was more than 3 meters tall, and its whole body was wrapped with layers of slightly dirty gray and white bandages, and its eyes were burning with red flames, like a pair of eyes burning with fire. Although it was restrained, it exuded a mysterious pressure as unpredictable as the abyss and sea. This is the final trump card of the Great Witch Yu, a powerful body from the Yu dynasty millions of years ago, with combat power comparable to Bagua level. The Yu dynasty will inevitably revive. The mummy looked at Li Guanqi seriously with those flaming eyes. Her voice was hoarse, but also heavy and powerful, with a deep and passionate emotion. This is a promise. As a great witch, I will come in the end of the Dharma era and sleep. I can't live up to the promises I made to hundreds of millions of people in the Yu dynasty during the capital city ceremony. You have what you have to do, and I have what I have to do. Li Guanqi nodded, holding the snow gun in his hand tightly. I can understand your motivations. There is no right or wrong in the dispute between you and me today. It's just different positions. But we must eventually come to an end. Then let's have a fight. Great Witch Yu. Chapter 471. Wang Xiu and Takeda Kosei arrive on the battlefield. Silly girl. You really didn't sleep at a good time. You missed all the excitement. When you wake up, you can only watch the replay. Rain City. Mountaintop Villa. Living room. The evil phoenix dominated Han Mingyao's body, wearing a thin lace nightgown, sitting on the sofa, looking at the big TV screen on the wall, with a stunned expression. That was a news channel. Of course, it was not a reporter carrying a camera to shoot on the spot, but using the latest satellite photography technology developed over Chaofan's 4 years, using space satellites as cameras to conduct a real-time live broadcast of the Egyptian pyramids remotely. In the slightly blurry picture, the Pyramid of Khufu, known as one of the 7 wonders of the world, had completely collapsed and was reduced to history in the smoke and dust, and no longer existed. Reason? It's a battle between 2 unknown objects. The reason why I say unknown is because the existing real-time live broadcast technology cannot capture the true appearance of the 2 objects moving and colliding at ultra-high speed. We can only see the facts clearly by waiting for the slow playback of the replay afterwards. The truth is out. As for now, Evil Phoenix looked at the TV screen for a long time, but could only see 2 streams of light, one black and one red, colliding back and forth over the desert. traveling thousands of meters in an instant. The two streams of light collided with each other, and the aftermath of the explosion destroyed the ruins of the Pyramid of Khufu one after another. In fact, there is no open space next to the Pyramid of Khufu. The Pyramid of Khufu is part of the Great Pyramid of Giza. The pyramids in Giza, Egypt, including the Pyramid of Khufu, are all considered as a whole. In fact, they can be regarded as one of the 7 wonders of ancient times. However, the Pyramid of Khufu is the tallest and largest among them. Like other pyramids, they all stand on the desert areas on both sides of the Nile River. Of course, there is no point in discussing this now, because all of these pyramids, including the Pyramid of Khufu, have been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. The battle between the two unknown objects directly destroyed a large area of the Egyptian desert. If Pumlai had not cleared the area around the Pyramid of Khufu within this month, I am afraid that the aftermath would destroy countless Egyptian citizens. Although their battle has not yet affected ordinary people. People from all corners of the world and from all countries are watching the live broadcast with their hearts in their throats, because they know very well that this battle will eventually come to an end. But after it's over, who is the winner? Winner, what will you do next? Beep. Suddenly, the TV screen flashed with snowflakes, and it automatically switched to another screen, which was the face of Lin Xianbai, the leader of Pumlai and the president of Yuqing Chaofan University. Let me be a reporter for a while. Lin Xianbai's handsome face had a relaxed smile, coupled with the bright starry eyes that seemed to be able to speak, which made people feel at ease. Ahem. Now we have to break a news urgently. It happened in Kyrgyzstan, Egypt, in the Battle in Sa district. The identity of one of the parties has been confirmed. He is a human extraordinary person from China, codenamed Extraordinary King. The identity of the other party is currently unknown. But don't worry. Have you ever seen Ultraman fight monsters? When Ultraman defeats the monster, the identity of the monster will naturally become clear. Haha. When I talk like this, I don't seem to be a professional reporter. Forget it. It doesn't matter if it's not professional. It's not professional anyway. Is it still clear to everyone watching the live broadcast? Anyway, it's quite clear from my side. Drinking Coke and eating potato chips while watching Ultraman fight monsters feels a bit like reliving my childhood. Haha. That's it for Pumlai reporter Lin Xianbai's report. It won't affect everyone's continued watching TV. Bye. Beep. The screen flickered for a while, and soon changed back to the live broadcast screen. The stream of light, one black and one red, shuttled over Egypt, was still astonishingly fast and difficult to catch with the naked eye. The only thing that could be seen clearly was the ravines, like a desert area in the abyss of the apocalypse. I specially asked the very good-looking Lin Xianbai to come out, and my words were still in this relaxed and joking style. Is it to prevent ordinary citizens from being too nervous and afraid? Evil Phoenix frowned slightly. Are you pretending to be relaxed? Or are you really relaxed? Can that stinky human being be able to do it? You must come back alive. You stinking human being. Boom! Egypt. The sky is full of yellow sand. Extremely cold frost exploded in the sky, covering an area of 10,000 meters in an instant, directly freezing the space. Freezing the mummy whose body was burning with red flames in midair. And stopped. The next moment, Li Guanqi, with 3 heads and 6 arms, wings of flames on his back, and purple and black demonic flames burning on his body, fell from the sky. At this time, his whole body was covered with magic marks. He was holding the magic knife in one hand, the snow gun in the other hand, and the Qinqian sword in the other hand. The other 3 hands were all pinching, and he forcibly jumped over the level to cast the 7-star gravity blessing power. Continuously add auxiliary power for your next offensive. Boom! The next moment, swords, spears, and swords slashed hard at the surface of the mummy's body, sending it flying thousands of meters. It landed heavily in the desert, causing the earth to tremble and smoke to fill the sky. However, Li Guanqi, who was suspended above the sky, wore an ice crystal mask and could not see his expression. But there was an obvious solemn look in his eyes that turned purple and black due to being possessed by the magic knife. If his attack just now was really effective, he should have cut off the mummy's body directly instead of knocking it away and out of his control. The Bagua-level body is too hard. Li Guanqi gritted his teeth, and then panted heavily on the spot, taking this opportunity to frantically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore the consumed spiritual energy. Facing a mummy that was comparable to the Bagua level, He could only continue to use 7-star gravity skills to bless his body. Otherwise, he would not be able to carry it. However, the gravity technique is actually a one-time attack technique, the kind that can be released and hit once. But now he uses it as a buff blessing technique, and keeps it up, even with his huge amount of spiritual power. It is like a waterfall pouring down at the moment. It is consumed quickly. Now it is on the verge of the limit, and he has to stop to replenish it. And it's not like he hasn't tried attacking souls before. Even when the war first started, Li Guanqi tried to use the God-eating sword to attack the opponent's sea of consciousness. But the result was, he couldn't even enter the opponent's sea of consciousness. Although the body of this mummy is 3 meters high, it is still human-shaped. And the depth between the eyebrows is the same as that of humans, which is the location of the sea of consciousness. De Wuju's soul defense technique is very good, and Li Guanqi is completely unable to break it. And for some unknown reason, Great Witch Zhu never used soul attack from beginning to end. Therefore, the fight between Li Guanqi and Da Zhu up to now has been a battle between the level of reality, spiritual power, and physical body. In just a few minutes, the aftermath of their battle destroyed the entire Giza pyramid complex. Fortunately, the battlefield was in the Egyptian desert that had been cleared by Lin Xianbai. If it were in a densely populated city, there would be no need for a great witch to sacrifice the city. Li Guanqi, and the aftermath of his battle, would have been able to destroy the city. The battle has to end quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Dao Zhonglin won't be able to handle the pressure and will be dropped by a few nuclear bombs from above. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi didn't care about recovering his spiritual power. He flapped his flaming wings behind his back and flew forward quickly. Of course, the main reason is that De Wuzhu has come back to counterattack, and there is no time to replenish his spiritual power. Boom! Not far away, the Great Witch Zhu was seen floating in midair, making seals with his hands. His spiritual energy began to flow in a path that Li Guanqi could not understand at all, and a strong aura of the law of earth began to erupt from his body. Immediately afterwards, the desert below Li Guanqi began to surge violently, and a giant sphinx made of earth and stone slowly emerged. It was 100 meters high and roared towards him like a living creature. Seeing this, he quickly swung his snow gun and shot a large swath of frost towards the sphinx, freezing the space. The space was frozen, and the sphinx was naturally frozen in midair. Boom! Li Guanqi held the magic knife in his hand and slashed hard, directly blasting the sphinx summoned by the Great Witch Zhu into pieces, returning it to its original form of earth and stone, scattered in the vast desert. However, while he was dealing with the sphinx, the Great Witch Zhu also appeared behind Li Guanqi silently. His hands were like hooks, burning with terrifying flames, and he grabbed at his back vest. Tongue! Before Li Guanqi could even turn around, the purple and black demonic flames on his body condensed into a demonic flame shield, blocking the sneak attack of the Great Witch Zhu. This is one of the effects of the possession of the magic knife. For dangers that Li Guanqi failed to notice, the magic knife will automatically provide assistance. Boom! After the magic flame shield blocked the attack of the Great Witch Zhu, Li Guanqi quickly turned around, waved his 3 arms, and smashed down the snow spear, Qingxian sword, and demonic knife, and hit the Great Witch Zhu, who failed to attack hard again. Ground. Li Guanqi's current physical body is at LV69, and he also has the blessing of spiritual power and spells at LV69. The increase of the possession of the magic knife, plus the power of the 3 major artifacts themselves. In terms of pure attack power in a single round, he was already at the Bagua level. Because of this, he was able to fight fiercely for such a long time with the powerful body of the Great Witch Zhu, who was comparable to the Bagua level. Not only did he not lose, but he even vaguely took the initiative. But Li Guanqi's strength is far more than that. Brush. After blasting away the Great Witch Zhu again, Li Guanqi no longer chose to stay where he was to recover his spiritual power. Instead, he pursued the victory, flapped the flame wings behind his back, and rushed towards the place where the Great Witch Zhu was shot down. At the same time, the coercion all over his body began to erupt layer by layer, gradually forming a martial arts image behind him, stretching snow-capped mountains. The white-haired emperor standing on the top of the mountain. Li Guanqi's martial arts power picture of the Snow Mountain Emperor. And with the improvement of his cultivation, there are many more things in this martial arts image, such as the Cyan Hurricane and Rolling Thunder Clouds that represent the wind and thunder sword intent, the phantoms of swords and spears that represent the 3 major artifacts, and the 9 laws of elements, of materialization, the low-level sword intention, moon in the water,
is not even qualified to be ranked alongside them, and is simply hidden away.
Boom!
As Li Guanqi's pressure completely erupted, the picture of the Snow Mountain Emperor also changed accordingly. The white-haired emperor standing on the top of the mountain opened his hands, and the shadows of swords and spears began to quickly surround him. The hurricane began to roar. Thunder began to roar. The embodiments of the 9 elemental laws gradually merged together and turned into a 9-color ball of light.
Roar!
At the same time, with a roar like an ancient ferocious beast, the great witch Shu in the desert suddenly rose up from the ground and rushed into the sky. But at this time, the gray bandages on Great Witch Shu's body had disappeared, and he was no longer a tightly wrapped mummy. He finally revealed his true identity as Anubis, the head of a jackal, with a human body, is 3 meters high. There are many rotten flesh and bones all over the body, and its eyes are blazing. It is like an evil Anubis crawling out of the underworld, exuding a terrifying energy. The power of evil is as strong as the abyss.
Oh!
Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this scene. At this time, the Great Witch Shu seemed to have an explosion of energy, but in fact it was more like a flashback, a situation in which a powerful crossbow was at the end. Especially the rotten flesh and blood on the opponent's body seems to be spreading rapidly.
Tongue!
Dawuzu's right hand crossed the sky, and the flames condensed, turning into a blazing sun spear and throwing it out, stabbing Li Guanqi fiercely. The speed of Dawuzu's attack was much faster than that of Li Guanqi's martial arts, which forced him to postpone the attack he had just prepared and prepare to change it into. Buzz! Suddenly, a space crack suddenly opened in the sky, and 100-meter sword light surrounded by thunder and storm flew out from it, slashing hard at the blazing sun spear thrown by the Great Witch Shu.
Boom!
Following the roar of the explosion and the strong aftermath, the 100-meter sword light and the blazing sun spear died together, completely dissipating between heaven and earth.
Well, you can say that you have a knife in your heart but not a knife in your hand. Facts have proved that not having a good knife has a great impact on combat effectiveness.
Above the sky, a woman's helpless voice slowly sounded. Li Guanqi looked up with a smile. It was a tall woman in casual clothes, with her feet on the void, her long black hair tied up in a high ponytail. The ponytail was the same as the white short sleeves with a red heart printed on her body. Facing the wind in the sky of yellow sand, Drift, 7-star alien blood warrior.
Takeda-senpai?
Li Guanqi saluted from afar. Although I have never seen it, the simulator has already prompted it. And the sword light, that is exactly the same as the Feng Lei sword intention, has clearly revealed the identity of this woman. His master Wang Xiu's childhood sweetheart, and the female samurai of the shogunate. Takeda Kosei.
Xiu's apprentice?
Takeda Kosei also looked at me with a smile, and waved happily to Li Guanqi.
Hello. You can call me Master Mu. Hey. Hey. The enemy isn't dead yet. Why are you just pretending to be relatives?
A helpless male voice suddenly sounded in Li Guanqi's ears. Then a space crack tore open, and a tall man, with a height of 2 meters, and an unbelievably handsome figure walked out. He was wearing the same couple's outfit as Takeda Kosei. Both white short-sleeved shirts, with red hearts printed on them.
Forehead.
Li Guanqi looked at him, and couldn't help but be stunned. So handsome. He had never met young Wang Xiu. At this time, Wang Xiu no longer looked like an old man, but a young man. When he was young, Wang Xiu's appearance could be said to be truly
a face as beautiful as a crown jewel. An aura that dominates the capital. Master, long time no see.
Li Guanqi looked at Wang Xiu and grinned.
Smelly boy.
Wang Xiu looked at him with emotion. Although Li Guanqi was wearing an ice crystal mask on his face at this time, how could he not recognize the appearance with white hair and blue eyes, and the unique martial arts image of the Snow Mountain Emperor?
Boy, it turns out you are the extraordinary king, and your world is really beautiful.
Wang Xiu said suddenly.
It's our world.
Li Guanqi chuckled lightly, raised a hand and patted the other party's shoulder.
Master, since you are here, treat this place as your home. Besides, God is treating you kindly, isn't it? After all, God has brought Senior Takeda with him sent over. Yes.
Wang Xiu's eyes were complicated, and he smiled bitterly.
God has really treated me well. Fortunately, when I was young, I didn't believe in destiny. I arrogantly named the last move of the Wind and Thunder Sword technique Zhan Tian. Thinking about it now, I am really a white-eyed wolf.
Don't know what is good or bad. Forget it. Let's solve the matter at hand first.
As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the desert surface and looked at the Great Witch Shu, who had returned to the ground. The kobold has lost his will to fight, and his defeat is certain. Takeda Kosei stepped on the void, walked step by step, and looked at the Great Wizard calmly. 2. Wang Xiu nodded slightly, looked at the Great Witch Yu's Anubis body full of rotting wounds and said, although the physical strength is comparable to the Bagua level, it is actually seriously damaged and belongs to the lowest level among the Bagua level. Although it is miraculously able to use spiritual power, it seems to only be able to use the laws of earth and fire, and cannot use spells of other attributes. And there is no help from any magic weapon or sacrificial weapon, although there is no alien blood aura. In summary, it is equivalent to the weakest Bagua level, and the most important thing is, its broken body seems to be getting weaker and weaker as time goes by, as can be seen from the rotting flesh and blood. Based on the situation of this kobold, facing the scene where the three of us are here, there is indeed no chance of winning. In addition, the spirit is gone, and the will to fight has been lost. The defeat is indeed certain. Faced with Wang Xiu's true evaluation, Da Zhu just lowered his head and stood in the desert, trembling all over. Why? The Great Wizard's voice was hoarse. He raised his head and looked at Wang Xiu and Takeda Kosei, who suddenly came to the battlefield. He clenched his fists tightly, but finally loosened them weakly. He seemed to have lost all his strength all of a sudden, and fell to his knees on the yellow sand, lowered his head, covered his face, and cried, Why? Why do existences like you two suddenly appear in this era? Is it God's will? God! Why? Don't even you want to see the revival of Dayu? Why? At the end of the speech, De Wuzhu's words became increasingly blurry, and his cries became clearer and clearer. And there seemed to be more and more rotten parts of his Anubis body, almost covering his whole body, and even white bones could be seen in some places. Rot? Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. The Anubis body of the Great Witch Yu should also come from the body of the Yu dynasty millions of years ago. The millions of years since the Yu dynasty have caused this body to suffer severe wear and tear. After this battle, the decay of this body, that is comparable to the 8 diagrams level, can no longer be controlled, and will soon be completely destroyed. As for De Wuzhu, there was no chance of a comeback at all. This time he failed to succeed. Li Guanqi will only come back stronger every time, and he will have no chance. It's a shame. Above the sky, Takeda Kosei looked at the Great Wizard kneeling in the desert and crying sadly, and said softly, a monarch who has devoted all his efforts to the restoration of the country. From his standpoint, he deserves respect. Wang Xiu nodded and added, but it is a pity that from our standpoint, in order to maintain the peace and stability of the world, he must die. Chapter 472. The 5th round of luck brings a 7th level soul. Among the ruins of the yellow sand, the body of Anubis, the Great Witch Yu, rotted more and more until most of its flesh and blood turned into pus-filled blood. Its skeleton was clearly visible, and it lay completely on the ground, with its mouth whispering something softly. It was ancient Egyptian, and perhaps the orthodox Dayu language. After all, the Great Wizard Yu of the Yu dynasty was actually the first generation pharaoh in this desert. At the end of his life, this ruler from the Dayu dynasty millions of years ago wrote a passage in his native language as his last words. Li Guanqi had never learned ancient Egyptian, so he naturally couldn't understand it. But at this moment, the soul fluctuations of the Great Witch Yu were extremely clear. From the soul fluctuations, he detected the thoughts of the Great Witch Yu at this time, and translated the language in disguise. Roughly means, sorry. De Wuzhu's last words only had such a short meaning. Who do you say sorry to? Are they the Xianwei under his command? Because he failed to resurrect his beloved general? Or maybe it's the hundreds of millions of people in the Yu dynasty? Because he failed to fulfill his promise and realize the revival of the Yu dynasty? Unknown. But it doesn't matter anymore. Under the watchful eyes of Li Guanqi, Wang Xiu, and Takeda Kosei, the body of Anubis, the Great Wizard, turned into thick water on the ground, leaving only the white skeleton left on the sandy ground, withstanding the blowing of the yellow sand. And at the same time as this body collapsed, the Great Witch Yu also shattered his soul, which was just a soul that could barely reach the 4th level. Millions of years have caused great wear and tear on De Wuzhu's soul. To be honest, after such a long time, it is already rare that the Great Witch Yu can still have soul power comparable to the 4th level. Li Guanqi guessed that the reason why he could not penetrate the sea of consciousness of the Great Witch Yu before was not because of the soul defense technique of the Great Witch Yu himself, but because of the defensive effect of Anubis' body. So he could not penetrate. Moreover, This can also explain why he could not attack the Sea of Consciousness of the Great Witch Shu. And the Great Witch Shu did not take the initiative to attack him with his soul. After all, the Great Witch Shu only had a 4th level soul left, and it was impossible to cause harm to Li Guanqi's 6th level peak soul. It's over. Wang Xiu crossed his arms across his chest and said softly. Should? Takeda Kosei tilted his head. Yes. The Yu dynasty is completely a thing of the past. Let the past remain in the past. The new era will be led by people of our generation. After Li Guanqi said this, with a thought in his mind, black mist flew out of his body, swallowing up the remaining Anubis skeleton and the soul power that the Great Witch Shu had dispersed in an instant. The black mist hovered in the air for a while, and then returned to its original form. The remaining soul power of the Great Witch Shu is not worth mentioning, but the skeleton of Anubis's physical body provided Li Guanqi with a lot of energy, directly increasing his physical strength by a level. Physical body, LV69 LV.70, 70.3, the peak of Liuhe level in martial arts. Since then, Li Guanqi's physical body has officially broken through the LV70 mark. Under the ruins of Khufu's pyramid, there are 12 mummified corpses of Xianwei. Let's go over and devour them all later. Li Guanqi was thinking in his mind. Boy, are you looking for a drink somewhere? At this time, Wang Xiu put his arms around Li Guanqi's shoulders and grinned. I know you don't like to drink strong liquor, but fruit wine is fine. In your world, there is a thing called Ria cocktail. It doesn't taste like alcohol, but it's quite good. It's delicious. You can just drink it. Okay. Li Guanqi also had a bright smile on his face when he heard this. Moreover, I have integrated the wind and thunder law into the wind and thunder sword intent. You old guy. You promised to wait for me to come back to show you my skills. But I went back at first glance. I found that you had already left me and gone to my wife's home. Master, tell me, just for this, do you have to punish yourself with 3 drinks? Ha ha. As soon as he said this, Wang Xiu laughed boldly. How can an apprentice be as important as a mother-in-law? Ha ha ha. Takeda Kosei stood beside him with a smile on his face. Let's go. Let's go. You're already at the Liuhe level, so I won't take you with me. Just follow my spatial fluctuations and open the cracks on your own. Okay. The affairs of the Yu dynasty have come to an end. Or, it's not the end, but the end. As the ruler of the Yu dynasty, the one who was not called the emperor but was called Wu Zhu, had completely perished and ceased to exist. Perhaps with the departure of the great Wu Zhu, the Yu dynasty had completely become a thing of the past. Afterwards, Li Guanqi went to the ruins of Khufu's pyramid, but he was disappointed. Or maybe it was reasonable. The 12 Xianwei mummies were actually in a state of decay long ago. Even though the cultivation system of the Yu dynasty people is different from the alien blood system, after millions of years of wear and tear, the remaining strength of the 12 Xianwei corpses is also very fragile. Only a little stronger than the original statue of Lu Gui, comparable to 5 elements level physical strength. But this level of physical body has long been meaningless to Li Guanqi. After swallowing it, it will only have the effect of eliminating future troubles, and it will hardly help his strength. The ancient and mysterious Yu dynasty is a mystery. Li Guanqi still doesn't know much about that era. For example, why can Lu Gui be resurrected on his own? But these 12 Xianwei need the great wizard to arrange formations so troublesomely and sacrifice the lives of tens of millions of people in the city to be resurrected? Li Guanqi couldn't figure it out. And in the end, he could only attribute the reason to the fact that Lu Gui was resurrected because the simulator gave him a statue of Lu Gui Bodhisattva, which was another Lu Gui's true body. The cultivation system of the Yu dynasty people was also very different. Li Guanqi robbed Lu Gui and got the ability to control paper figures from him. After he devoured the Anubis skeleton left behind by the Great Witch Shu, he actually gained the power of fire control and earth control. Perhaps in the Yu dynasty, people's extraordinary powers tended to be innate and existed in the form of superpowers, rather than acquired through practice. But none of this makes sense anymore. Mystery? Then, there's the mystery. The Yu dynasty has been completely reduced to the past tense, and the mystery of the Yu dynasty should be left in the dust of history and buried deep in it. After the battle in Egypt, that night, Rain City, villa on the top of the mountain. On the terrace on the top floor of the villa, Li Guanqi, Han Mengyao, Wang Xiu, and Takeda Yukisai sat around a bonfire, eating barbecue, drinking wine, and laughing. So, in the end, my wind and thunder sword intention is better than me. Wang Xiu held a roasted beef leg in his left hand
and a can of beer in his right hand. He laughed with his mouth full of oil.
That little Liangzi is no match for my apprentice at all. Uh-huh.
Takeda Kosei was much more elegant in comparison. He held a beer can in both hands and looked at him helplessly.
This is obviously Xiao Qi who has the ability. With Xiao Qi's qualifications, not to mention the slightly mediocre Yoshiko. Even if looking at the great Luo dynasty, it is difficult to compare with the children of the 8 kingdoms and even the royal family. Then again, what does this have to do with your master who was picked up for nothing? You have only been his master for a few days. What did you teach him? What words?
Wang Xiu immediately put on a straight face and pretended to be serious.
Teaching for a day is still teaching. And picking up bargains is also a skill. If you have this skill, why haven't I seen you pick one up? Not to mention.
As he said this super handsome guy with unbelievable good looks laughed erratically again, and gave Han Mingyao a sly smile.
If I hadn't taught him the truth about the world in those days, how could he have found such a beautiful person?
My wife. You think so? My wife.
Han Mingyao blinked. Her beautiful face looked even brighter and more charming under the light of the bonfire, and she quietly glanced at Li Guanqi next to her.
It's a pity that I couldn't meet you sooner, Master.
Li Guanqi looked at Wang Xiu, smiled and joked.
If you had taught me that earlier, I wouldn't have let girls come to me to express their love. I would have rushed up to her. Co-authorship has nothing to do with me.
Wang Xiu was stunned.
You are not ashamed to be a master.
Takeda Kosei covered his mouth and chuckled.
I learned none of my skills from you. Hey, it's not important.
Wang Xiu waved his hand, and the smile on his face became more and more proud.
It's only because of my ability that I, Wang Xiu, can pick up a disciple like this for free.
Ha ha ha.
Shameless.
Takeda Kosei shook his head slightly, smiled helplessly, and then took a sip of beer. Li Guanqi also smiled when he saw this scene. No matter how many things Wang Xiu taught him, he regarded Wang Xiu as his master from the bottom of his heart. At this time, when he saw that his master had achieved his wish, not only was he resurrected to reality, but his lover finally got married. Of course he felt for him. Happy.
Master, what are you going to do next?
Li Guanqi took a sip of the Riao cocktail in his hand,
then looked at them and asked with a chuckle.
What's next?
Wang Xiu gnawed on the roast beef leg and said vaguely while chewing.
I plan to settle the ID card issue with Xingjai first, and then find a quiet place to open a small shop and live a stable life. If possible, we also want to find the materials for fertility potions in this world, and then refine a bottle of medicine to give birth to a fat boy or something. I don't know if there are those materials in this world. Is that so?
Han Mingyao, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but be startled when he heard these words.
I thought the 2 seniors were new to the subdimensional world and wanted to wander around. No more shopping.
Wang Xiu waved his hand.
In my last life, I traveled all over the world and lived a stable life for more than 400 years. Now that I have relived my life, I really have no intention of wandering. I have never thought about waking up in my own bed every morning. Days. Yes.
Takeda Kosei glanced at Wang Xiu next to him, and also smiled slightly.
Xiu and I have spent many years in the days when we were at home all over the world. Now, we want to try a different life. A more stable life. Maybe it will be better. That.
Li Guanqi heard this and asked hesitantly.
Master's wife, what do you think of this place in Yuqing? You want us to settle down in this city?
Wang Xiu looked at him with a smile.
On the one hand, although this place is not big, it is very quiet and suitable for us to live a stable life. On the other hand, we can also stay here to protect your wife and parents. Right. After all, there will always be a new era, and your family needs protection when you are away. Master still understands me.
Li Guanqi smiled.
Of course you can.
Takeda Kosei nodded lightly and said with a smile.
Anyway, I'm going wherever I go. It doesn't matter if I stay here. I heard it's rainy in Yuqing. It just so happens that I also like rainy days. Then it's settled.
Wang Xiu grinned.
Just stay here. Yuqing. Disciple. Thank you so much. Master and master.
Li Guanqi raised the Riao cocktail in his hand and toasted them both with a smile.
Thank you first. You have to get us ID cards. Otherwise we won't have anywhere to live.
Wang Xiu said quickly.
Little things.
Li Guanqi waved his hand casually. It's not a trivial matter to ask Director Lin for help with ID cards or something. It's easy to just ask Han Mengyao to pay for them to buy a mansion and a shop front in Yuching. These are small things. But it is no small matter for Wang Xiu and Takeda Kosei to settle in Yuching. This means that the two 7-star peak different blood humans will protect the safety of his parents and Han Mengyao at all times, and will no longer have to worry about anything else. Even if one day Lin Xianbai is controlled again and Peng Lai becomes disobedient, under the protection of Wang Xiu and Takeda Kosei, his parents and Han Mengyao can still be safe. Moreover, the two 7-star pinnacles, even if there is no space storage device or weapons and equipment after resurrection, their strength can still be arrogant in the real world. And no one can deal with them. Not even nuclear bombs can do it. As long as you see the nuclear bomb coming, tear a crack in space and run away. Even 100 nuclear bombs will not be able to do anything.
Huh? The moonlight is so beautiful.
Suddenly, Takeda Kosei raised his head and looked at the bright starry sky and the bright moon. Then he glanced at Wang Xiu, who was eating meat next to him, with a happy smile on his beautiful face. The most beautiful moonlight is in front of you. The person you love most is by your side. God, thank you for giving me everything I dream of.
Xing Jai is right. The moonlight is so beautiful. Come on. Come on. Drink and drink. Let's toast to this moonlight with a big glass.
Wang Xiu held up the beer can, and his hearty laughter echoed over the villa for a long time. A few days later, day 45 of returning to reality. It was another night with a full moon and a frosty night. Li Guanqi stood by the swimming pool of the villa when he suddenly felt something and looked into the night sky. Coming. The 5th round of luck is gathering. According to the situation of the simulator, the addition of this luck will directly cause his soul to break through.
Luck. If it can be said that solving the matter of the Great Witch Shu is the completion of the 5th round of luck struggle, then can it be said that whoever can solve the revival of the Yu dynasty can obtain the 5th round of luck?
Li Guanqi murmured softly when he thought of this.
So, is the revival of the Yu dynasty something that is not approved of in this era? After all, it even directly sets the 5th round of luck disputes as who can solve the matter. De Wu Zhu. De Wu Zhu. The first time I fully understood the theory of destiny was when you taught it to me in a dream. But couldn't you even see through this destiny yourself? Or have you already seen it but are unwilling to obey? Or have you decided to spend everything you have and fight for the Yu dynasty one last time? Well, De Wu Zhu, you are a respectable person to the Yu dynasty. Pity.
Li Guanqi shook his head gently.
I am not from the Yu dynasty after all. Boom!
A few minutes later, a vast but invisible power of luck suddenly poured into Li Guanqi's body, rapidly strengthening his soul power in a way that even the 3 major artifacts in his body were difficult to understand, and transformed his 6th. The soul realm of the peak level is constantly Finally, the soul is broken. Soul, LV69 LV.70, 70.8. The soul at the peak of the 6th level of life, and the soul of the 7th level of death. Comprehensive level, LV76 LV.77. Call. Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes, and exhaled a breath. He walked to the chair by the pool, sat down, and closed his eyes again. Buzz? The next moment, Li Guanqi's eyebrows flashed with blue light, and his soul power spread out, gradually turning into a dark blue god demonic soul body with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 2 wings on its back. Out-of-body experience. His soul body looked around, clenched his fist slightly, and then the whole soul body became more solid. It was no longer dark blue, but appeared in various colors. Skin covered with magic lines, purple-black wings, and so on. Looks like a real creature. This is one of the characteristics of the 7th level soul. The 7th level soul is also called the soul in the realm of death. The soul in this realm can completely abandon the physical body and survive in the world as a soul, which is equivalent to the undead. However, the 1,000-year lifespan in the strange world is a curse. Even if it is transformed into an undead life, it cannot escape the curse of 1,000-year lifespan. When the last day of 999 years comes, even the undead soul will have to collapse and die. However, Li Guanqi didn't know whether this was due to the environment in the New Age era or some other reason. He couldn't live for 1,000 years in the New Age. But when he returns to the real world, can he live for tens of thousands of years, like the humans of the Old Age? Even if he doesn't become a god? After all, Shakong said that there were no changes in the cultivation system between the old era and the new era. And there were no problems with the cultivation of the people in the new era. The lifespan issue is most likely a planetary environmental issue in the New Age. Suddenly, Li Guanqi's real-life soul body shook, and he covered his head with a look of pain on his face.
Ah!
He suddenly raised his head and let out a cry. And then his soul body quickly turned into a blue light and escaped into his physical body again. Deep in the soul, above a deep blue ocean of soul power, two identical soul bodies of gods and demons looked at each other.
I remembered it all.
Li Guanqi looked at Pluto opposite and said in a deep voice,
Twice. I saw you twice. And you sealed the relevant memories twice. Last time, in order to drive me out, you did not hesitate to let me understand the laws of darkness and enter the state of enlightenment. What about this time? If you want to drive my sealed memory away, what price will you have to pay? Law understanding is vast. Your 9 basic elemental laws and space laws are just the beginning.
Pluto waved his hand.
I want you to enter the state of enlightenment. There are a lot of ways. Don't worry. Your memory will still be sealed this third time. Just treat it as a trip here. Anyway, you won't remember it after you go out. Me.
Li Guanqi gritted his teeth, but finally sighed helplessly.
Pluto, you are also me in another parallel time and space. We are somewhat related after all. What do you want to do? Maybe I can help you and explain it in detail. Don't be a secretive Riddler. Okay. It's useless to talk about it,
Hades said calmly. Li Guanqi was suddenly speechless. Seeing that Pluto was unwilling to mention this matter, he had no choice but to turn to other topics.
How about we talk about the future of Li Guanqi? What does my future look like according to the normal historical trajectory?
A world without 100 million extraordinary beings. He doesn't have an emulator. What did he experience in the 20 years before the end of the world, and in the early days of the end of the world? Chapter 473 Goodbye Pluto. The sixth strange world has arrived.
Want to hear?
Pluto glanced at Li Guanqi.
But after you go out, your memory will still be sealed. Does it make sense to hear that? Certainly.
Li Guanqi shrugged.
At least I still remember it now. And I will think of you next time I see you.
Pluto withdrew his gaze, turned around, turned his back to Li Guanqi, and sat on the ground, wondering what he was thinking. After a long while, he slowly spoke in a hoarse voice.
You should know that if 100 million extraordinary beings do not appear, then we will have to wait 15 years later for the day when the blood rain appears, which will be January 1st of the extraordinary year. In other words, according to the original historical trajectory, it will take another 15 years, until the extraordinary 20 years that you think of now, before there will be blood rain, zombies of different blood, doomsday, and extraordinary power. I'll just follow your time perspective to avoid any trouble. Extraordinary year. I am 18 years old. In the world at that time, there was no chaotic revival of spiritual energy. No extraordinary power. In my world, there was only basketball. As a student specializing in sports, I entered Tsinghua University and started competing for Cuba for Tsinghua University. And my physical talent officially began to explode in the second half of the extraordinary year. By the way, I have always suspected that during that period, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth actually began to slowly recover, and the ancestral bloodline in my body also began to be slightly activated under the stimulation of the spiritual energy. All in all, from Extraordinary 1 to the end of Extraordinary 2, I grew a full 20 centimeters in height. When I was 20 years old, my height also reached 2.18 m, and my arm length was an astonishing 2.35 m. Miraculously, my speed and agility have not declined at all. Thanks to the point guard training I have been given since childhood, I am able to organize small forwards on the court with the size of a big center. The media even called me the Eastern Alphabet. Elder brother. My basketball skills skyrocketed. I didn't want to waste time in the college league, so I went directly to the CBA. In that year, I went all the way and won the CBA championship on behalf of my hometown team. Won the FMEP, and averaged about 60 points per game in the finals. 20 rebounds. 15 assists. In the last game, I even scored 88 points. The media at that time joked that my playing in CBA was like cheating in 2K games. Maybe this is not a joke. Maybe at that time, I was really cheating. After all, my physical talent was largely due to the ancestral blood in my body. At that time, it coincided with the World Olympics. I represent the national team. Part of it is of course my own strength. And the other part of the reason is because that year, the team sent by other countries were not the top. In short, Li Guanqi, you must not have imagined that the first time I competed in the Olympics, our country won the first Olympic basketball gold medal in history. It's a miracle. And the year I completed my miracle, I was 21 years old. My performance in the Olympics earned me strong attention from the NBA.
Due to some contract reasons, I did not successfully leave until I was 23 years old. Went to the NBA on the other side of the ocean and joined the Los Angeles Lakers. At that time, my translator was a girl. Yes, it's Meng Yao. She had actually been following me until I went to the NBA, and she applied for the position of my portable translator. It was then that the story of Meng Yao and I officially began. In a foreign country, my English was very poor. Because of this, I spent a lot of time with Meng Yao. Gradually, we began to have feelings for each other. Although the height difference was too strange, it couldn't resist our love for each other. In my first year in the NBA, I scored a record of 127 points in a single game, averaging 58 points, more than 20 rebounds, more than 10 assists, and 5 or 6 blocks per game. And the championship trophy. In private, I can even take off from the three-point line and complete a windmill dunk. Because of my return to my ancestors, my body was so powerful that it was beyond normal human beings. I became a top superstar in the NBA and received countless flowers and honors. Of course, there was criticism. At that time, some media claimed that I was an oriental monster who had destroyed basketball, a biological weapon developed by the East through genetic technology, and that I had ruined basketball. But in fact, people at that time didn't know that in a dozen years, most human sports would disappear and cease to exist. I left after 5 years of playing in the NBA, which was also 5 consecutive years of winning the championship. My strong physical talent made me lose interest in this sport. Meng Yao and I lived a life of traveling around the world, and eventually held a wedding in Switzerland, returned to China, and gave birth to a pair of twins. Such days are peaceful and beautiful. The children grew up day by day, went to kindergarten, elementary and middle school. But unfortunately, I didn't get to see the day when they went to junior high school, because a nuclear war broke out, and in the middle of the fight, blood rain fell. Cursed spirits, demon species, and zombies of different blood appeared, and the world ushered in earth-shaking changes. Fortunately, neither Meng Yao nor I were infected into zombies, and we each awakened our own powers. She is fire and I am ice. Unfortunately, our children, both children, turned into zombie monsters that night. It was me who ended the children's lives with my own hands. They should not continue to live in that horrible posture. It was a desecration of their bodies. Meng Yao and I began to struggle in the apocalypse. I was very strong at that time. After the end of the world, my physical talent was further strengthened. Although it shrunk from 2.18 m to 1.9 m, my strength had actually begun to explode at an extraordinary level. Gradually, I was no longer surviving, but rising. I took Meng Yao with me and began to sweep across the city, looking for human survivors, and establishing a human base, which was the prototype of Guanming Sanctuary. Until that day, that is a cursed spirit that is so powerful that it cannot be matched. I am no match at all. In order to let Meng Yao survive, I stayed alone to delay time and fight for the hope of life for her and other humans in the base area. That time I died. Yes, that one died. When I woke up again, more than 10,000 years had passed in the world, and the extraordinary civilization was already extremely bright. Meng Yao became the god of fire. She exchanged her own life for my resurrection and gave me the body of a god. However, the resurrection ceremony was not perfect. I lost all my memories at that time and did not remember the existence of Meng Yao. Gradually, I became the so-called Pluto. I actually didn't choose this name myself. It's just that I passed through a town at that time. Due to the flaws in the resurrection ritual, I was often out of control in the early stages of resurrection. I slaughtered that town. Later, titles such as Ghost King, Butcher, and Pluto were spread. When someone asked me my name, because I couldn't remember it, I followed their name and started calling myself Pluto. After all, this title is the only one among them that sounds good. Later, I remembered it all. I thought of Meng Yao and everything. I began to think about resurrecting her just like she resurrected me. I tried many methods, but the results were all in vain. In the end, the method I found was to kill the gods and swallow the power of the gods to make a final stand. But I didn't succeed either. Before the gods united to seal me, I had killed many gods. If my theory was feasible, the number of gods killed would actually be enough to succeed. But the result was failure. Therefore, being sealed by the gods was because, firstly, their combined power was truly powerful, and secondly,
Because at that time, I was determined to die and had no hope of continuing to live. So I did not try my best to resist. Until a long time passed, I looked at the desolate and harsh underworld, and I began to realize that I had to continue living, or at least take the people who followed me out of here and return to the beautiful outside world. After all, the originally beautiful underworld was transformed into AHL with a harsh environment because of the seal created by the Alliance of Gods, which destroyed the ecological balance. I have to take them out. So I began to order my subordinates, who stayed outside to collect artifacts. Although I managed to break out of the seal in the end, I also encountered the most powerful god in history, who called himself the Human Emperor and had a morbid desire for power. I didn't want to fight in the beginning, because I was afraid that the fish would die and the net would be broken, and the outside world would become as harsh an environment as the underworld. But contrary to expectations, the Human Emperor and I still engaged in a final decisive battle. Then, the civilization of the old era came to an end. Yes, there are big mistakes in those ancient legends you have heard, as well as the historical speculations made by the so-called masters of ancient studies. The age of godlessness did indeed occur. But the godless age is not the last stage of the old era. The godless age is the middle period between, after Ragnarok, and before the birth of the Human Emperor. The end of the old era was the reign of the Human Emperor. The final battle between me and him. That is, the life and death battle between Pluto and the Human Emperor, directly wiped out the planet, causing the great destruction of the old civilization. The surviving humans once again entered the apocalyptic period and began to rebuild civilization. The civilization that is built again will be the new era. The Human Emperor and I died together in that battle. But in fact, we were not completely dead, but kept reincarnating. As a result, around and around, somehow, the consciousness of the Human Emperor and I came to your parallel time and space world. I came to you. The Human Emperor came to Lin Xianbai. You two are the past between me and the Human Emperor. That's probably what happened. At this point, Hades stopped and stopped talking. It turns out that Lin Xianbai is the future Human Emperor. Li Guanqi was slightly stunned, with a subtle feeling of being unexpected and reasonable. Very unexpected. But he wasn't shocked. Okay, enough talking. It's time for you to go. Pluto waved his hand, as if preparing to drive away Li Guanqi, etc. Li Guanqi quickly stopped. I can help you. If you want to resurrect the fire god of your time and space, I can help. As long as you tell me what to do. There is no need for the two of us to be hostile. Right? Talk later. Hades waved his hand gently. Hey you. Before Li Guanqi finished speaking, a strong sense of law suddenly came to his mind, which was about the law of space. This insight into the law immediately put him in a state of enlightenment, and his consciousness was erratic. Li Guanqi suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the blue sky in front of him with a stunned expression. Owner! Xuankong's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Master, what's going on with you? Why is it that after absorbing the luck, it's not enough for the soul to break through? And the understanding of the laws of space has also begun to improve? And why did you scream before entering the state of enlightenment? In other words, your current understanding of the laws of space is completely at the peak of a 7-star level. In your case, you can only pull the first star. Then you have to stop and continue to improve your understanding of the laws of space. And then you can continue to pull the second star. But now that you have this epiphany, your understanding of the laws of space has skyrocketed. You don't have to worry about the next 7 stars. As long as you can get to the star attraction place, you can work hard and continuously attract 7 stars. How on earth did you begin to have this epiphany? Li Guanqi remained silent with a solemn expression. Here we go again. The third time this feeling of losing memory occurred. This is no coincidence. As for the 3 artifacts of Shankong, it was obvious that this time was the same as the previous 2 times, and none of them noticed anything. In the end, what happened? This is the 3rd time. Well, Li Guanqi looked up at the sky and sighed helplessly. I really don't understand it more and more. So, Shankong, how many days did I have this epiphany? 3 days and 2 nights. Watch chess. At this time, in the living room of the villa, Han Mengyao waved her hand and said with a chuckle, Are you finally awake? Li Guanqi suppressed his doubts for the time being and nodded with a smile. I wasted another 3 days and 2 nights with my family, which was very uncomfortable. Good times are always short-lived. More than 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. It was late at night on the 60th day when Li Guanqi returned to reality. Mengyao. Villa. Bedroom. After a lot of hard work, Li Guanqi, who was naked, hugged Han Mengyao, who was wearing a JK uniform and white stockings. Breathing lightly. Han Mengyao curled up in his arms and snorted slightly, looking a little disappointed. Obviously, she also knew that according to the rules, this 60th day was the day when Li Guanqi left again.
I don't know when I'm going to leave.
Li Guanqi hugged the other party, gently stroked the back of his head, and said softly,
Besides, it is very possible that maybe I will leave this time not for 3 or 4 days, but for 30 days. You have to wait for me to come back. If anything happens, don't be brave. Go to my master for help. Protect yourself, and be obedient. You know?
Yeah,
I know.
Han Mengyao nodded slightly. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red, and there was a hint of crying in her voice.
Also, Evil Phoenix.
Somehow, Li Guanqi looked at Han Mengyao and suddenly continued.
You too. Just like Mengyao. Wait for me to come back.
Han Mengyao's eyes turned into golden red vertical pupils in an instant, and she said calmly,
I'm not a stupid girl. I don't need your coaxing. Anyway, you remember? First, don't mess with people over there. And second, come back alive.
After saying that, her eyes returned to normal again. At the moment of departure, Evil Phoenix obviously didn't want to take up Han Mengyao's time, so she just came out and said a few words before turning back again.
Don't cry.
Li Guanqi raised his hand, gently scraped away the tears from the corners of Han Mengyao's eyes, and said softly,
They say a goodbye is better than a wedding. Just think that I am going on a business trip. It will be more than a month.
The word stopped suddenly. Han Mengyao also felt empty.
Watching chess?
Han Mengyao quickly raised her head, sat up, and then looked at the empty white bed except for her. She bit her red lips lightly with an extremely complicated expression. She asked Lin Xianbai a few days ago that the last time the weird world merged, after the extraordinary people lost the resurrection mechanism, the whole world failed to come back. In other words, the number of extraordinary people who died in the weird world reached nearly 10,000. There are a total of 100 million extraordinary people, and now there are only 60,000 left. On average, for out of every 10 extraordinary people died. This death rate is astonishing.
Watching chess.
Han Mengyao lowered her head and held the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands. Be well and come back. Ding! The 6th strange world opens. The 1,000 weird worlds will be merged into 100, and the fusion will be based on the top 100 worlds in the extraordinary rankings. The flow rate of time will become 10:1. If you spend 10 days in the strange world, 1 day will pass in the real world. The deadline for the 6th strange world is 365 days.
Chapter 474 Bagua level. Jiogong level.
Grandma, I didn't inform you in advance.
Li Guanqi, who suddenly traveled to a new era, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the familiar clear lake in front of him with a helpless expression. This place is an unnamed lake in the Sakura Shogunate and Nanhu district. It is also the place where Li Guanqi returned to reality last time.
Ah, I'm back.
Xuankong's voice rang in Li Guanqi's mind.
To be honest, although the extraordinary power of this era is stronger than that of 5 extraordinary years, it is really not as interesting as 5 extraordinary years. That's because of the novelty.
Mo Dao replied calmly.
Of course you will feel fresh about things you have never seen before, but you will get tired of them after looking at them for a long time. Xuxua thinks both worlds are beautiful.
Xuxua's soft voice contained a hint of joy and laughter.
At least, there will be no blood moon day in 5 extraordinary years.
Li Guanqi, who was standing on the shore, did not participate in the discussion of the 3 artifacts. He just raised his head, looked at the stars and the bloody full moon in the night sky, and smiled softly. On the blood moon day, the blood rain comes to the world, the product of the apocalyptic era. This is something that doesn't exist in the real world yet. This is a strange world. According to the system prompts, when he returned to reality last time, Li Guanqi spent 60 days of vacation in reality. So 6 days in the strange world will also pass. That is to say, the strange world now is the world after Li Guanqi evaporated and disappeared out of thin air for 6 days. Today is the first day of Li Guanqi's 6th 365-day trip to the strange world. At the same time, it is also March 8th. New era 4872. The next time we return to reality will be March 8th.
New Era 4873. By the way, where is Sophia? Li Guanqi looked around, but did not see the figure of the lioness. Nor could he sense her aura in the surrounding area. But think about it. He disappeared out of thin air for 6 days. And Sophia should have gone somewhere else to wait. After all, they have completed the recognition of the soul mark and are aware of each other's aura. There is no need to worry about getting separated. For example, now, north? Li Guanqi turned his head and looked to the north. Has the lioness run over there now? Let's go look for her later. He can only find Sophia, because the soul imprint is essentially a master-servant contract. However, Li Guanqi had only opened the function of the master sensing the servant's position before, but did not open the function of allowing Sophia to sense his master's position. And this function requires him to use his soul power to contact the soul mark to turn it on or off. So he couldn't open it from the air, and couldn't call Sophia to come over. He could only run over and find someone by himself. Forget it. Don't worry. Let's make a plan for the next trip first. Li Guanqi looked at the sparkling lake reflecting the bright moon and stars in the night, and thought carefully. What will he do during the 365 days of his 6th trip to the strange world? Go to Heiankyo to find Shinji Tokugawa of Jyogon level and complete the mission, Greek mythology, Armor of Ares. After all, the mission deadline is coming. And he also wanted to see if Tokugawa Shinji had found the temple of the god, who liked to say Greek proverbs? Or the armor of that god? Judging from the mission name, it should be battle armor. Of course, the most important thing is to see if you can get any benefit from it. Otherwise, it would be a big loss to go all the way there. Take such a big risk. Become a translator, and then leave. And the most important thing is that after Tokugawa Shinji got the treasure, out of the consideration of killing people to silence, whether he could keep him, Li Guanqi, alive, is actually a very questionable matter. At that time, we must rely on the simulator to see the next direction. Go to the Tulip Empire to find the queen, and ask her to help take you to the Big Dipper land of the Tulip Empire. Complete the Guide of the Big Dipper, and step into the Peak 7-star realm. It seems like these two things are the only ones that matter? The next step is to see if we can find secondary targets, such as phoenix eggs. 7 stars. Li Guanqi was suddenly stunned. Wait, it seems that after practicing for so long, he still hasn't figured out what the last 2 steps of the 9 steps of cultivation are. Bagua level, 9 palace level. His knowledge of these 2 realms was just their names. He didn't know the specific contents of these 2 realms at all. When he was at the Nanjiang headquarters, the books in the library only introduced the 1 yuan level to the 7-star level, and were completely silent about the Bagua level and the Jyogon level. After Li Guanqi left the academy, he also learned about these 2 realms along the way. There is no contact or understanding. But fortunately, he, Li Guanqi, is not alone. Shanku? Li Guanqi asked aloud in his mind. Tell us about Bagua level and Jyogon level? Shun was stunned. What are you talking about? Tell me about the origins of these 2 realms, the specific training content, and related abilities. Li Guanqi said calmly. Oh? You don't even know this. Well, I thought you knew this. Master. Shun was speechless for a moment, but he quickly organized his words and began to speak. Bagua level, the 8th step of human cultivation. The Bagua level, like the Lyoha level, is actually a transitional period to the next stage of cultivation. In the old era, after people completed the 7-star cultivation stage, that is, after completely pulling the 7 stars and reaching the 7-star Dzogchen stage, they were unable to find a way to continue progress for a long time. Until that day, in the eastern region, a 5-element level beast spell master named Zheng Yuan discovered 8 mysterious acupoints hidden in the body of a demon species during an accidental excavation. Moreover, after a large number of human experiments, he also found these 8 acupoints in the human body. Zheng Yuan initially called it Gene Lock, because these 8 acupoints were originally closed. Once the 8 major acupoints are broken through and opened, the limit of spiritual strength will be further liberated for the conjurer, and the limit of physical strength will be further liberated for the alien-blooded human beings. These 8 acupoints are like restrictions on the living body. Only by unlocking the restrictions can you continue to become stronger. Therefore, Zheng Yuankai named them Gene Locks, believing that they were the culprit that restricted humans from becoming stronger and were a kind of lock. However, Zheng Yuan is only at the 5 elements level. He discovered 8 major genetic locks in the human body. but did not have the ability to open them. Later, he was still a 7-star Dzogchen warrior of different blood named Mingchen. By chance, he learned about Zheng Yuan's research theory and put it into practice. Mingchen used the power of the 7-star Great Perfection to successfully open the first genetic lock in his body and became the first Bagua-level human in the history of the old era. Of course, the Bagua level at that time was not called the Bagua level. As I said before, the Bagua level is essentially a transitional stage. Therefore, unlike 7-star humans, Bagua level humans will not continue to activate any special abilities. Unlocking the genetic lock actually means unlocking the upper limit of growth. The conjurer can continue to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refine and purify his own spiritual power, and increase the intensity of his spiritual power. Humans of different blood can continue to supplement the flesh and blood of different blood and demon species to strengthen their physical strength. The Bagua level is simply an improvement in basic strength. Nothing more. Therefore, it actually has nothing to do with the Bagua in your impression, Master. And it was not called Bagua level in the beginning. For quite some time, this stage of cultivation to unlock the genetic lock has been called infinite level by humans, because the 8 major genetic locks have been unlocked. It seems that humans have no limitations and can continue to become stronger. But later, it was discovered that this theory was wrong. After the 8 major genetic locks are lifted, there is still an upper limit to human growth. So people were once again stuck on the evolutionary path of life. Later, in order to perfectly integrate the cultivation stage of infinite level into the existing cultivation system of mankind at that time, from 1 yuan level to 7 stars. In addition, it was also considered to be easy to pronounce. Therefore, at a federal meeting of Eastern Sanctuary, someone put forward the initiative to rename this stage of cultivation as Bagua level. This is the origin of the name Bagua level. Well, although unlocking the 8 genetic locks has nothing to do with the word gossip, except that they both have 8, the Federation still passed this initiative. Since then, in the Eastern region, the official name of the 8th stage of human cultivation is the Bagua level. Ironically, Zheng Yuan was clearly the only one who deserved the greatest credit for establishing the 8th step of human cultivation. But in the end, he was sentenced for inhumane human experiments. In the end, after several appeals, the federal trial court balanced his contribution against his fault and sentenced him to acquittal. This is a bit like killing the donkey. It is true that Zheng Yuan killed countless humans in order to find the existence of the 8 genetic locks in the human body. But without him, humans wouldn't have been able to find the method to practice the 8th step so quickly. So, his merits and demerits are actually really complicated. But maybe this is how things are in the world. If humans want to make progress, they cannot avoid the flow of blood. It has been like this throughout the ages. Speaking of this, Shuinkong's voice revealed a deep emotion. What about the 9 palaces level? Li Guanqi didn't have much emotion, and continued to ask, what about the Jiugong level? As the last stage of cultivation for mortals. What is this stage of cultivation like? This stage is amazing. Sha Kong was obviously more excited when he mentioned the Jiugong level, and he was much more proactive than when explaining the Bagua level. As you said, Master, this stage of the 9 palaces is the last stage for a mortal to move towards God. What is a god? To control a law is to become a god. Everything has a basis. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light and darkness. These 5 elements and 4 phenomena, the 9 powers of heaven and earth, are the basis of countless laws. Only by raising the awareness of the power of these 9 laws to a certain level can we use it as a springboard to completely control a law and become a god. If you understand a law to a certain extent, you can forcefully open a door through the understanding of the law, which is the door of the law. Behind the door of law is the inexhaustible power of law. Opening the door of the law is like opening the door to a treasure palace. And you can take the treasure as you like. For example, after the law of fire opens the door, you can continuously exert the power of the law of fire. And there is no limit to the total amount of spiritual power. Of course, this does not mean that after reaching the Jiugong level, the spiritual power of the conjurer is useless. The treasures inside the gate of law are inexhaustible. But the question is, how much can you carry away at once? How much law power a Jiugong level conjurer can take out at one time to attack the enemy depends entirely on how big the box is. Spiritual strength is the conjurer's box. The higher the strength of your spiritual power, the stronger the power of the law that can be taken out at one time. Therefore, at the 9 palace level, what the magicians are pursuing is no longer the total amount of spiritual power. but the quality of the spiritual power itself. The intensity of the spiritual power. In the history of the old era, the first person to open the door of law was your wife, Lord Vulcan. She was the first human being in the old era to open the door of law. And she opened the door of law belonging to fire. She called the world behind the gate of fire law the Palace of Fire. This is the origin of the name, 9 palaces. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth, wind, thunder, light and darkness. 5 elements, 4 images. These 9 basic elemental laws have a total of 9 law palaces. After opening them one by one, it will be the stage of great perfection at the 9 palace level, and you will have the qualification to completely control a law. For example, Lord Vulcan. She was the one who created the cultivation realm of the 9 palaces level, and was also the first person to step into the 9 palaces level. But she was not the first person to become a god. She is the third being in history to become a god. Regarding the laws of the 9 elements, before her, 2 people had entered the wind and thunder palaces, but the fire palace had not yet. As a result, Lord Vulcan was able to take over the fire palace. He was no longer the user of the law palace, but the controller. She thus became the sole owner of the fire palace, the god who controlled the laws of fire. After the 9 basic laws have been occupied, those who want to become gods can only find other ways to practice other laws. Open the palaces of other laws, enter them, and become gods. For example, Shishua's ice god is an extension of the law of water. For example, Lumo's god of killing relies on extreme killing to forcibly create a law of killing. The power of the law obtained by opening the god of killing has the ultimate attack and destructive power. It is worth mentioning that at the 9 palace level, spellcasters and alien-blood humans are different. There are differences in the cultivation systems between alien-blooded humans and spellcasters. Although there is basically no difference at the 3 stages of Lioha level, 7-star level, and Bagua level, there is still a slight difference at the 9-gong level. To become a god is to control the laws. This is true for spellcasters, and it is also true for humans of different blood. But humans of different blood cannot actively use the power of laws. There are only 5 law organs on their bodies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There seems to be no other 4 basic laws? What to do? Human wisdom is infinite. As I said before, Lord Vulcan was the first to step into the 9 palaces level, and she was also the fastest one at the 9 palaces level. The Jyogon level cultivation methods are all improvements on her original methods. But don't forget, Lord Vulcan himself is a human of different blood. The method of using the 5 elements organ to open the 5 elements palace, and from then on, gave the 9 palace level different blood humans the ability to actively control the power of the law. This method was originally developed and created by her. But after the 5 major divine palaces were fully opened, she found that she could not go any further. So she observed the magician's training methods, successfully found a new way, and came up with a method. Transplant items with a strong aura of law and integrate them into the divine veins of your limbs, thereby transforming the 4 divine veins and turning them into divine veins with the 4 laws of wind, thunder, light, and darkness. This is no longer the divine veins of the limbs, but the divine veins of the 4 symbols law. In this way, Master Vulcan used the 4 elephants' divine veins to successfully open the 4 elephants' divine palace. Since then, Lord Vulcan has successfully opened up the 9 divine palaces and entered the 9 palace level realm of great perfection. There is another difference here. The magician obtains the power of law in the law palace by relying on the strength of his spiritual power, which is somewhat similar to unlocking permissions and obtaining the qualifications and permissions to take them. It's like swiping a card to withdraw money at the bank. If human beings of different blood want to obtain the power of law in the Palace of Law, they must rely entirely on physical strength and forcefully take it, which is a bit like taking it by force. This is like robbing a bank. How much you can rob depends on your strength enough to open several vault doors. As for the method of becoming a god after entering the Dharma Palace and becoming a god, it is the collective wisdom of a group of 9 palace-leveled Dzogchen, including Lord Vulcan, and cannot be achieved by one person. At this point, Shudkong paused. Then he continued, "That's it for the Bagua level and the 9 palaces level. As for the stage of becoming a god, I will tell you about it after Master. You reach the 9 palaces level. There is no point in talking about it now, but it is a bit easier. So Gao Muyuan." "Yeah, that's right." Li Guanqi nodded, turned his head, and looked at the stars in the sky and the bloody full moon. "Now, let's go. First go to the north to find Sophia, and then go to Heian Kyo. Chapter 475 Simulation. God's Armor. Half a day later. Sakura Shogunate. Biling. Deep in a barren and remote mountain forest. Li Guanqi, with white hair and blue eyes and dressed in black, walked slowly, looking at the small mountain village nestled among the trees in front of him with complicated eyes. This place is very remote, and the people who live here are not human, but the orc lion-headed man. At this time, the sun was rising in the east, and the warm sunshine poured down, covering the playful lion cubs in the center of the village. According to the blood theory of the orc clan, these lion-headed men are all of a class with inferior blood, because they all have lion heads that are completely animalistic, and even their legs are similar to the structure of lion legs. The only human parts of their bodies are their trunks and hands. However, the person playing with these little lion-headed people was a blonde with golden eyes, except for the lion ears on her head and a lion tail trailing behind her buttocks. She looked exactly like a beautiful Western human woman. It's Sophia. This place is a lion-headed settlement in the Sakura Shogunate. Li Guanqi did not interrupt, and even took the initiative to restrain his aura, so that Sophia did not notice his arrival. In the bright sunshine, there is endless laughter and laughter. Sophia played with the little lion-headed men, with a happy smile on her face that Li Guanqi had never seen before. The character of this lioness is actually very reserved. She has been suffering from self-blame and pain for her younger brothers and sisters being killed by her for a long time. But most of the time in her life, she does not show it, and there is even an illusion that she is still optimistic and cheerful. But in fact, in the dead of night, her look of loss and sadness can only be seen by the moon. Perhaps, playing with those children in this lion-headed settlement allowed Sophia to rediscover the memories of playing with her younger brothers and sisters. But these are just memories after all. Moolah, don't bother your sister Alice and bring your brothers over for dinner. I know. Mom. Following the shout of a middle-aged woman standing in front of the boiler not far away, the little lion-headed men also ran over in a hurry. Surrounding the boiler, chattering expectantly, Sophia stood there, turning her head to look at the warm scene of the family, with a hint of reminiscence in her eyes. Once upon a time, she had such a day. It's a pity that her parents are traditional lion-headed people after all. In the traditional and feudal ignorant customs, they even took the initiative to push her onto the bed of the old Lion King, who had lived for hundreds of years. From that day on, Sophia completely despaired of her parents and the feudal ignorance of the Lionhead clan. She wanted to change everything, but she didn't know where to start. Hey. Suddenly, a young and gentle man's voice appeared in his ears. Sophia was suddenly startled, and her hands even subconsciously turned into lion claws. When she turned her head and looked at the tall white-haired man in front of her, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Master, you scared me to death. Haven't seen you for a long time." Li Guanqi looked at her and smiled softly. 60 days, 2 months, is indeed a long time. Sophia was stunned. However, for this lioness, her mysterious master just disappeared out of thin air for just 6 days. Well, master, you? Sophia looked at Li Guanqi in front of her with a hesitant look on her face and hesitated to speak. She obviously wanted to ask about Li Guanqi's disappearance. But after seeing that Li Guanqi looked calm and had no intention of explaining, the lioness gave up and chose to turn a blind eye and did not ask. A slave has no right to inquire about his master's affairs. When the master said it, she listened. She couldn't ask if the master didn't tell her. Sophia still has a certain knowledge and understanding of the master-servant relationship. But in fact, Li Guanqi didn't think so much. He simply didn't know how to explain it. Sophia, your master and I traveled to tens of thousands of years ago in parallel time and space a while ago and spent 60 days there. Do you understand what I mean? Whether Sophia can believe this kind of thing is a matter of fact. Even if she does, it doesn't make any sense. As for making up a reason, what are you trying to figure out? It would be more convenient not to say it at all. Why are you here? Li Guanqi looked at Sophia and asked curiously. Nanhu and Biling are not too far apart for you. But how did you come here? A letter. Sophia scratched her head, looked around, looked at the small mountain village belonging to the lion-headed people, and said softly, 6 days ago, Master, you suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Although the existence of the soul mark lets me know that you are still alive, I can't find it. I searched the area around the lake but couldn't find you. However, I saw the body of a lion-headed man in a cave in that area.
He should have fought with a 2-level poisonous scorpion in that cave, and finally died together. There was a letter next to the body, which he should have written in blood after killing the poisonous scorpion and before being poisoned to death. It recorded the location of his family, the address of the lion-headed settlement, and his belongings, and also wanted to ask kind-hearted people to send his relics home. I thought at that time, since the soul imprint is here, Master, you can always find me. In addition, I waited there for 3 days, and Master didn't come back. So I took it upon myself to return the relics here.
Master? After saying that, Sophia glanced at Li Guanqi cautiously.
You won't blame me, will you? Of course not.
Li Guanqi smiled and waved his hand.
Sophia, I told you a long time ago that I don't really like the relationship between master and slave. You and I are just a transaction. I will help you avenge your brothers and sisters in the future. And when you return to the lion-headed clan in the future, you will also do things for me. As for the existence of the soul mark, although it is essentially a master-servant contract, I prefer to call this relationship a superior-subordinate relationship. In the words of the orcs, you might as well regard me as your leader. And you are my subordinates.
Ah? Sophia was stunned.
But, in the lion-headed clan, the tribal leader is the supreme leader and the only master of all his subordinates and clan members. He not only enjoys the power of life and death, but also enjoys the right of first night and mating for every female lion-headed clan. Just like what the old Lion King wanted to do to me.
Li Guanqi was speechless immediately.
Just pretend I didn't say anything.
Sophia scratched her head.
Not long ago,
Li Guanqi suddenly said.
What?
Sophia was stunned.
The day when I help your brothers and sisters get revenge is getting closer and closer.
Li Guanqi looked at Sophia, unlocking the effect of the orifice sealing technique, and revealed his powerful LV-70 physical aura. At the same time, a wave of space fluctuations spread out. Anyone who truly understands the laws of space can understand that if he wants to create this kind of space fluctuations, his understanding of the laws of space must reach a level comparable to a 7-star level.
This?
Sophia suddenly looked shocked. How long has it been?
Didn't the master even begin to understand the laws of space before? It's only been 6 days since he disappeared. Why did his cultivation level increase so much all of a sudden? Sophia had never heard of such a thing. Is it possible? Is it possible? Not knowing what came to mind, Sophia suddenly placed her eyes on Li Guanqi's white hair and blue eyes. Observing them carefully, he has white hair and blue eyes, not the black hair and golden eyes of the Ying family of the Daluo dynasty.
Sophia, go say goodbye to the children. It's time for us to set off.
Li Guanqi used the sealing technique again, restrained his physical aura, and walked towards the outside of the mountain village.
I'll wait for you outside.
Sophia looked at his leaving back, withdrew her gaze, and then looked at the family of lion-headed men not far away who were preparing to have dinner. A mother, 6 children. There were 7 lion-headed men in total, but there were 8 plates on the dinner table.
Sister Alice.
A little lion man stood on a chair and waved excitedly to Sophia.
Dinner is ready. Come here. Come here. We are going to eat rabbit stewed with carrots today. It's the cute rabbit we caught yesterday.
What?
Several lion cubs nearby were very happy, but a girl lion cub was sobbing and wiping her tears.
The rabbit is so cute. How can it eat the rabbit, huh?
Before she finished speaking, her mother stuffed a mouthful of braised rabbit meat into her mouth with a wooden fork. The little girl chewed it a few times, then blinked.
Huh? It smells so good.
Puck. When Sophia saw the scene, she couldn't help laughing. But as she smiled, she couldn't help but shed tears in her beautiful eyes, and her eyes turned red. Once upon a time, she also had a group of younger brothers and sisters waiting for her to eat. Outside the mountain village, Li Guanqi leaned against a big tree with his arms folded across his chest. He looked at this scene and lowered his head with complicated eyes. But his eyes gradually became firm. Who is right and who is wrong about Sophia? Sophia rebelled against ignorant customs. What was wrong with her? She just didn't want to dedicate her body to an ancestor who was hundreds of years old. Wrong. Actually, it is weak. If Sophia is strong enough, as strong as the 9-palace-level old Lion King, she can not only resist ignorant customs, but also protect her family while resisting customs. So, in the final analysis, it comes down to strength. To become stronger, Li Guanqi lowered his head, closed his eyes, and slowly clenched his right fist, his fingertips turning blue. become the strongest. The next day, Sakura Shogunate, Heian-kyo. The dazzling sun hangs high in the sky, and the fierce and bright sunshine envelopes the entire city, making the capital of the Sakura Shogunate shine brighter and brighter. But no matter how bright the sun is, it can only shine on those bright sides. The truly dark corners of the city are places where even the brightest sunlight cannot shine. These are places where some people have struggled their entire lives. There are also people who have never even heard of it in their lives. For example, a traveler at a certain inn. Ligwanchi used the transformation spell to change his face, and Sophia used the transformation potion to transform into a tulip woman. This is their second visit to Heian-kyo, but their goal every time they come to Heian-kyo is not to explore the city. In addition to finding people, find people.
Sophia, go and guard the door.
Ligwanchi was sitting next to the wooden table in the room. After drinking a cup of tea, he suddenly said,
Yes.
Sophia didn't ask why. She stood up and pushed the door open, then closed the door behind her back. And Ligwanchi also closed his eyes. Heian-kyo has arrived, and a few streets away from this inn is the home of one of the Sakura 9 warriors, the Tokugawa family. It's time to simulate it.
Buzz?
Ligwanchi started from his toes, and his whole body was covered in blood for an instant. Simulator. Open. Heart of time and space. On the land shrouded in
black mist, Ligwanchi's figure slowly emerged. 2 black squares appeared on the light screen panel in front of him. You are in a strange world, and can simulate the route for the next 10 days each time. Current number of simulations remaining, 10 times.
Simulation.
Ligwanchi's eyes were solemn, and he said in a deep voice,
Simulate what happened 10 days after I arrived at the Tokugawa family home in Hainjing and met Tokugawa Shinji.
Start simulation. On the first day, although you brought Sophia to Hainjing, you thought about it carefully and felt that it was useless to bring this lioness with you. So you asked her to go back to the previous lion-headed settlement to wait for you. Then, you went to the Tokugawa family home alone and handed the guard the letter that Shinji Tokugawa originally sent you along with the magic weapon,
Eye of the Black Cat.
You were allowed to enter the Tokugawa family home and were led to Tokugawa Shinji's residence. After a Greek test, you successfully gained the approval of Tokugawa Shinji, and he took you away from the borders of the Sakura Shogunate to a dangerous wilderness area. He has taken you to a ruined castle in the wilderness. There are traces of Greek writing everywhere in the ruins of the castle. Deep in the ruins, there is a stone slab engraved with a Greek puzzle. You translated the slate puzzle, but Tokugawa Shinji doesn't trust you. He uses Jogon-level hypnosis to let you decipher the puzzle again while under hypnosis. Then, Tokugawa Shinji used this to crack the slate mechanism and successfully opened a space portal. Shinji Tokugawa takes you into it. Just after entering, a powerful demon species of Bagua level rushed towards me, but it was slapped to death by Shinji Tokugawa of Jogon level. He didn't even bother to deal with the body. Turn around and walk forward. You look at the flesh and soul of that powerful demon species with great covetousness. But obviously your plundering technique cannot be exposed. So I have to ask Shinji Tokugawa to give you a Bagua level corpse. He thought for a while and decided to put it away himself, without even paying attention to you. You are a little depressed.
This is unreasonable.
When Ligwanchi saw this, his expression became more and more surprised, and he couldn't help but interrupted.
If I can still think of asking Tokugawa Shinji to send the body to me, it means that I was not hypnotized throughout the process. During the progress, there was no I was awake when I was translating. After all, I can't even think about getting benefits if I'm not sober. But if I were sober, then I would definitely think, if this old guy doesn't even want to give me a corpse, what else can he give me in return? If we really want to find the treasure, let alone give me a little, can he let me leave alive? I put myself in my shoes and thought about it. If this really happened to me, would I still be depressed? I'm so depressed. To be cautious, I had already asked Shukong to take me away. After all, if the artifact wanted to open the portal and escape, even the Jogon level could not stop it, nor could it track it. All in all, seeing the big from the small, from such a small detail, it can be seen that Tokugawa Shinji most likely did not want me to leave alive after completing the translation. I can't be stupid enough to continue following Tokugawa Shinji. This is totally unreasonable. And it's not something I can do today. Brother Time and Space, could it be possible that you also set the IQ condition of the simulation to be like me, who didn't understand anything when I was 18 years old? After all, I have been living in the weird world for 2 years. I am no longer the innocent high school student I was back then. Okay.
At the end, Li Guanqi's eyes looked at the light screen panel, full of suspicion. Analog interrupt. Simulation error rate detection. Detection completed. This simulation closely involves the powerful life forms of the Jyogon level, in view of the quality issues of the energy that has been recovered by the heart of time and space. The error rate of this simulation is 78.6%.
So high. I just said something was wrong.
Li Guanqi frowned. Jyogon level. When encountering Jyogon level, the simulation error rate is as high as 78.6%. How can you play with it? You can choose to consume more simulation energy in the next simulation to reset the simulation. This will improve the simulation accuracy, but it will also consume more simulation energy.
You should have told me earlier.
Li Guanqi was helpless. Before the simulation starts, I cannot judge the simulation error rate, and the more detailed simulation error rate can only be obtained after the simulation is completely completed. The current 78.6% is only temporary.
Okay.
Li Guanqi waved his hand.
Go on. Continue the simulation. Forget it if the error is 78.6%. Let's finish this simulation first.
Simulation continues. With a depressed mood, you continue to move forward with Tokugawa Shinji. This space is a folded hidden space. There are many powerful demon species guarding the road. The lowest is a group of 7-star demon species. There are also many Bugwa level 1s. In the end, a Jyogon level 1 rushed out. Horrible curse. Shinji Tokugawa successfully killed this Jyogon level curse spirit after a fierce fight. You have come to the end of this space. You see an ancient stone slab. On the stone slab, a puzzle is engraved in Greek. Shinji Tokugawa continues to hypnotize you, allowing you to translate the puzzle and then solve it yourself. He succeeded. The ancient stone slab bursts into golden light, opening another space crack. Shinji Tokugawa takes you into it, and in the vast white field, you see the artifact suspended in midair. The armor belonging to the ancient gods. The divine armor calls itself Ares, which is the name given to him by his first master. The name is exactly the same as the ancient Greek god of war, which symbolizes that the owner of this divine armor will be invincible. Shinji Tokugawa smiles very happily. He takes away the armor and takes you away. After returning to the ruins of the castle, Tokugawa Shinji stroked the armor on his body, laughed happily, and with a wave of his hand, he directly crushed you into a bloody mist. Not to mention the scum of your body. You even lost your soul. Not even a scum is left. He strikes so fast and suddenly that you don't even have time to use your last chance to travel through time and space, or use the instantaneous teleportation space to survive. In front of the Jyogon level powerhouse, you have no ability to deal with it. You are dead. Simulation ends. Simulation error rate detection. Chapter 476, The Mystery of the Master of the Divine Armor. Greek philosophy. Detection completed. This simulation closely involves the powerful life forms of the Jyogon level, in view of the current energy quality issues that have been recovered by the heart of time and space. The error rate of this simulation is 62.3%. Current number of simulations remaining, 9 times.
62.3%. More than half of the error rate. This is too high. No wonder they simulate me into a fool who won't run away when the situation is bad. By the way, dealing with the Jyogon level has such a serious impact on the simulation.
Li Guanqi looked helpless. As for Tokugawa Shinji's murder in silence, killing people and silencing them after seizing the treasure was a routine operation. He didn't feel any surprise or anger. It was normal, and something he had already guessed.
I have to think about whether there is any turning point. If not, then I have to give up this mission and run to the Tulip Empire. I beg Her Majesty the Queen to protect me.
Li Guanqi fell into deep thought.
Even if Tokugawa Shinji finally finds me, is it possible that he can kill me when facing Her Majesty the Queen? Probably not. For the sake of Master, Her Majesty the Queen will not just sit idly by and ignore it. But the question is there anything that can't be turned around in this matter?
Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel from beginning to end and found that there seemed to be nothing that could be changed. Facing the Jyogon level Tokugawa Shinji, it was a completely unsolvable situation. In fact, if there was no simulator, he would not even consider this matter, and would not take up the task at all. He would immediately go to the Tulip Empire to find the queen to hug him. After all, he is Tokugawa Shinji at the Jyogon level. It is too dangerous to hang out with Jyogon level. On the last trip to the strange world, there was no simulator. So Li Guanqi,
who started to seek stability in everything, could not hide as far as he could from this situation. Facing the Jyogon level, he had to rely on a simulator to dare to do things like seeking skin from a tiger.
Wait, a puzzle?
Li Guanqi looked at the simulated information on the light screen panel and suddenly raised his eyebrows. It seems that the only thing that can make a fuss about this whole process is the Greek puzzles. But the problem is that the simulator does not display the puzzle content.
Hey, time and space, brother.
Thinking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but look at the light screen panel and asked,
"Can't you show the content of those puzzles? I want to see the specific content."
This is extremely detailed simulation content. It will simulate specific character actions and character dialogue details. It will also greatly improve the simulation accuracy as I just said. But at the same time, it will also consume more energy. Simulation 1 times. It will consume 1.5 simulation times. Are you sure?
Sure.
Li Guanqi nodded. The simulation times are just for use. There is no point in saving them. At worst, after the number of simulations is used up, he will change his behavior to the same style as last time, seeking stability in everything and running away when he encounters someone stronger than himself. But now the simulator still has times. So you have to rely on the simulator to make waves. Simulation reset. Duplicate content skipped. There are traces of Greek writing everywhere in the ruins of the castle. In the deepest part of the ruins, you encounter the first stone tablet engraved with a Greek puzzle. You begin to translate the stone tablet puzzle, translating the Greek words inscribed on it into Chinese. The puzzle is as follows. Question: how many genders are there in the world? Red answer, 2 kinds. Green answer, 3. Blue answer, 5 types. Yellow answer, I don't know. I'm new here. Question mark. Li Guanqi looked confused.
What the L kind of puzzle is this?
Shinji Tokugawa begins to hypnotize you to translate. Li Guanqi was still confused. But the simulation process of the simulator continued, and black boxes appeared one after another. After some thought, Tokugawa Shinji said,
Old gods are also human beings. And the conventional genders of human beings are only male and female. Counting the rare intersex people, there are 3 types. But if you include more others, there are far more than 5 psychologically defined genders. So the red, green, and blue answers are not entirely correct. When Li Guanqi saw this, he seemed to understand something all of a sudden. Shao Kong said that the first owner of this armor was a Western god. Well, from the West, they seem to be very particular about gender over there.
I don't know, the answer should be yellow. I'm new here,
Shinji Tokugawa said firmly. After saying that, Tokugawa Shinji hit the yellow stone tablet next to the puzzle stone with his palm. The puzzle slate glows with golden light. A space portal appears, and Shinji Tokugawa successfully solves the puzzle.
Tokugawa, you are such a hacking talent.
Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. The puzzle set by the master of the battle armor is not a serious puzzle at all. It is clearly a joke. As for Tokugawa Shinji, a human from the New Age era, although he basically adopted the elimination method, in the end, he connected with this person from the previous era. No. If the 21st century is an era, the apocalyptic period is an era, and the age of gods is an era, then this meme should belong to the previous era. This guy is truly talented. Just after entering, a powerful demon species of Bagua level rushed towards me, but it was slapped to death by Shinji Tokugawa of Jyogon level. He didn't even bother to deal with the body. Turn around and walk forward.
You look at the flesh and soul of that powerful demon species with great covetousness. But obviously your plundering technique cannot be exposed. So I have to ask Shinji Tokugawa to give you a Bagua level corpse. You said to Tokugawa Shinji's back as he advanced.
Senior Tokugawa, I wonder if you can give the body of this Bagua level demon species to this junior. After all, the flesh and blood of the Bagua level demon species may not matter to you, but to me very valuable.
Hearing your request, Tokugawa Shinji thought for a moment, then nodded, walked to the body of the demon species, and put it into the space necklace, not bothering to talk to you from beginning to end. You are a little depressed, but at the same time, your mood is getting heavier. Shinji Tokugawa even refused to give you the corpse that he was too lazy to take. So does the reward he promised still count? Besides, can he really let you leave alive? Worry creeps into you. You start thinking of ways to escape. While thinking, you and Tokugawa Shinji continue to explore and move forward here. This space is a folded hidden space. There are many powerful demon species guarding the road. The lowest is a group of 7-star demon species. There are also many Bugwa level 1s. In the end, a Jogan level 1 rushed out. Horrible curse. Shinji Tokugawa successfully killed this Jogan level curse spirit after a fierce fight. You have come to the end of this space. You see an ancient stone slab. On the stone slab, a puzzle is engraved in Greek. The puzzle is as follows. Question: what is the meaning of life? Red answer: it's meaningless. Just die. Green answer: be the strongest. Blue answer: it makes no sense. But if you live, you may be able to find it. Yellow answer: eat, drink, have fun, enjoy life, get the most wealth, play with the most luxurious gadgets, and sleep with the most beautiful women. Shinji Tokugawa continues to hypnotize you and ask you to translate the puzzle. And then he stands nearby, lost in thought, seeming to be thinking about the answer to the puzzle. Don't play tricks on puzzles. And start thinking about philosophy? Li Guanqi looked strange. This is really Greek. So, back to the puzzle. What is the meaning of life? This kind of question shouldn't have an answer. Even if there are, they are all a bunch of subjective answers. Even experts and philosophers cannot give a single answer to this question. Because, it doesn't matter if you think the meaning of life is like this. But why do you think that the meaning of my life is also what you think it is? Therefore, the key to this puzzle should not lie in philosophy, but in guessing the mind. Whoever can correctly guess the thoughts of the armor owner can answer this riddle correctly. Li Guanqi was stunned. Only then did he realize that the light curtain panel had not refreshed new simulation information for more than 10 seconds. The heart of time and space has been slow to simulate the next message. Li Guanqi did not urge him, but looked at the light screen panel and began to think. What is the meaning of life? Not at all? Become the strongest? Although there is none. If you survive, maybe you can find it. Eat, drink and be merry? None of the 4 options given by the armor master seemed wrong. But they all seemed right. Life is meaningless at all? Some people feel that life is meaningless because their lives are a mess of gray, and they have lived in misery and tragedy since childhood. For them, living is torture, and death is not as good as relief. Can you say they are wrong? But the life they encounter could lead them to such a conclusion. Can't tell right or wrong. Become the strongest? Indeed, Li Guanqi's goal has always been to become the strongest. But this does not mean that he thinks these 4 words are the meaning of life. The reason why he wanted to be the strongest was because after traveling to the new era, the various things he experienced and the various characters he met made him understand the truth that weak people cannot determine their own destiny. They can only be the thread of destiny. Puppet. He doesn't want this. That's why he wants to be the strongest. Have the ability to do whatever he wants. Be able to protect his lover and parents. And be able to stick to his free heart. Therefore, becoming the strongest is a goal. But in fact, it is essentially a need. He needs to be the strongest to accomplish something, rather than becoming stronger purely for the sake of becoming the strongest. Becoming the strongest is not the meaning of his life. Although there is none. If you survive, maybe you can find it. This answer is a bit strange. Isn't this a mentality similar to showing off? Although I don't know what the meaning of life is. It's better to live than to die. Just live anyway. Maybe one day I will find the meaning of life. Well, Li Guanqi feels that although this answer is a bit shabby, in real terms, this answer may be a little more correct than the previous 2 answers. Eat, drink and be merry? Get the most wealth. Play with the most luxurious gadgets. Sleep with the most beautiful women. And enjoy life to the fullest. Is this the meaning of life? Li Guanqi really wants to enjoy life to the fullest. But for him, to achieve this goal, it is definitely not about getting the most money, playing the most luxurious things, and sleeping with the most beautiful women. This cannot be regarded as enjoying life to the fullest. Because of this answer seemed to him to be the option that was closest to the correct answer, but also the one that was least close to the correct answer. Wait. But where is the correct answer to this question about the meaning of life? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Philosophical issues are really not suitable for detailed study. Once you study them carefully, you will easily get into trouble. Shinji Tokugawa, how did you, old man, choose the correct answer? Due time and space? After thinking for a long time, Li Guanqi finally looked at the light screen panel and asked in surprise. Are you stuck? Why has there been no movement for a long time? I just think this philosophical question is really interesting. Human beings always come up with some problems that trouble themselves. But I have to say that it is really interesting.
So I temporarily stopped the simulation and wanted to wait. Wait and see what your answer is.
My answer?
Li Guanqi smiled.
It may be a bit cheesy to say it, but for me, the meaning of my life, Li Guanqi, is to see all the wonderful things in the world, be filial to my parents, find a beloved woman, and have 2 children, a boy and a girl, big fat baby, and then end my life surrounded by happy children and grandchildren. It's that simple. There is no big pursuit.
Ordinary and beautiful. There is no right answer to the meaning of life. And there is no distinction between high and low. I think as a human being, this kind of life is very good. So, the answer to the puzzle you chose is yellow food, drink, and fun? After all, among the 4 options, this one seems to be closest to your idea.
No.
Li Guanqi shook his head.
If I had to choose the answer to the puzzle, I would not choose the yellow answer.
Oh, what is your choice?
Puzzle. What is a puzzle?
Li Guanqi smiled and said.
Since the puzzle has been revealed, it must have an answer. Otherwise, it would not be called a question, but would just be called an unsolved mystery. In other words, if there is a correct answer, it is a puzzle. But there is no so-called correct answer to the question of the meaning of life. So this puzzle slate, if I had to choose, I would not choose any of the 4 colors of red, green, blue, and yellow stone tablets. Instead, I would rush up and smash the slate with the puzzle written on it. Because, since there is no answer, the puzzle is invalid and should not exist as a puzzle slate and should be erased. This is one aspect I consider. On the other hand, it is based on speculation about the mind of the person who asked the question. From the previous gender riddle, I suspect that the question maker likes to joke. So perhaps there is no serious answer to his philosophical riddle either. So, if I had to choose, I would smash the question slate, and it would be the correct option for this question.
Interesting. Let's see how Tokugawa Shinji, who selected the correct option, answered this question. Simulation continues. After thinking about it for more than 10 minutes, Tokugawa Shinji walked past the 4 red, green, blue and yellow stone tablets one by one, but finally came to the question stone slab. He raised his hand, without using any force at all, and just gave it a gentle push.
Boom!
The stone slab fell down. Golden light erupted, and the whole space began to shake violently. A space portal slowly opens. He succeeded, regardless of the 4 answer tablets. Overturning the puzzle tablet is the correct answer to this philosophical puzzle.
It seems I guessed it right.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly. Of course. That old guy Tokugawa Shinji also guessed it right. Shinji Tokugawa takes you into the space passage. And in the vast white field, you see the artifact suspended in midair. The armor of the ancient gods. In the divine armor, a shadow of a tall young man emerged. It called itself Ares, which was the consciousness of this divine armor. The 3 words Ares were his first master. The name given to him is exactly the same as the ancient Greek god of war, which symbolizes that the owner of this divine armor will be invincible.
The strongest one. You are at the Jyogun level, and you have also passed the test set by the master, and you are qualified to be recognized by me as master,
Ares said. Shinji Tokugawa smiles very happily. He takes away the armor and takes you away. Halfway through, you called on Shukong to use the teleportation space ability and fled to the border area of the Iabel Prairie, because you felt that after Tokugawa Shinji got the artifact, he would never leave you alive. Once you leave the castle ruins, you will die. With the power of Shuinkong's artifact, you escaped from Tokugawa Shinji's clutches and made it impossible for the other party to track you. You successfully helped Tokugawa Shinji get the artifact, but your work was in vain. On the 2nd day, you went to a city in the grassland. You didn't dare to go back to the Sakura Shogunate. You didn't even look for Sophia. You just wanted to take the teleportation array to the Tulip Empire to find Her Majesty the Queen and seek asylum. Since Shukong has never been to the Tulip Empire and doesn't know the spatial coordinates, you can't ask Shukong to take you there directly. There is a shortage of tickets in the city. There is no teleportation array to the Tulip Empire. There is not even a universal teleportation array here. You spent 9 days leisurely in this prairie city. Apart from experiencing the local customs, you encountered almost nothing worth mentioning. This simulation expires in 10 days. Simulation ends. Current number of simulations remaining, 7.5 times. Simulation error rate detection. Detection completed. This simulation is closely related to the powerful life forms of the Jyogun level.
in view of the current energy quality issues that have been recovered by the heart of time and space. This simulation has increased energy consumption to improve accuracy. So the error rate of this simulation is 0.01%. In other words, the accuracy of this simulation is as high as 99.9%, which can be trusted. Let me just say, under normal circumstances, it's impossible for me not to run away in advance. Although I think it's still a little late. Seeing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but nodded slightly. Both simulations have ended. The second simulation is still a super detailed simulation. So what? Have you found any solution? Or are you going to give up on this matter? Instead of going to Tokugawa Shinji, go directly to the Tulip Empire to find the Empress. How can it be? Li Guanqi grinned. In both simulations, Tokugawa Shinji chose the correct answer, but we still don't know what the result would be if he chose the wrong answer. Oh, but when you were translating the Greek puzzle, you were forcibly hypnotized. There was no way to mistranslate it to mislead him. How did you make Tokugawa Shinji choose the wrong answer? After all, apart from asking you to be the translator, Tokugawa Shinji solves the puzzle by himself. Then it will be, okay, if I can make translation errors even when I am hypnotized? Li Guanqi smiled, turned and left. Wait for me. Time and space, brother. I'll be back as soon as I go. I still have to do the third simulation. Chapter 477, Tampering with Memory and Seeking Skin from a Tiger. Shanku? Deep in the sea of consciousness, Li Guanqi's divine and demonic soul slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Following his call, a stream of gold and silver light flew out from the inside of his soul body, transforming into a handsome young man wearing a gold and silver robe. It is the personification of Shan Kong. What's wrong, Master? Shankara asked curiously. I want to tamper with and seal part of my memory. Li Guanqi looked at him seriously. And you are responsible for helping me correct this memory and restore me to my original state. Understand? Shan Kong was startled, but quickly nodded gently. I understand. Master, what is your specific plan? In short, you need to give me a copy of the original file that tampered with the memory, and also give me the method to crack the memory seal. I am alone, so I can easily help you get back to your original state. Come over. Li Guanqi waved. Shan Kong immediately approached and lowered his head slightly. Buzz? Li Guanqi raised his right hand. His index finger lifted up between his brows, and blue soul power escaped from his fingertips. As both of them closed their eyes, Li Guanqi passed all his original memories of Greek to Shan Kong, and also passed on a method to crack the memory seal. In theory, a first-order soul can tamper with its own memory. But this is just a theory. If a novice in this field dares to operate with a first-level soul, the memory will be confused, and the probability of permanent damage to the soul is as high as 99.9%. And the memory cannot be restored if it is archived in advance. For novices, they need at least a 6th-level habitat soul to ensure absolute safety. Otherwise, if they are not careful, their memory will be confused. Li Guanqi is a real novice, but he now has a 7th-level Death Realm soul, which is completely up to standard, as long as the memory is archived in advance. No matter how much he messes around, nothing will happen. As for the method of cracking the memory seal, this kind of thing is a bit like prescribing the right medicine to the case. Memory seal is a disease. The seal-breaking method is medicine. When you are sick, the patient does not need to know the specific cause of his illness. He can just take the doctor's medicine, and it will be fine. The same goes for memory seals. A memory seal requires a corresponding specialized cracking method. In this way, when someone uses the cracking method, there is no need to know which part of the other person's memory is sealed. Anyway, casting a cracking method on the soul will naturally unlock the seal of that part of the memory. Buzz? Soon, the original memory file has been transferred. Li Guanqi opened his eyes, retracted his hand, looked at Shan Kong in front of him, and nodded slightly. Master, call me when the time comes, and I will help you correct your memory. After Shan Kong said this, it turned into a stream of gold and silver and escaped into Li Guanqi's soul. Li Guanqi then looked around, looking at the dark blue sea of consciousness around him. Although he was a soul body, he subconsciously took a deep breath and prepared to start tampering with his memory. Tampering with one's own memory is actually more similar to an ability. In theory, it is an ability that one has after possessing a first-order soul. But how to say it? This ability is similar to jumping off a cliff. Human beings will naturally jump when they grow up. But when facing a cliff, Even if there is a life-saving lake below, the human being will still feel nervous and scared because he has not jumped over the cliff yet. Li Guanqi has never tampered with his memory. Now, it's the first time. Buzz, after Li Guanqi was ready, with a thought, golden threads radiated from his soul body and spread over the entire sea of consciousness, covering it like a spider web. And every joint of the spider web exudes a flickering golden light. If you look carefully, there are actually sections of pictures, text, or audio bands floating inside these golden lights. This is the memory network. Li Guanqi wandered through the golden light network and began to search for his related memories of Greek. During this process, he saw many things that he had ignored before. Many people say that memory can be deceiving, but this sentence is not quite accurate. Specifically, having time and mood filters will mislead and deceive people. Not memories, but memories. When a person recalls, the passage of time and the emotional problems during the recall will cause the memory to change, becoming either better or worse. But this is the pot of memories. If you think of a person as a camera, then memory is essentially a video. Memory will never change and will always exist deep in the human soul. However, if the soul has not reached the first level, it will be difficult for humans to open the memory network and view their own memories, like searching for files. Just like Li Guanqi is now. He was not reminiscing at the moment, but looking through his memories, like watching a first-person movie scene. He saw a lot. When the baby was born, the doctors and nurses who delivered the baby, and the surprised smiles of the parents right after. These memories that ordinary people cannot remember actually exist in the memory network. From the time a human child first acquires the ability to perceive the outside world, the memory network function of the human soul has already begun to operate. There were also those times in the corner of his eye that Li Guanqi ignored at the time. But at this moment, which was like watching a first-person movie, he did not ignore it, but took in everything. He saw it. When he was 13 years old, he was participating in that urban basketball game, and there was that little girl sitting on the sidelines, eating potato chips, drinking waha, and her big eyes twinkling. It's Meng Yao. When he was very young, his and Han Mengyao's lives had actually connected for the first time. There are many, many more. Li Guanqi wandered through his memory network and saw many things that he had ignored before, or did not understand so deeply. He saw the way Han Mengyao pretended not to care when he first met Han Mengyao in class, when he returned to Yuching No. 1 middle school, but was actually secretly delighted. He saw Han Mengyao's fear when he rushed back to the Yuching cafeteria when he faced the cursed spirit, but was pushed out by Gao Anyan to block the knife, and his joy when he saw him rushing to the rescue. He saw the pleading and fear in Gao Anyan's eyes when he was frozen into an ice sculpture. He saw the undisguised unwillingness and hatred in the eyes of every person he killed. He saw the scene when he killed his first master with his own hands. At that time, he used the blood-condensing sword spell to cut off Wei Mo's head, with the long sword condensed with blood. Blood spurted out, and Wei Mo's head, filled with disbelief and a little unwillingness, flew high. However, is there only disbelief and unwillingness? No. More than that. This time, Li Guanqi reread the memory of that time, and he clearly saw that deep in Wei Mo's eyes, apart from a little bit of reluctance, there was actually more relief. What a relief. You are indeed waiting. Li Guanqi stopped in front of this memory spot with a complicated expression. Master, you have been waiting. Waiting for me to successfully come back. Waiting for me to successfully kill you. Waiting for me to successfully escape the fate of being deprived of my life by you. Waiting for me to successfully make a peaceful decision. You made different choices. Waiting for me to succeed, instead of following in your footsteps. You have been waiting for me to succeed. Wei Mo. Wei Mo. You did prepare to kill me. Yes, but you will always be my master. The first master. Forever. You taught me a lot and let me know that in the new era, the strong are respected and interests come first. If you want to live well, you must become stronger. Well, Li Guanqi lowered his head and sighed softly. Many things will happen in a person's life. If you read too many memories of the past, it will always arouse people's emotions. He turned and left, continuing to search in the memory network. Finally, he found the Greek part of his memory. Buzz. Li Guanqi raised his right hand and lightly tapped the golden memory spot. And countless Greek words flew out, along with countless audio bands, hovering around him. How to change it? Li Guanqi looked at these memories, gritted his teeth, and began to think. His purpose, to put it bluntly, was to tamper with his memory of Greek. causing translation errors. Tokugawa Shinji hypnotized him into translating. Then he caused problems with his memory, and the translation of that Greek passage became a wrong translation. In this way, no matter how hard Tokugawa Shinji hypnotized him, the wrong memory could only produce a wrong translation. The simulator shows that successfully solving the puzzle in the ruins of the castle can open a space passage. What about the consequences of failing to solve the puzzle? Die. Li Guanqi felt that there was a high probability that it would not be the case. And even the consequences of failure to solve the puzzle would not cause much harm to people. At least not to Jyogon-level humans. If failure to solve the puzzle means death, or the consequences are very serious, then Tokugawa Shinji would be too hasty for such a dangerous matter. He did not let others explore the way to solve the puzzle, but solved it himself. And he did it himself. Hands-on selection? This is obviously wrong. If this is the case, Tokugawa Shinji is either a madman full of adventurous spirit in his bones, or a pure fool. Adventurous madman? In fact, maybe. After all, there are everyone in the world. But at least, Li Guanqi felt that a top Jyogon-level expert was definitely not a fool. Therefore, Tokugawa Shinji should have some understanding of the consequences of failure to solve the puzzle. So he decided to take the risk and go there in person. Li Guanqi guessed that Tokugawa Shinji had most likely already had someone explore the ruins of the castle where the divine armor was hidden. In other words, someone else had already explored it and then told him about it. Tokugawa Shinji has already known the consequences of his failure to solve the puzzle. And the consequences of failing to solve the puzzle should not be serious. Only with this explanation can it be reasonable for Shinji Tokugawa to personally go to solve the mystery. Of course, it does not rule out that he is a madman full of adventurous spirit and seeking excitement. After all, it is not impossible. But Li Guanqi prefers the former. All in all, no matter what the consequences would be if he failed to solve the puzzle, he wanted to give it a try to see if there was any improvement. That is the divine armor, an artifact. Leaving aside Shun Kong, Li Guanqi now has 3 major offensive artifacts, and is only missing 1 defensive artifact. The divine armor named Ares is too tempting for him to throw away. Just throw it away. Forget it if you don't have a simulator. Just be steady, survive, and run away to Tulip as soon as possible to find the queen to hug her. But since there was a simulator, Li Guanqi was unwilling to find a way to get the artifact in a desperate situation. Chapter 478, Failed to solve the puzzle. Completely different simulation route. Puzzles, 2 puzzles. Li Guanqi thought for a while. In fact, from the beginning to the end of this journey, to find the divine armor, he only translated 2 puzzles written in Greek. And they actually had nothing to do with Greece. The former one is a gender puzzle that plays on memes. After solving the puzzle, the space you entered was full of dangers. 7-star and Bagua-level demon species emerged one after another. And even a 9-level demon species emerged. If it hadn't been for Tokugawa Shinji, he would have been transformed into a demon in an instant. Scumbag. So, playing tricks on the first puzzle is definitely not going to work. Because you can't solve the first puzzle, can't enter the next space, and can't get to the second philosophical puzzle, let alone the divine armor. It's totally useless. And there are so many powerful demon species ambushing him. So, we have to do something about the second puzzle. Li Guanqi thought for a while. The content of the second puzzle. Question: what is the meaning of life? Red answer: it's meaningless. Just die. Green answer: be the strongest. Blue answer: it makes no sense. But if you live, you may be able to find it. Yellow answer: eat, drink, have fun, enjoy life, get the most wealth, play with the most luxurious gadgets, and sleep with the most beautiful women. Tokugawa Shinji actually knows some Greek, but he is not proficient in it. This can be seen from the puzzle test that Li Guanqi gave when he first met him at the free trade fair at Miyamoto Auction House. Tokugawa Shinji understood, but not very well. Because of this, Li Guanqi could not change the puzzle completely beyond recognition and turn it into a different puzzle, so that Tokugawa Shinji would definitely be able to see it and find the weirdness. He could only tamper with minor details. Then like this? Li Guanqi raised his hand, pulled together a string of Greek characters flying around, and then pulled 2 Chinese characters, changing his understanding of this Greek text into another wrong meaning. He turned his understanding of the Greek meaning into end. In this way, the original puzzle will become: question: what is the end of life? Red answer: there is no end. Death is the end. Green answer: be the strongest. Blue answer: there is no end.
But if you continue to live, you may be able to find it. Yellow answer, eat, drink, have fun, enjoy life, get the most wealth, play with the most luxurious gadgets, and sleep with the most beautiful women.
Shinji Tokugawa, it can be seen from your solving the puzzle that you are very good at guessing the train of thought of the person who asked the question.
Li Guanqi smiled.
So, when facing a god, how do you think he will understand the end of life? At least, when faced with this kind of puzzle, you would never choose to break the puzzle board. Already? Try it.
After Li Guanqi tampered with this part of his memory, he began to use the memory sealing method to seal his memories related to the tampered memory. In this way, he only remembered that he had tampered with and sealed part of his memory. But Li Guanqi couldn't remember exactly what was changed and what was sealed. He could only remember it when Shudkong helped him revise and unseal his memory. As for now,
it's time to go out and simulate again.
Heart of time and space. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi appeared here again. Came back? A box pops up on the light curtain panel.
Li
Guanqi smiled and nodded.
I tampered with and sealed part of my memory. Although I don't remember exactly what I did, I still remember that after such a process, I should be able to get a completely different simulation route. Let's get started and reset the simulation again.
Which simulation? Ultra-accurate simulation that consumes 1.5 simulation times?
Certainly.
Li Guanqi nodded.
After all, there is a Jyogo-level Tokugawa Shinji here. If it doesn't take more than 0.5 times, there is no point in doing a simulation with only half the accuracy.
As you wish. Simulation begins. Repeated parts omitted. You see an ancient stone slab. On the stone slab, a puzzle is engraved in Greek. The puzzle is as follows. Question: what is the end of life? Red answer: there is no end. Death is the end. Green answer: be the strongest. Blue answer: there is no end. But if you continue to live, you may be able to find it. Yellow answer: eat, drink, have fun, enjoy life, get the most wealth, play with the most luxurious gadgets, and sleep with the most beautiful women. Shinji Tokugawa continues to hypnotize you and ask you to translate the puzzle. And then he stands nearby, lost in thought, seeming to be thinking about the answer to the puzzle. After a few minutes, he looks up.
What is the end of life? To become the strongest? No. Even gods will die. So the answer to this puzzle should be that Red Death is the end. Even for gods, death is still the end. This is the feeling of the master of the gods here about his fate.
Shinji Tokugawa said firmly. Speaking, Tokugawa Shinji slapped the red stone tablet. Buzz. Red light flashes. Puzzle solving failed. You and Shinji Tokugawa felt an irresistible pull in space, and left the space in an instant, returning to the wilderness location where the castle ruins originally were. But at this time, the castle ruins no longer exist, and the place is empty, as if no castle ruins have ever appeared. You asked Tokugawa Shinji in surprise what was going on. Shinji Tokugawa said,
The ruins of this castle are a moving ruins of gods that will test those who come. Once they fail, even those at the Jyogon level will lose the qualification to obtain artifacts and be teleported away. And the ruins of the castle will also disappear and wait 10 years before appearing randomly around the world. However, to be disqualified is to be disqualified. Even if you and I find the location of the castle ruins 10 years later, we will not be able to go in. Yes, even if we are at the 9 palace level, we will not be able to go in for the second time. Boy, you and I have lost the qualifications to obtain this artifact. Alas, if possible, I really don't want to fail like this. After listening to Tokugawa Shinji's statement, you feel very strange and puzzled.
Then why did you come in person? Couldn't you just ask others to follow me in? If you fail, it is also the failure of your subordinates. You are still qualified. You just need to keep trying and making mistakes until one of your subordinates successfully helps you bring out the artifact. Wouldn't it be okay? As for those powerful monsters and so on, you can go in first and clear them out. Then exit, and let others go in to solve the last puzzle. Anyway, there are only 4 options, and you can fail 3 times at most. You can always choose the right one. Right? What? Is it possible that this thing is disposable? If you enter and then exit without completing the puzzle, you are not eligible to enter again. Shinji Tokugawa smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said,
That's not the case. I tried it. I went in, exited without solving the puzzle, and could still go in again afterwards. In fact, I have gone in several times, but could not completely decipher the translation of the first ancient puzzle. So I quit and found someone. But even so, it still doesn't work. Because, if someone gets the artifact, according to legend, in order to protect him, the ruins of the castle will teleport that person away and send him to a random place in the world. I have a lot of cronies, but people, even if they threaten their parents and family, who would care about this when faced with the temptation of an artifact? Even a slave restricted by the soul brand is meaningless in front of the artifact. After all, the artifact spirit can easily disintegrate the soul brand. I don't trust these so-called cronies to remain loyal to me in front of the artifact. After all, the artifact is the ladder leading to the 9 palaces level. If I really had to send my men in, it would be okay if I didn't get the artifact. If I got the artifact, the other party would run away, and I wouldn't even have the slightest chance. Therefore, I can only come in person. If I fail, I will fail. Something will occur if it belongs to your life. If not, do not push it. But if I succeed, then I can become the master of the artifact and truly step into the first echelon of the Geogong level. And I will no longer be the bottom of the Geogong level. It's a pity, there's no hope. You suddenly realize. Looking at the light screen panel, Li Guanqi really had a sudden realization. No wonder Tokugawa Shinji chose to go to the ruins of the castle in person and solve the mystery himself. It turns out that this matter is such a rule of the game. To put it bluntly, I still don't trust people. If Tokugawa Shinji was truly trustworthy, he could even come back and offer it to his master subordinates after getting the artifact. And he wouldn't end up in trouble himself. In fact, there may actually be such subordinates. After all, Li Guanqi compared his feelings with his own and felt that if Tokugawa Shinji threatened his parents and lover, he would definitely bring the artifact back. And he is definitely not the only one in the world who thinks family is more important than anything else. If Shinji Tokugawa wants to find this kind of person, he will definitely find him. This is just because he is too suspicious and doesn't trust people. Shinji Tokugawa looked at you and said, "You and I are no longer qualified. But no matter what, you helped me. According to the agreement, I will reward you. You are a magician at the peak of Lilha level. The Star Land is too important. You are not a member of the Tokugawa family. According to family rules, I cannot let you go to our Tokugawa family's star landing place. So, you now have 2 options. 1. Join the Tokugawa family, and I will take you to the place where our Tokugawa family leads the star. 2nd, our transaction ends here. I will give you a Mu Lingshur. When you reach 7 stars in the future and the upper limit of spiritual power is increased, your spiritual power can be greatly improved. So, which one do you choose? Your choice. 1. Join the Tokugawa family. 2. A Mu Lingshur. Huh? You don't want to kill? Li Guanqi was stunned. It seems that Tokugawa Shinji is not a person who kills indiscriminately. If he does not get the artifact and does not need to kill people to silence him, Tokugawa Shinji will not kill people, and will even fulfill his promise and give him a reward. Mu Lingshur is a 7-star resource that can greatly increase the spiritual power of a 7-star conjurer. It seems that old guy Tokugawa Shinji is also a principled guy, but that's not important. Li Guanqi raised his hand and clicked on the option. There is basically no need to think about this choice. Just choose it. Chapter 479, The Perfect Route. Meeting Tokugawa Shinji. You choose to have a Mu Ling stone. Tokugawa Shinji gave it to you, and then took you back to Heian Kyo of the Sakura Shogunate, and they parted ways. You come to an inn and absorb the Mu Lingshur, which increases the strength of your spiritual power. Shukong appears, helps you correct your memory, and also unblocks your memory. After you recovered your memory, you felt deep regret. Although you successfully avoided the death ending, you still did not reap any benefits. After all, the ruins of the castle that you and Tokugawa Shinji entered together were also disqualified. Even if there is a chance to find the castle ruins again in the future, you are not qualified to enter it a second time. At this time, Shukong suddenly said excitedly, "Master, I have locked the spatial coordinates of that place. Let's go back and get the divine armor." The shielding mechanism that blocks space has been used up for so many years, and its divine power has been almost exhausted. It can block the Geogong level, but it cannot block me, who is also a divine weapon. You were stunned at first, then extremely overjoyed. At a critical moment, another great achievement was achieved in an instant. Shukong is strong. Although he can't fight, he can do more important things than fighting. Li Guanqi's eyes lit up when he saw this. With the help of Shan Kong, you return to the second puzzle slate. Smash the slate. Successfully solve the puzzle. And enter the artifact space. In the vast expanse of white, you saw the artifact suspended in midair. The battle armor belonging to the gods of the old era. In the divine armor, a shadow of a tall young man emerged. It called itself Ares, which was the consciousness of this divine armor. The 3 words Ares were his first master. The name given to him is exactly the same as the ancient Greek god of war, which symbolizes that the owner of this divine armor will be invincible. Hey, human. Although you are very weak, you have finally come here, passed the test set by your master, and are qualified to be recognized as your master by me. Ares said, because there was no one around. Demon Sword Luma was finally able to speak to this old friend. Ares, why are you pretending to be so stupid? Why don't you come here quickly? Oh, no. Hack, why are you a broken knife? Bastard. Ares yelled. Although he cursed, Ares finally recognized you as his master and came into your body, becoming your 5th artifact and your first defensive artifact. The castle ruins are activated, and you are randomly sent to a small mountain village in the Daluo dynasty. You are a conjurer, but you don't dare to stay in the Daluo dynasty for a long time. So you quickly find a place to sit in the teleportation array. The strange thing is that there is no teleportation array leading to the Tulip Empire. You didn't pay too much attention. Since you can't go to the Tulip Empire, let's go back to the Sakura Shogunate to find Sophia. The next day, you find Sophia and take her to the Tulip Empire to find Her Majesty the Queen. However, you find that the teleportation fields in the major towns of the Sakura Shogunate do not have flights to the Tulip Empire. Even the Universal Teleportation Array has failed. In desperation, you have to wait. This wait is 9 days. Simulation expires in 10 days. Simulation ends. Current number of simulations remaining, 6 times. Ending, go and come back. Evaluation, I am too lazy to do this thing. There will be no evaluation in the future. I seem to have forgotten to do it a few times. Reward, a Mu-Ling stone. Buzz, between the sky and the earth shrouded in black mist. A golden light flickered and slowly fell into Li Guanqi's hands. Li Guanqi held the golden stone and frowned. This is not right. All the Tulip Empire's universal teleportation arrays have failed? Never mind. Let's take things one by one. Let's get the Ares divine armor first. The perfect route was finally found. When Li Guanqi thought of this, he couldn't help but smile excitedly. After waving his hand towards the light screen panel, he turned and left. Let's go! Time and space, brother. See you next time. Outside world. Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes, looked down, and found a golden stone clutched in his right hand. Mu-Ling sure. I was so excited about finding the perfect route that I forgot to absorb it directly in the simulator space. Then keep it for now, and absorb it together when you get one from Tokugawa Shinji. By the way, the Heart of Time and Space has said that why it can give birth to the ending reward. Even it itself can't figure it out for the time being. Well, it would be cool if the reward it gave birth to was not the Mu-Ling stone, but the artifact Ares armor. Flipped. Huh? What are you thinking about? Li Guanqi smiled and shook his head. Stopped daydreaming. Got up and walked towards the door of the room. The perfect route for the simulation has been obtained. Next, it's time to go for a walk step by step. Squeak. Li Guanqi pushed open the door to the room, looked at Sophia who was guarding the door, and chuckled. I realized that I made a mistake. I found that you were separated from me, so I wanted to find you first. But in fact, you can't really help me with this matter. So just go back and stay for another day. Eh? Sophia was stunned. What? Where to spend the day? It's in that lion-headed mountain village. Li Guanqi turned his head, looked north, and suddenly changed to Seoul transmission. Although the village is in Bailing, it shouldn't take long for you to open a few more space cracks. And it won't be long for you to stay in Pinyin capital. Safety. Although Aoyagi Mayasu of the Aoyagi family has not disclosed the news that he bought you, but you ran away for the sake of face. He must be secretly sending people to search for you. Even if the transformation potion is easy to use, it is not a panacea. Therefore, it is better to stay in a big city like Hyankyo for a short period of time, and go back to the village to wait for me. That's all. After saying that, Li Guanqi turned around and left, walked out of the door of the inn, and walked towards the next street. Sophia looked at his leaving back, and scratched her head in confusion. In fact, Li Guanqi still hasn't told her why he came to Piping Jing. Forget it. Let's go back and wait. Sophia no longer thought about it. Casually tore open a space crack and stepped into it. Heiankyo. East of the city. Tokugawa Street. This entire street is the area where the Tokugawa family's residence belongs. In fact, it's not just this street. A dozen of the surrounding streets are their family's property. However, the official gate of the Tokugawa family's residence is located here. So it is the place was renamed Tokugawa Street. At this time, in front of the door of the Tokugawa family's house, an ordinary man with black hair and black robes slowly walked towards him. It was Li Guanqi who used the transformation technique to change his appearance. Stop! Seeing him getting closer and closer, the two 5-element level alien blood warriors guarding the gate immediately pulled out the samurai swords at their waists and shouted in a deep voice. I request to see Tokugawa Shinji-senpai. Li Guanqi raised his hand and handed over the black gold letter sent to him by Shinji Tokugawa. Huh? Ancestor? The two Tokugawa warriors of different bloods suddenly looked hesitant. After all, Tokugawa Shinji is at the Jogon level. He is the only Jogon level strongman in the Tokugawa family and has a transcendent status. Although they feel that not everyone is qualified to meet their ancestors, they do not dare to neglect it. What if it is true? Please wait. One of the different blood warriors sheathed his sword, took the black gold letter with both hands, then turned and walked towards the door of the Tokugawa family residence. He quickly disappeared from Li Guanqi's sight in a flash. Outside the mansion, only Li Guanqi and the only different blooded warrior in front of him were left staring with big eyes. But fortunately, the stalemate between the two did not last long. Buzz? A few steps away from Li Guanqi, a spatial crack suddenly opened, and an old voice slowly came out from the twisted 7-color brilliance. It turns out to be a conjurer. That's right. After all, in general, the group with more knowledge is your kind of people. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come on. Li Guanqi took a deep breath and confirmed that his sealing the aperture technique that concealed his martial arts aura was working flawlessly. Then he opened his legs and stepped into the space crack. His senior sister taught him the orifice sealing technique. As long as Tokugawa Shinji didn't touch his body, he wouldn't be able to detect his physical strength. And naturally, he wouldn't be able to detect his martial arts cultivation. The simulator route shows that Shinji Tokugawa obviously did not do this. Boom! After passing through the cracks in space, Li Guanqi arrived at his destination. What comes into view are the exquisite screens placed in the room. The pictures and texts on them are very distinctive. They are the kind of landscape paintings and poems. Although I don't understand the meaning at all, there is something unclear about it. And it seems to be very elegant. What culture looks like. Furthermore, there are wisps of purple-green smoke lingering in the whole room. And the smell makes people feel relaxed and happy. What's even more strange is that Li Guanqi followed the source of the purple smoke and actually saw a purple smoke dragon entrenched above the table on a table. All the purple smoke in the room extended from its tail. Purple dragon fragrance. Li Guanqi was slightly surprised. In reality, the poor play with mosquito coils, and the rich play with agarwood. In the strange world, the top nobles play with a kind of thing called mimic incense. No incense tools are needed. Just take out one and light it with fire to form various forms, fixed in the corner of the room, and then spread the fragrance. Among them, the purple dragon incense, which can manifest a purple smoke dragon, is undoubtedly a first-tier luxury product. What is luxury? Things that are useless but very expensive are called luxury goods. Purple dragon incense is such a luxury product. It obviously has no function, but the price is more expensive than some 7-star resources. For example, Tokugawa Shinji will reward Li Guanqi with the Mewling Stone when he gets it. One purple dragon incense is more expensive than 10 Mewling Stones, but the Mewling Stone can help a 7-star conjurer purify his spiritual power. Purple dragon incense is useless, and it only lasts for 24 hours. Well, maybe you can't say that. After all, it smells better, which can be regarded as one of its effects. Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze with emotion. No matter what era it is, the gap between rich and poor is as wide as heaven. Like purple dragon fragrance? At the end of the room, behind the screen embroidered with sunset and dusk, wild geese flying together, an old and hoarse voice came. After all, I have only heard about it, but have never seen such precious things with my own eyes. I am just feeling emotional for a moment. Li Guanqi smiled, withdrew his gaze, turned around and walked there, going around the screen. What appeared in his sight
was an old man in white clothes who was sitting on a futon by the window, making tea and boiling water. He was unusually tall. Although he was sitting, Li Guanqi judged from experience that I guess it must be over 2 meters tall. 9 palace-level alien blood warriors. Tokugawa Shinji is tall, which is almost a common feature of different blood families. There is nothing to be surprised about. The sun was shining brightly at this time, and the bright sunlight poured in from the hollow wood-carved windows. It shone on the exquisite and expensive demon animal skin carpet, and a floral pattern formed by the sunlight appeared. Li Guanqi has never seen the actual flower, but he recognizes the pattern. Nichiwa flower. The crest of the Tokugawa family.
Would you rather chat first, or get down to business?
Tokugawa Shinji washed 2 red-striped teacups, poured tea one by one, and pushed 1 cup to the opposite side of him.
Sit down. Don't be formal. I invite you because I value your knowledge of translating ancient texts. And those who master knowledge are all worthy of respect. Ha!
Li Guanqi smiled with a complex expression, then sat opposite the Jyogon-level old man, looked down at the cup of green tea on the table, and couldn't help but smile.
Senior Tokugawa, I have never thought about it. A top 9 palace level expert. I can actually sit and drink tea. If not,
Tokugawa Shinji didn't care about tea tasting etiquette. He picked up the teacup and drank it in 1 gulp. Then he joked to Li Guanqi.
Or should I let you kneel down to speak? In order to meet the identity and status of Jyogon level?
Li Guanqi thought for a moment and said,
in fact, if you really ask for it, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I wouldn't ask for that.
Tokugawa Shinji waved his hand.
You don't have to be formal. This is a deal. I ask you to do something, and after you finish it, I will pay you. It's that simple. You don't have to pay attention to your status. Tokugawa Shinji, I never care about this.
Li Guanqi didn't say anything more, just nodded slightly, then picked up the teacup and took a sip.
Tokugawa Shinji, you already know.
The Jyogon-level old man looked at Li Guanqi and said,
well, I don't know what to call it. But which Conjuration Academy does it belong to? Or the main school? Just a wanderer.
Li Guanqi smiled and didn't say much. He just replied,
Senior Tokugawa, just call me Sakuragi Hanamichi. Well, it's a nice name.
Tokugawa Shinji said casually, then looked at him and said,
then let's get down to business. I want you to accompany me to a ruins in the wilderness outside the Sakura Shogunate. Don't worry. Although the wilderness is dangerous, I'm here to keep you safe. Inside that ruins, there is a puzzle tablet that I need you to decipher. Of course, you only need to be responsible for translating ancient texts into Eastern texts. As for solving puzzles, you don't need to worry about it. That is not your job. As for the reward, I will give you a satisfactory answer afterwards. Clear?
Li Guanqi nodded again.
However, in order to ensure your ability level, I still need to do a small test.
Tokugawa Shinji suddenly took out a large white paper filled with writings from his space necklace.
Sakuragi, you might as well translate all of these. My friends and I have all done translations, but we basically relied on I barely translated the words I knew, and combined them with the overall context. Half translation and half guessing. And these questions I gave you have no context. If you can directly translate it, it proves that your ability to translate this ancient text is beyond the reach of all my friends. Only in this way can I trust you with this matter. Sakuragi, give it a try.
After saying that, Tokugawa Shinji handed the paper in his hand to Li Guanqi.
Okay, senior.
Li Guanqi took it with both hands and began to scan the questions written in Greek one by one. Well, there are a lot of typos. I guess the ancient stone tablets are also blurry. In other words, there is paper but no pen. In the real world, it seems a bit rude to ask people to answer questions without giving them a pen. However, Tokugawa Shinji apparently learned about Li Guanqi's identity as a conjurer through some spiritual instruments. In the strange world, especially in the Sakura Shogunate, if the conjurer gave paper and pen back, it would be a kind of disrespectful behavior. When Li Guanqi first saw this piece of folk custom in a book, he felt a little confused. Of course, I am still confused now, and don't know how this folk custom came to be. Maybe it's because, if a spellcaster wants to write, he can cast a spell to condense the ink? Buzz? Li Guanqi stopped thinking and focused on the topic in front of him. With a slight twist of his right index finger, spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips and turned into a stream of black liquid that floated onto the paper.
forming Chinese characters one by one. Gathering spirits produces ink, which is not a good incantation. In less than a minute, Li Guanqi finished writing all the questions and was about to stand up and hand the paper back to Tokugawa Shinji. However, before he could stand up completely, Tokugawa Shinji, who was sitting opposite, straightened up quickly and took it with both hands. The top expert at the Jyogon level took something from a weak person with both hands. This move made Li Guanqi startled. Although Tokugawa Shinji will kill him and silence him after getting the artifact. But aside from this point, this old man really doesn't have the airs of a great nobleman or a superior person. It's a pity, Tokugawa-senpai. If you hadn't been so quick to kill the donkey after taking the artifact, I wouldn't cheat you if you could spare my life. Li Guanqi cursed secretly in his heart. It's really amazing. Tokugawa Shinji held the paper and looked at the translation on it with emotion. It seems that there are many errors and omissions in the translations made by my old friends and I. But it is obvious that your translation, Mr. Sakuragi, is the most correct one. 1. After Li Guanqi passed the test, Tokugawa Shinji added, Sir, to his title. Where on earth did you learn that? Tokugawa Shinji asked Li Guanqi seriously. Of course. If you don't want to say it, that's fine. We will continue the transaction. Well, I have learned from my ancestors. Please forgive me, Tokugawa-senpai. Li Guanqi lowered his head slightly. Tokugawa Shinji is indeed an upright person in a sense. At least if this guy really wants to know, he can hypnotize him instead of asking, and also allow him not to answer. There is no relevant simulation in the simulator. So Tokugawa Shinji obviously did not do this. By the way, Tokugawa Shinji is a warrior of different blood. So when the time comes to hypnotize him to solve puzzles, he should rely on drugs or magic weapons. Or is it one of Tokugawa Shinji's star techniques? Let's go, Mr. Sakuragi. Tokugawa Shinji stood up from the tea table and said, I won't waste your time. We'll go back as soon as we go. It shouldn't take a day. Boom. After saying that, the Jyogon-level powerhouse waved his hand and tore a space crack directly beside him, with the colorful brilliance twisting and flashing in it. Li Guanqi looked at the crack in space, his eyes slightly focused. This is the space rift leading to the wilderness. Wilderness, the collective name for the areas outside the borders of various countries, is a biologically desperate situation where powerful demon species and cursed spirits are everywhere, and forbidden places are densely packed. It is also an area that countries are afraid to avoid and are not even willing to include symbolic national borders. I'll take the first step. If there are powerful monsters wandering around, I can clear them out in advance. Tokugawa Shinji said something, and then stepped into the space crack, and his figure disappeared into the colorful brilliance. Li Guanqi waited in the room for more than 10 seconds, then took a step forward and walked into the space crack. Chapter 480, Forbidden Land. The Legend of the Daughter Kingdom. This is the wilderness. Li Guanqi walked out of the space crack and looked at the black barren land in front of him, and couldn't help but be slightly startled. The sky is still blue and cloudless, but the earth is different. Looking from here, wherever you look, the land is pitch black with no grass growing, and it is like an extremely barren plain. There are not even a few dead trees. Not far away, Tokugawa Shinji, who is more than 2 meters tall, can be counted. It is the tallest thing within hundreds of miles. First time in the wilderness? Tokugawa Shinji glanced at Li Guanqi. Yes. Li Guanqi nodded, then hooked his right hand, controlled his spirit to take out the object, dug a piece of black soil from the ground into his hand, kneaded it with his right hand, and when the blue light flashed, he rubbed the soil into powder and flowed down from the gaps in his palm. Analysis of the third level spell to sweep away spirits. This is a spell that Li Guanqi rarely uses. It is used to analyze a material structure, because there are not many materials that can be analyzed. It can only be used to analyze some ordinary objects. So he has almost never used it. But at least it's possible to analyze a piece of soil. Right? That's what he thought. But that wasn't the case. What's going on with this black soil? Li Guanqi raised his right hand, opened his palm, and looked at the few remaining black dust particles with a surprised expression. Compared with ordinary soil, these black soils have more black dust. It is precisely because of these black dusts that the soil is affected and turns black overall. I don't recognize this substance. We call it forbidden dust. Tokugawa Shinji came over, looked at the black dust in his hand, and said calmly, because, where there is these black dust, there is a chance that the Forbidden Land will move here. This is also the reason why countries are unwilling to get involved in the wilderness. All countries have invariably isolated the black dust areas and are not even willing to get close to them. Over time, these places have been called wilderness.
Oh. Li Guanqi frowned slightly.
I have never seen any records about forbidden dust in books. Books are tools used by superiors to rule inferiors,
Tokugawa Shinji said calmly.
What you can see is what the rulers want you to see. And the same is true for the taboo dust. Why?
Li Guanqi was a little curious.
The forbidden dust matter seems to be public. It won't have much impact. Right.
No respond. Tokugawa Shinji didn't answer his question anymore. He just curled up the corners of his mouth and walked forward. Seeing this, Li Guanqi also understood the situation and did not ask any more questions, but just followed Tokugawa Shinji and moved forward slowly, not walking fast, just like taking a walk.
Actually, I like the wilderness scenery very much. It has a kind of apocalyptic beauty.
On the barren black land, Tokugawa Shinji sighed softly while walking. Li Guanqi said nothing, because he couldn't understand this guy's understanding of beauty. This barren, pitch-black place can't even be considered a
barren mountain and bad water,
because it has no mountains or water at all. How can such a place be called a scenery?
By the way, there are rumors that there are many wanderer tribes and countries built by wanderers in the wilderness area.
As they walked, Li Guanqi asked curiously.
I don't seem to have seen these places either. The wilderness is huge, and not all places are such barren wastelands.
Shinji Tokugawa smiled.
In some areas of the wilderness, the forbidden dust coverage is small, so some plants and flowers can be born. These places are called oases. The descendants of humans and orcs who were exiled here in the wilderness basically live in oases. It is worth mentioning that the oasis only has a small amount of forbidden dust coverage, so the chance of the forbidden land moving there is relatively small. But small is not nothing. There is also a chance that the oasis will be shrouded in a forbidden place. Once unlucky enough, whether it is alive or dead depends on luck. If you encounter a less dangerous taboo rule,
you might be able to come out alive and find a new green. Look.
As he spoke, Tokugawa Shinji suddenly became excited, raised his right hand, and pointed to the horizon in the southwest. Li Guanqi then looked around. He saw a black, storm? Mist? High-speed flowing black fog? It's just that the direction of the flow of the black mist is opposite to the two of them, and it will not rush towards them.
What is that?
Li Guanqi looked at Tokugawa Shinji curiously.
The forbidden land is moving.
Tokugawa Shinji stared at the flowing black fog and said with great interest,
This scene is not something you can see every time. You are lucky, and I am also lucky, to be able to see this scene. Forbidden place.
Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment, and then continued to look at the black mist that was getting further away. He couldn't help but be surprised and asked,
But the black mist seems to be only 1,000 meters high. If it is really enveloped by it, it will fly directly.
Wouldn't it be
okay
to fly up to 1,000 meters in the air? I know that it is recorded in the books that one cannot get out of the forbidden place, whether from above or underground. But these books are all vague and do not record the specific reasons. Tokugawa-senpai, what is the reason for this? Space.
Tokugawa Shinji said calmly.
There are differences in forbidden places. Some forbidden places are actually just like you said, flying out from the sky, digging holes from the ground, or directly breaking the boundaries of the forbidden places. That is to say, the naturally formed spiritual shield can escape. But these taboo places are the lowest level taboo places. In most cases, the taboo rules of this taboo place are very weak, and are ineffective against creatures of the Liangyi level and the Sankai level. However, I also said that this is the lowest level. The boundary of a truly powerful forbidden place is a space barrier. If you don't understand the laws of space enough, you will never be able to pass through that space barrier, and you will never be able to leave. There are even some taboo places that are located in a space mezzanine. They are not in reality or space cracks, but in the middle zone. Such a taboo place is interesting. For example, the most famous forbidden land is the Daughter Kingdom. That forbidden place is a typical forbidden place located in the space mezzanine. Anyone who enters, even if they are at the Jyogon level, cannot forcefully pass through the space barrier. Moreover, the taboo rules of this taboo place are so terrifying that even the 9 palaces cannot resist them.
Speaking of the
forbidden land, the land of girls,
Tokugawa Shinji was obviously very emotional.
In this case, how did those people leave the Daughter's Kingdom?
Li Guanqi was stunned. Even the 9 palaces cannot forcefully leave the daughter kingdom. So who can leave? But the result is that someone will definitely be able to leave. Otherwise, the place, Forbidden Land, Daughter's Kingdom, would not have spread and become one of the most famous forbidden places. In my daughter's country, every 10 years, the king will hold a sacred ceremony to worship the heaven. Tokugawa Shinji's eyes were complicated, and his voice was hoarse as he said. The heaven sacrifice ceremony was the only chance for people to leave the daughter's kingdom. But the price to be paid was quite high, so high that many people could not accept it. After the holy ceremony of sacrifice to heaven is opened, a space portal will appear. Once a male passes, he will become a female when he returns to the outside world. When a woman passes, she becomes a man. And this is irreversible. Even if you go to a skilled magician to complete the sexual transformation ritual, you will still transition again the next day. And the most terrifying thing is that as time goes by, the transgender person's own psychology will also begin to change. They will begin to identify with their new gender from the bottom of their hearts, and will no longer think about undergoing sex change rituals. I once had a good brother who I grew up with. He was a real good brother who wore a pair of trousers and died. Alas, back then, he went to the wilderness to hunt for treasures and ended up in the daughter's kingdom by mistake. 30 years. He lived in his daughter's country for 30 years. But in the end, he couldn't let go of his family and chose to return to the outside world through the sacrifice to heaven. Then, he turned into her. Female version of her. He became a woman. What's even more terrifying is that in just a few months, he completely recognized his female identity, divorced his first wife, and claimed that he could marry my sister-in-law Jean Lon and be good sisters. His wife collapsed in a single scene. But then, I was the one who collapsed. He and I are good brothers. But when he turned into a woman, his brotherly love for me somehow turned into a hacking love between a man and a woman. And he began to pursue me crazily. Even though I have never been married. And he is extremely beautiful after becoming a woman. I still can't get over the psychological hurdle. I have been hiding from him for more than 100 years. Alas, at the end of the story, Tokugawa Shinji's expression was extremely complicated, and he lost the mood to continue telling the story and began to move forward. Li Guanqi looked at his back with astonishment on his face. I blanched. This is so damn exciting! Why didn't the simulator simulate this paragraph in detail? Well, listening to the person involved himself said it was indeed more immersive than looking at the black box information on the simulator. Isn't this a realistic story, when a good brother turns into a beautiful woman? So cool. This was the first time Li Guanqi had heard of this kind of thing. None of the books he had read before had ever described such interesting things. Far away. The moving black mist. Or in other words, the moving Forbidden Land witnessed by Li Guanqi and Tokugawa Shinji was still moving at a high speed at this time, rushing further into the wilderness. During this period, an unlucky hunting team of wilderness wanderers, before they had time to react, were enveloped by this forbidden place that was even more powerful than a typhoon, and was suddenly included in it. Being in a forbidden place of high-speed movement, they lost the feeling of high-speed movement. Oops. It's over. It's over. Several team members looked at the lush forest in front of them, and their hearts suddenly became filled with despair. Don't panic. The captain shouted in a deep voice. First figure out what the taboo rules are here. Maybe this taboo place is not strong, so we can rush out directly? Don't panic. Don't be afraid. Hey, how are you guys? Suddenly, a pleasant female voice came out of the woods not far away. Everyone in the team looked around quickly. There were several beautiful, revealing and sexy women smiling at them. One of the women even licked her tongue and looked at these men with the look of a feast in her eyes. The priest's prediction was indeed correct. A new person came in today, and he is also a man. Man. Indigenous people in the Forbidden Land? The captain was startled. Then he bravely saluted these women and asked, Dare I ask? Where is this place? Here? A beautiful woman's big eyes turned into crescent moons. She opened her hands towards the rangers and grinned. Welcome to the land of daughters. Arrive. Forbidden place. On the black barren land, Tokugawa Shinji and Li Guanqi stopped in front of an open space. It looked like a clearing, no different from the surrounding bare black plains. Even Li Guanqi didn't notice anything wrong with his understanding of the laws of space. However, as he approached this place, Shud Kong reminded him loudly in his mind. Master, there is something wrong with this place. It is a shielded space, so that you can't see it and you can't feel it.
Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly.
Buzz?
Tokugawa Shinji stood in front of him, and with a wave of his hand, the entire space within a kilometer radius began to shake slightly, like soft tofu being gently tapped by a patter, shaking continuously. Soon, this space revealed its true colors. The ruins of a castle that must have once been extremely glorious, but are now dilapidated. Only the colorful ruins still seem to show the prosperity of the year to the witnesses. It's Ares' home!
The magic knife suddenly spoke in Li Guanqi's mind.
Oh!
Li Guanqi heard this, and quickly asked in his mind.
Ares? The home of that divine armor? In other words, this is where his artifact altar is located. Is it also the temple of his master?
Real or fake? But the simulator didn't simulate this at all. The simulator wouldn't just ignore such an important thing.
No!
Demon Knife responded quickly, but in the negative.
Like Xiaoxu, it is indeed common for the artifact altar and the temple to be together. But Ares' situation is not common. His master built a castle specifically for him to use as an artifact. Those who hold altars do not live with their temples. Therefore, this is only the location of Ares' artifact altar, not the temple of his first master.
No wonder. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. No wonder the simulator didn't show it. Because this is indeed not a temple. However, you have to ask Ares at that time to see what the other person's memory is like, and whether he still remembers the location of the temple.
Let's go! Mr. Sakuragi.
Tokugawa Shinji paused for a long time in front of the collapsed gate of the castle ruins. Then took a deep breath, stepped forward, and walked towards the interior of the castle. Li Guanqi followed closely behind. Along the way, Li Guanqi saw many portraits and sculptures about Greece, as well as various poems, inscriptions, and other things written in Greek. Even though some of them were dilapidated, he still can barely tell the difference. The owner of this castle was obviously extremely interested in Greek culture. Tokugawa Shinji took Li Guanqi all the way to the depths of the castle ruins, walking through long secret passages and going deeper into the ground. During the entire journey, it was not difficult to see that the road section had actually been cleared a long time ago, and a road for people to walk had been cleared. This should have been done by Tokugawa Shinji when he came here before. Finally, Tokugawa Shinji and Li Guanqi arrived at the end of the secret passage under the castle ruins. What appeared in front of them was an altar and a white base carved with images of many Greek gods. On the base, there is a pure white oval stone slab as big as a watermelon. It is emitting a gentle white fluorescence at the moment, and there is a writing in Greek on it. Next to the altar, there are 4 red, green, blue, and yellow stone tablets with the same writing on them.
Right here!
Tokugawa Shinji forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and turned to look at Li Guanqi behind him.
Mr. Sakuragi, please start. Translate the text on this. Both the stone tablet and the 4 stone tablets. Please be sure to be accurate and detailed.
Li Guanqi nodded, then walked forward, looked at it pretendingly, and then said,
On the stone slab, there seemed to be a question, asking how many genders are there in the world. Then, the red stone tablet said, 2 kinds. The green stone tablet says, 3 types. The blue stone tablet says, 5 types. And the yellow stone tablet says, I don't know. I'm new here.
What? Tokugawa Shinji's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Li Guanqi suspiciously.
Are you sure? What kind of ghost puzzle is this? This is true.
Li Guanqi shrugged. Tokugawa Shinji frowned, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly raised his right hand, opened his fingers to Li Guanqi, and released a ball of gold and silver brilliance, covering Li Guanqi's entire body. The power of stars. The star technique hypnosis from the Tokugawa family named Hybrid Star. When the gold and silver light gradually dissipated, Li Guanqi looked extremely dull. As dull as a puppet.
Translating the writings on tablets and tablets.
Tokugawa Shinji said solemnly.
Yes.
Li Guanqi nodded dully, then looked at the stone slab and 4 stone tablets, and repeated again.
It is written on the stone tablet. How many genders are there in the world? The red stone tablet says, 2 kinds. The green stone tablet says, 3 kinds. Blue the color stone tablet says, 5 kinds. And the yellow stone tablet says, I don't know. I'm new here. Is this really such a damn problem?
Seeing this, Shinji Tokugawa frowned more and more.
Puzzle!
He stood in front of the stone slab, lost in thought. A few minutes later, Li Guanqi automatically exited the hypnotic state, raised his hand to touch his slightly dizzy brain, and asked Shun Kong in his mind.
Shun Kong, what happened? This old guy has used a star technique on you, which has a hypnotic effect.
Shun Kong said in a deep voice.
Master, this old guy obviously has no good intentions towards you. You have to be careful. And if this place is really the home of Ares, Yuma's old enemy, then if this old guy really gets the artifact, he must. I know.
Before he could finish speaking, Li Guanqi interrupted in his mind.
Don't worry. I have a plan. The memory thing I told you is for this matter.
Shun Kong and other artifacts cannot sense what happened to Li Guanqi and the simulator, so naturally they don't know about it.
I see.
Suddenly, Tokugawa Shinji walked up to the puzzle slate, looking excited.
Old gods are also human beings. And there are only two conventional genders for humans, male and female. Counting the rare intersex people, there are 3 types. But if you include other more psychologically defined genders, it's far away. There are more than 5 kinds. So the red, green and blue answers are not completely correct. So, the answer to this puzzle should be the Yellowstone tablet. I don't know. I'm new here.
Tokugawa Shinji's voice was decisive and extremely determined. After saying that, the Jyogun-level old man raised his right hand and struck the Yellowstone tablet next to the puzzle stone with a palm.
Boom!
The puzzle slate suddenly erupted with a burst of intense golden light, which even made Li Guanqi feel a little dazzling. Soon, these golden lights condensed into a space portal.
It seems that I have successfully solved the puzzle.
Shinji Tokugawa smiled and waved to Li Guanqi.
Mr. Sakuragi, let's go! There may be new puzzles waiting for us. I'll go explore the path first.
After saying that, he stepped into it and disappeared into the crack in space. Li Guanqi waited on the spot for more than 10 seconds, then stepped forward with his right leg and walked into the space crack. The first puzzle. Solved. The second puzzle that follows is the key. Chapter 481 The Ruins of the Gods. The arena.
Roar!
The accuracy of the simulation is still trustworthy. Even though Li Guanqi had waited for more than 10 seconds before entering, when he passed through the space portal, there was still a smelly wind blowing in his face, as well as the deafening roar of a ferocious beast. He could almost only see the rows of sharp teeth and the purple red inside of the mouth. After all, the bloody mouth was so close that it covered his entire sight. Bagua-level demon species.
Boom!
The next moment, the giant beast seemed to be hit hard by some huge force. It instantly flew to the left and hit the wall in the distance. The Bagua-level flesh and blood instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Then, before the soul of this Bagua-level demon species could fly out, a terrifying pressure of soul power poured down, crushing its soul, which was about a 7th level soul.
Are you okay, Mr. Sakuragi?
Not far away, on a pile of huge monster corpses, Tokugawa Shinji put his hands behind his back and glanced at Li Guanqi lightly. Those corpses of demon species are estimated to be either 7-star or 8-level 8-star.
With Tokugawa-senpai here, what else do I have to worry about?
Li Guanqi smiled. Tokugawa Shinji nodded slightly and said nothing more. Li Guanqi also began to take stock of his surroundings. This place is like a Rome arena. The venue is extremely vast, at least 10,000 meters in diameter. There are even rows of seats for the audience around it. Of course, it is naturally empty now, with not a single person in sight. Not far away, at the end of the field, there was a giant golden door that slowly opened. This is like clearing a game. After clearing the monsters here, you can go to the next level. Before Li Guanqi could react, all the monsters in this level were instantly killed by the Jyogun-level Shinji Tokugawa. Li Guanqi looked at the piles of corpses of powerful demon species at the feet of Tokugawa Shinji with great envy. If he could swallow these, his physical strength would probably reach the limit of his current state. Right? But Li Guanqi still looked away and said nothing, because unfortunately, the simulation showed that even if he asked for it, Tokugawa Shinji would not give it to him. Instead, he would take it all in his pocket as soon as possible. Huh? Li Guanqi's eyes widened, because Tokugawa Shinji was taking action at this time to put the corpses of these monsters into the space necklace one by one. Dry. It turns out that this is not a matter of whether to speak, but a matter of time. Even if he doesn't speak to remind him, Tokugawa Shinji will remember to collect the body. Forget it. Just get the divine armor step by step. There's nothing you can do if you can't get these things. Just like what Tokugawa Shinji told him before in Heiankyo. There are times in life that must come eventually,
And there is no time in life. So don't force it. Well, it is said that this sentence can be spread from tens of thousands of years ago to the year 4872 of the new era, which is quite strong. It seems that classics will always be passed down. Let's go, Mr. Sakuragi. At this time, Tokugawa Shinji had collected all the corpses and was walking towards the golden gate leading to the next level. Li Guanqi followed closely behind. Then it was a push all the way to an instant kill. Tokugawa Shinji was at the Jyogon level. But when faced with these 7-star and Bagua level monsters, he did not use any of the power of the Lost Shrine. He relied solely on his physical strength to beat and push him all the way. They were all instant kills. In just a few days, within minutes, he passed 8 levels and killed hundreds of powerful monsters in seconds. Until the 9th level. Yeah. Li Guanqi followed Tokugawa Shinji and walked into the golden gate of the 9th level, and then heard an eerie low roar deep in this vast field. It's not a monster, but a cursed spirit? Tokugawa Shinji narrowed his eyes slightly. Soon, in the darkness ahead, a dark green light slowly emerged, appearing in the sights of Shinji Tokugawa and Li Guanqi. It was a green light floating in the air, like a tree demon. 9th palace level cursed spirit. Tokugawa Shinji's expression darkened, and then he suddenly closed his eyes. The extremely powerful 9th level soul instantly left his body and rushed straight into the body of the 9th level tree demon cursed spirit. Then, Tokugawa Shinji's physical body and the 9th level cursed spirit all fell to the ground, as if they were suddenly unconscious. Soul clash? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. This move should be to protect him. After all, he still needs to be a translator. Tokugawa Shinji is at the Jyogon level. When facing a 7-star Bagua level demon species, he can easily kill him instantly without letting any aftermath of the battle harm Li Guanqi. However, if he is facing a Jyogon level, once the war starts, the aftermath will be absolutely devastating. He would shock Li Guanqi to death immediately. Soul confrontation is different. The battlefield is in the sea of consciousness. Who lives and who dies will not cause any big aftermath of the battle. According to the simulation, Tokugawa Shinji would naturally win this battle. So Li Guanqi waited calmly. Unexpectedly, the battle ended surprisingly quickly. After more than 10 seconds, the dry cursed spirit lost its luster and no longer emitted green light. It was like a green light that had run out of power. It flickered a few times and then completely dimmed. Immediately afterwards, a flash of blue light flew out of its body and returned to Tokugawa Shinji's body. Call. The powerful old man at the Jyogon level opened his eyes, pushed himself up from the ground, straightened his waist, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. It's been a long time since I fought against a Jyogon level cursed spirit. It's really a dangerous battle of souls. Let's go on. Saying that, Tokugawa Shinji continued to walk towards the golden gate in front. 9 gates, 9 arenas, and a 9 palace level cursed spirit appeared in the 9th one. So the next one will not appear. A group of Jyogon level cursed spirits. Right. After saying this, Li Guanqi obviously saw the old man's footsteps pause. But Tokugawa Shinji did not stop, and continued to walk forward. But his muscles were obviously tense, and he was no longer empty-handed. He took out a pure black 3-meter-long spear and a pure black square side from the space necklace. Large shield. Li Guanqi followed behind and blinked. Actually gone. This Jyogon level cursed spirit is the final boss. After defeating this boss, under normal circumstances, the player can start to solve the puzzle. If the puzzle is successfully solved, the treasure box can be taken away and the artifact can be obtained. It's a pity that the master of the divine armor really likes Greek. It's a pity that this old guy Tokugawa Shinji likes to kill people. It's okay if he doesn't get the artifact. He will even pay for his work. But if he really gets the artifact, he will kill people and silence him. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The simulator is still easy to use. At this time, Tokugawa Shinji had already walked to the front of the golden gate and saw the only small secret room in the back, as well as the puzzle stone slab on the altar base in the secret room, and the 4 answer stone tablets around it. Seeing this scene, the Jyogon level old man was overjoyed. He was ecstatic. Is this the puzzle at the end of the arena that guy called? The legendary last level? It's already over? Ha ha. That's great. Hey! Come here! Tokugawa Shinji opened his right hand, and gold and silver stars enveloped his palm. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force erupted. Just like the legendary invisible, Mind power. He directly pulled Li Guanqi from more than 10 meters behind him through the air, and threw him heavily to the ground. A messed up dog eats shit. If the ground hadn't been made of stone bricks instead of grass, he would have chewed a mouthful of mud. Dry? Can't you just call me over? Does it have to be so rough? When Li Guanqi suppressed the anger in his heart and raised his head from the ground, what came into view was the puzzle stone. However, before he could translate, the starlight in Tokugawa Shinji's right hand flickered again, and he used a star technique to cover Li Guanqi's body. Star technique hypnosis? Before being completely hypnotized, Li Guanqi had only one doubt in his mind. Doesn't the star skill have a cooling time? Buzz? Soon. Li Guanqi was completely hypnotized. Translate! Translate! Translate for me quickly! Shinji Tokugawa looked excited and stood nearby and shouted continuously. At this moment, facing the artifact so close at hand, Tokugawa Shinji's true nature was revealed. He could no longer see the gentleness and stability he had before, as if he were two completely different people from before. One of the 9 Sakura warriors, the Tokugawa family, Tokugawa Shinji, who was born into a noble family, has pretended to be elegant all his life. Those so-called aristocratic temperaments have penetrated deeply into his flesh and blood, allowing him to face people with low cultivation levels such as Sakuragi Hanamichi. Maintain a certain level of gentleness and courtesy. Staying high and not looking down upon those below is an elegant virtue in the Sakura shogunate. However, after pretending for a lifetime, the elegance that has penetrated into the flesh and blood has never been engraved in the bones. At this moment, facing the artifact that he had been dreaming about all his life, Tokugawa Shinji's excitement could no longer be described in words, and he was no longer in the mood to maintain that bullshit aristocratic elegance. The tablet says, "What is the end of life?" Li Guanqi, who was under hypnosis, looked at the puzzle slate and 4 stone tablets and said dully, "The red stone tablet says that there is no end. Death is the end. The green stone tablet says, become the strongest. The blue stone tablet says that there is no end. But if you continue to live, you may be able to find it. The yellow stone tablet says, eat, drink, have fun, enjoy life, get the most wealth, play with the most luxurious things, and sleep with the most beautiful women." When Tokugawa Shinji heard this, his original excitement was extinguished in an instant. The end of life, the end of life. After all, he was a top expert at the Jyogun level. He quickly stabilized his emotions, kept himself calm, and began to continue thinking about what the answer to this puzzle should be. This thought lasted for several minutes. During this period, Li Guanqi also automatically exited the hypnotic state. "Shun Kong, isn't it said that the star technique has a cooling time, and after it is used up, it cannot be used a second time within a certain period of time? Isn't this period of time just a few minutes?" Li Guanqi asked curiously in his mind. "Why did this old guy hypnotize me twice in a short period of time? God knows." Shuinkong's voice also revealed a little surprise. "Normally speaking, this period of time is at least 1 day. The cooldown time of this old thing is indeed a bit short, but it is not impossible. He has a star skill ability. The cooling time should be determined by consumption. With his 9 palace level cultivation, it doesn't take much power to hypnotize you now, so the cooling time is also very short. Well, that's probably it, right?" Li Guanqi was speechless. "What is the end of life?" At this time, Tokugawa Shinji suddenly raised his head and walked toward the puzzle slate and the 4-color answer stone, whispering to himself as he walked. "The end of life? Becoming the strongest? No, even gods will die. So the answer to this puzzle should be that the red death is the end. Even for the gods, death is still the end. This puzzle is the feeling of the master of the gods here about his own fate." At the end, Tokugawa Shinji's expression became more and more determined. Listening to his explanation, Li Guanqi blinked. In a sense, there was nothing wrong with Tokugawa Shinji's way of solving problems. Unfortunately, although he sealed his memory and forgot which part of his understanding of the Greek text he had tampered with. In short, the translation of this puzzle was definitely different from the original meaning. If you read the question wrong, what correct answer can you give? Boom! Tokugawa Shinji raised his right hand and slapped it towards the red stone tablet. Buzz! However, this seemingly ordinary stone tablet directly withstood the palm of the Jyogun-level old man. Not only did it remain motionless, it even emitted a dazzling red light that flickered. Red light? Tokugawa Shinji's expression changed drastically. F failed. Brush.
The next moment, Li Guanqi suddenly felt an irresistible pull in space. His vision went dark, and he felt like stars were shooting out of his eyes, and the world was spinning. When Li Guanqi opened his eyes again and came to his senses, he found that the area around him was no longer the arena space, but a dark and barren land, wilderness. He looked around and found that he had returned to the place where the ruins of the castle originally were. After all, the 3 bare black crooked-necked trees around him left a deep impression on him. Can't be wrong. This is where it is. But as the simulator said at the time, the castle ruins no longer exist at this time, and the place is empty, as if no castle ruins have ever appeared, except for black soil. It is still black soil. Tokugawa Shinji stood there with his head lowered. After being silent for a while, he sighed softly.
Something will occur if it belongs to your life. If not, do not push it. Are these words of the ancients really meant to be open-minded? Or are they used to comfort oneself?
The Jogan-level old man, who was only 1 step away from the artifact, sighed heavily.
Huh? That's fine.
In the end, Shinji Tokugawa smiled calmly and said,
I am lucky to get it, but it is my life to lose it.
Strange to say, facing the artifact that was only 1 step away, Tokugawa Shinji was so ecstatic that he could hardly control his emotions. But at this time, faced with the situation of
the duck that was about to be obtained has escaped,
the old man calmed down and controlled his emotions very well. It seemed that there was really a sense of,
I am lucky to get it, but I am missing out.
The feeling of fate. Li Guanqi stood beside him, looking helpless. Such is life. The situation in this matter was like this. In fact, he had no choice at all. Tokugawa Shinji has obtained the artifact, and in order to kill people and silence them, he must die, even if he used Shakong to escape. Tokugawa Shinji, who wanted to silence him, was determined to pursue him secretly, so that he did not even dare to enter the Sakura shogunate again. The situation will become like this. Li Guanqi helps people translate and get artifacts. But not only does his work become useless, but he also gains a Jogan-level enemy for no reason. As for the transfiguration technique to cover the face, unable to track the instantaneous flight, it seems to be double insurance and seems to be very stable. But to be honest, Li Guanqi didn't want to bet that a top Jogan-level expert, who was an enemy, would never be able to find him in the future. And why would he bet on this? There was absolutely no need for him to let the situation turn into this. Rather than just having another enemy, it's better to nip this ending in the bud and still get the artifact yourself. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi suddenly remembered an ancient saying, I would rather let the world down than let the world down me. Ciao ciao. Li Guanqi somewhat understands Ciao Cao's mentality. Instead of waiting for others to trick me, it's better for me to trick them first, so that they can't trick me anymore. In fact, he is not as extreme as Ciao Cao. Li Guanqi now simply feels that working for others for nothing will not only bring no benefits, but in the end, he will offend a top-notch Jogan-level expert. Isn't it such a huge loss? Instead of doing something like this that would bring a loss to my grandma's family, it would be better to get the benefits myself, and I wouldn't be able to offend any enemies.
Senior Tokugawa? What's going on now?
Thinking of this, Li Guanqi stepped forward, walked to Tokugawa Shinji and asked. He had actually learned about the ruins of the castle from the simulator, but he still decided to follow the simulator's route and act step by step. So he asked, and Tokugawa Shinji slowly answered. After a question and answer session that was almost indistinguishable from the simulator information, Tokugawa Shinji looked at Li Guanqi and said calmly,
You and I are no longer qualified to obtain the artifact.
But no matter what, you helped me. As promised, I will reward you. Mr. Sakuragi, at the Tokugawa residence earlier, the spiritual instrument showed that you are a magician at the peak of Ryoha level. The star guiding place is too important. You are not from the Tokugawa family. According to family rules, I cannot let you go to our Tokugawa family's star guiding place. So, you now have 2 options. 1. Join the Tokugawa family, and I will take you to the place where our Tokugawa family leads the star. 2nd. Our transaction ends here. I will give you a Mu-Ling-Shur. When you reach 7 stars in the future, and the upper limit of spiritual power is increased, your spiritual power can be greatly improved. So, which one do you choose?
Li Guanqi pretended to think hard for a while, and then said,
Mu-Ling-Shur. After all, I still prefer to be unfettered. It's yours.
Tokugawa Shinji nodded lightly, and before Li Guanqi could finish his polite nonsense, he took out a golden stone from the space necklace, threw it to Li Guanqi, and casually tore a space crack.
The deal between you and me is over. Let's go. I'll take you back to Ping and Jing.
After saying that, Tokugawa Shinji stepped into it. Li Guanqi took Mu Lingshi back to the space necklace and followed closely behind. Chapter 482 Pluto's Road to Becoming a God. Devouring the Divine Palace. Sakura Shogunate. Heian-kyo. After Tokugawa Shinji returned with Li Guanqi, they parted ways in front of the Tokugawa family residence. Li Guanqi booked a room at a random inn, closed the door, and sat inside. He took out 2 golden stones from his space necklace, holding one in each hand. Mu Lingshi. One of them was naturally given by Shinji Tokugawa, and the other was a simulator reward.
Buzz?
As Li Guanqi released his spiritual power and echoed the 2 Mu Lingshi, the 2 golden stones also began to shine with ice blue spiritual light, the same color as Li Guanqi's spiritual power. Mu Lingshi is a 7-star resource that can help 7-star conjurers increase their spiritual power. But this sentence does not mean that it can only be used by 7-star conjurers. In fact, the effect of Mu Lingshi is very mild. It is subtle, moisturizing and silently helping people to increase their spiritual strength. This is also the origin of the word Mu. Even a 1-level conjurer can use Mu Lingshi to increase the strength of his spiritual power. But that would be too wasteful, because Mu Lingshi is a one-time use item. When a 1-level magician uses Mu Lingshi, it can only be raised to the limit of 1 level, and then the Mu Lingshi will be scrapped. Mu Lingshi is indeed a good thing. Due to its characteristics, using it to increase spiritual power will not cause phenomena such as spiritual power diffusion or violent vibrations within a few hundred meters after the improvement is completed. It is precisely because of this that Li Guanqi can use it in this small inn.
Buzz?
Soon, the golden light emitted by the 2 Mu Lingshi flickered for a while, and then completely lost its luster. In Li Guanqi's body, the spiritual power fluctuations also experienced subtle changes, but they did not spread outwards. Instead, they quickly became calm and stabilized their current state. Spiritual power, LV 69 LV.71. 71.6. 2 Mu Lingshi. Upgraded to level 2. Is not bad.
Owner.
At this time, Xuankong's voice sounded in Li Guanqi's mind.
I will help you correct and restore your memory now.
Li Guanqi nodded.
Let's get started.
Soon, his eyes became wandering, but he regained his composure after a few seconds.
So that's it. It turned out that I replaced the meaning in the puzzle with end, and that's how I misled Shinji Tokugawa.
Made the wrong choice. Master, let's go back.
At this time, Xuankong's slightly excited voice sounded again.
I have locked the space coordinates of that place. Let's go back and get Ares' divine armor. That shielding mechanism that has blocked space for so many years. The divine power is almost exhausted. It can block the Jyogung level, but it cannot block me, who is also a divine weapon. Xuankong, since I met you, you have really provided me with so much help.
Li Guanqi stood up with a smile.
Then let's go! Buzz!
As soon as he finished speaking, a space crack appeared beside him, and twisted colorful brilliance flickered in it. Li Guanqi stepped into it. The world was spinning for a while. When Li Guanqi regained his sight, what came into view was the puzzle stone slab engraved with,
"What is the meaning of life?"
He looked around, and behind him was the vast arena. Came back. The ruins of the gods. The first layer of space secrets in the ruins of the castle. And the Ares divine armor is hidden in the second layer of space secrets behind the second puzzle stone tablet.
Boom!
Li Guanqi looked away, looked at the puzzle stone in front of him, stretched out his hand and pushed it to the ground, breaking it into pieces.
Boom!
Golden light explodes. The golden light that erupted from the broken stone slabs gradually gathered into a portal filled with golden light after a burst of flashes.
Ah, I smell that broken armor.
The voice of the magic knife sounded in Li Guanqi's mind.
Do you have a good relationship with him, or not?
Li Guanqi asked with a smile.
All of them.
Demonic Sword replied lazily.
The relationship between the god of death and his master is not bad. But he and I, well, that's it. Old enemies.
Xuankong interjected.
The first master of Ares was a guy named the God of War. His combat power was considered to be among the top 10 among the gods. However, every time the God of Killing and the God of War faced off, the result was basically the same. There is only one kind. The God of Death cannot break the God of War's defense. The God of War could not touch the clothes of the God of Death at all. Among the gods, Some people use the metaphors of
the sharpest spear and the hardest shield
to describe the god of death and the god of war. Others joke that the combination of these two people is destined to ascend to the throne of the god king. The god of war's self-created law of
controlling the sky
is too strong. Combined with Ares' defensive ability, it is like a turtle SHL without any flaws.
Demon Knife said gloomily.
The law of having control?
Li Guanqi was stunned.
What are you talking about? The law of elements, the law of killing, the law of poison, etc. I can still understand. What is the law of controlling the sky? A law completely discovered and created by the god of war himself.
Xu Wenkong's voice deepened.
At least there are traces of the killing law of the god of death. It is a law that is forced to be killed. But the law of controlling the sky. No one knows how to understand this law, because it is too abstract. But the effect of this law is the ultimate defense. A defense that even the attack power of the god of death cannot break. The god of war is a genius.
Demon Sword also echoed.
Oh.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly, then couldn't help shaking his head and laughing.
So, the reason why the god of death and the god of war are called the sharpest spear and the hardest shield by the gods is mainly because of themselves, not relying on artifacts? Ha ha ha. Of course.
Upon hearing this, Shudkong burst into laughter.
That's right.
At this time, Shishua's soft voice sounded, and she also participated in the discussion.
Master, you have to understand an important point. In this world, there are gods first, and then there are artifacts. The gods themselves are the core, and artifacts are just appendages. What makes people become gods is always themselves, and what makes weapons become artifacts is also the gods themselves. Boy, you have your own path to walk, and you have your own artifact to build.
There was a hint of smile in Demon Sword's voice.
Whether it's me or Ares, or Shudkong, or Xiaoxue, in fact, none of us are completely suitable for you. I was born when the god of death asked a master craftsman to cast the artifact after he became a god. I participated in the entire process from beginning to end, and used the law of killing to cultivate the embryo of the artifact at all times before it was finally cast. Therefore, only by entering the palace of killing and becoming the god of killing can I exert my strongest power. Because I, Demon Sword Lumo, am truly complete when I am attached to the Slaughter Palace. Same thing with God of War. If you don't enter the Yutian Shrine, you won't be able to exert the full power of that set of divine armor, and you won't be able to activate it to its strongest defensive state. This is also the reason why gods rarely seize other people's artifacts. And in most cases, they only use one artifact. Because even if they are taken away,
they are only used for collection, or just for freshness. The gods need to be perfectly adapted to the artifact, and let the artifact enter its perfect form in order to achieve true 1 + 1 and 2. Back then, well, Yikue back then, that was actually the situation. Except for the divine craftsman. No god was involved in her birth. In other words, she could not resonate with a certain law palace. Nor could she achieve perfect adaptation with any god. Nor could she enter a perfect form. Naturally, it is the weakest artifact. Therefore, in the mortal stage, of course, Master, the more artifacts you have, the better. But when we reach the stage of gods, it doesn't make much sense for you, Master, to hold us. Artifacts that fail to adapt perfectly and cannot enter the perfect state will not greatly increase the combat power of the gods and are completely dispensable. So by then, you need to obtain an artifact that is fully adapted to you.
Having said this, Demon Sword's voice deepened.
Nowadays, it is Ragnarok. But they still have the theoretical possibility of resurrection. And the basis of this theory is that after the gods fall, the palaces of the major laws are still there. It is a master state. For example, the god of killing has fallen. But the palace of killing is still in an owner-occupied state. And latecomers cannot take over and become the next god of killing by relying on the law of killing. Therefore, you cannot become the god of death and bring me into a perfect state. You can't become the ice god and bring Xiaoxue into a perfect state. As for Shudkong, this waste is an auxiliary artifact and cannot be attached to the law palace in the first place. There is no need to discuss this.
Li Guanqi was stunned.
Yes, I seem to have never asked who the master of Shudkong is. Isn't he the god of space? There has never been a god who controls the laws of space in the world.
Shudkong smiled.
Not to mention entering the space shrine. No one has even opened the space shrine. The same is true for the law of time. The law of time and the law of space are very well-known laws. But there is no such thing. No one has ever entered a divine palace that can open these two laws. The god of space and the god of time did not exist in the history of the old age. As for me, I am an auxiliary artifact. It was an accident that I was originally created. It does not mean that my master controlled the space and then created me. Later, my first master stored me in the pantheon of gods, and I became the kind of public artifact that any god would lend me for use, and then return again when in need. To use your 21st century words, Master, I have become a bus. Oh, damn it. So, I have many masters. But it can also be said that I don't have any master. The main reason why I got to know Padao is that during that time, the god of death often came to the temples to pick up girls from the temple priestesses. Then he thought that the appearance of the magic knife was not cool enough and affected his ability to pick up girls. So he put Padao and me together. The more we chatted, the more we became familiar with each other. It's a very interesting acquaintance.
Li Guanqi smiled.
Ha ha, yes.
Shankara laughed heartily. The demon sword also rarely caused trouble, and smiled softly.
Speaking of which, it's not right either.
At this time, Shishua's soft voice sounded, with some thoughts,
in this strange world of time and space. Indeed, many laws are occupied. Even if the gods have fallen, they still occupy the divine position and have the possibility of resurrection, and also cuts off the next human being's chance to become a god through this law.
Shan Kong was a little surprised.
Xiaoshu, what are you talking about? Do you want to say that the reason why no one became a god in the new era is because the law palace is full? This theory is untenable. At the beginning, when Lord Vulcan's 9 gods occupied the 9 basic elemental laws, people thought that there were only 9 gods at most. But later on, didn't hundreds of flowers blossom and gods appear together? Speaking of hundreds of flowers blooming, Ms. Illyria in the west still managed to become the goddess of flowers by growing flowers. Facts have proved that everything in the world can become a law and become a god. Although the old age is long and there are many gods. But if you really want to put it into perspective, there are actually no more than 300 gods in the old age. So it is impossible for them to cover all things in the world. The talents of humans in the new age are no worse than those in the old age. And in a sense are even better. There are so many things in the world. And it is impossible that even a new law cannot be discovered in the more than 4,000 years of the new age. It is impossible for them to have no one become a god because of this reason. That's not what I meant, Brother Shankong.
Xiaoxue was speechless for a moment and said helplessly,
Where are you talking about? You are talking a lot. I am too lazy to think about the reasons why new age people cannot become gods. What I mean is, in this strange world called time and space, the law of killing and the law of ice are all occupied. And the master cannot become the god of killing or the god of ice. What if we return to reality? That was the 21st century, the era before the old era. In that era, the first generation god of death and the first generation ice god were not even born. Therefore, in real time and space, both the killing palace and the ice palace should be ownerless. And if you can't become a god in the new era, then you can in the 21st century. Right? In other words, if the master wanted to become the god of death or the god of ice, would he be able to enter the divine palace at that time? Then, the master can perfectly use Brother Lumo or me. Do you think this is the case?
Shan Kong and Demon Knife pondered for a moment.
Yes. Yes.
Immediately afterwards, the two of them agreed in unison.
This seems to be the truth of the matter.
Li Guanqi listened to the discussion of the 3 artifacts in his mind, looked at the space portal in front of him, and scratched his head in confusion. So, should he interrupt these 3 artifacts and get the Ares armor first?
But if that's the case, why do you want to become the god of death or the god of ice?
Suddenly, Shan Kong smiled.
Hey, we all know that the real world and the weird world are 2 parallel time and spaces, and the master's future body has a high probability. In fact, it is basically certain that he is the killer of our weird world. Gods Hades. Pluto single-handedly fought against the gods, and was a supreme, invincible and terrifying existence. What are the laws of Hades? Devour. He has entered the devouring palace. In other words, in a sense, the master also has the ability to open the devouring palace and enter the devouring palace to become a god. Right? Really speaking, wouldn't joining the devouring palace have a better future than the killing palace and the ice palace?
As soon as he said this, Li Guanqi's eyes became interested. He stood next to the portal and listened carefully to the discussion of the artifacts in his mind.
But Shun Kong, have you ever thought about the consequences?
After the demon sword was silent for a while, he said in a deep voice,
after the master gets Ares, he will immediately leave for the Tulip Empire to pick up the Big Dipper sequence group. But the side effect of Greedy Wolf Star is exactly to amplify desire. Which desire is amplified? That power? Sex? No. I think that given this kid's situation, there is a high probability that his desire for power will be magnified. After all, he has always wanted to become stronger. We don't discuss the purpose. No matter what the ultimate reason is that he wants to become stronger. The result is that he really wants to become stronger. This is very likely to be taken advantage of by the side effects of Greedy Wolf Star, amplifying the desire for power. Once his desire in this area becomes extremely strong, after he enters the Devouring Palace and has the same ability as Pluto to devour 100% the power of the laws of the gods, will he follow the same old path as Pluto? Even if there were no gods in this era, he would still be able to devour all the 9 palaces. Right? You also know the character of this brat. Wouldn't that make him look like the most annoying person? Since we have to consider the future path of cultivation, we must consider everything. From the Yuan level to the Lyoha level, it is insignificant to the development of gods. But when you reach 7 stars, you have to start thinking in advance. The master has no experience in this area. But the 3 of us are artifacts. We must consider all aspects. This is the embodiment of artifact-based. Instead of thinking about helping him, simply become stronger without considering other aspects. As soon as these words came out, the sky fell silent. Xiaoxue didn't know what to say. She felt that what the 2 brothers said seemed to make sense.
Thanks, everyone.
Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart when he heard their thoughts about his future. He chuckled and said,
I know you are doing it for my own good. But since I can't figure out the reason for this kind of thing for a while, we might as well leave it for now. Put it aside. First,
as he said that, he pointed to the portal next to him.
See Ares first? Or maybe listen to his opinions and brainstorm. Maybe we can come up with a better plan? That makes sense.
Shun Kong was the first to speak.
Go in. Ares is still here. And I don't know what the situation is. This is a very strange situation. Why is he staying at the location of his artifact altar?
There was no reason why Pluto's men couldn't find the address of his altar. If he was found, there would be no reason to keep him here. I can't figure it out. And I don't know to what extent his memory has been unlocked. Master, go in and talk to him first.
Li Guanqi smiled. Then looked at the golden light portal, stepped into it. At the same time, deep in Li Guanqi's soul, another consciousness, the consciousness of Pluto, looked at the dark world around him with complicated eyes, then lowered his head and sighed softly.
Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi. The blood that leads to the underworld. The ability to plunder. The delusion-breaking eyes that I have, etc. etc. Your life trajectory is different from mine. But you are gradually getting what I have. Even if you get it in different ways. You finally got it. What about what I lost? Different trajectories. Same ending. Will not change. From the day your magic organ was integrated into your body, allowing you to fully awaken the plunder magic, you have already embarked on the road to becoming a god. A path to becoming a god that is exactly the same as mine. Or, it's not just the path to becoming a god, but the entire path of life.
Chapter 483, The Circle of Relatives of the Artifact. Siblings. Father and daughter.
I never thought that a mere Lyoha-level human could pass the arena trial and come before me.
After Li Guanqi passed through the space portal, before he opened his eyes, a dull voice came from his ears. He opened his eyes, and what he saw was a vast white world. Li Guanqi raised his head, his eyes slightly focused. Above, a pair of platinum-colored heavy armor was seen floating in midair, with each armor component connected by golden light, just like a faceless heavenly general. This piece of platinum divine armor is made entirely of silver-white material. The edges of each armor component are all edge-sealed with golden material. The breastplate, arm armor, and leg armor are all covered with a layer of gold. The golden divine patterns that flickered on and off looked extremely magical. However, Li Guanqi never thought that Ares' divine armor would look like this. Because if we talk about the overall structure, this heavy armor is actually not like the Athenian general armor that Li Guanqi knew. The overall style has nothing to do with the characteristics of ancient Greek armor. This divine armor is obviously not
Greek,
but extremely oriental. There are 2 plate-shaped breast protectors on the chest, and shoulder armor in the shape of a shoulder-swallowing beast. The hood has the same decoration as the front chest round protector, and is engraved with the shapes of various exotic animals. Tassel. This armor overall looks like a classic ancient Chinese armor. Tang Dynasty. Mingguang armor. No, it's not like. Li Guanqi looked up at Ares' divine armor with a stunned expression. Except for the white gold color style of this Ares armor, which is different from the common black and gold Mingguang armor. The other structure is exactly the same as the Mingguang heavy armor from the Tang Dynasty. Platinum luxury artifact version of Mingguang armor? Buzz. A shadow of a tall young man suddenly appeared in the divine armor, filling the interior of Ares' divine armor, as if the divine armor possessed the wearer. But Li Guanqi knew very well that he was not the wearer. He is this armor Ares. Ares' appearance is completely different from the personifications of Shun Kong and Lumo. He is a typical Caucasian race, which is the so-called European face, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He has an upright face, handsome and masculine facial features, and powerful armor, which makes his whole body even more dazzling. Are you from the East? I am Ares. The blonde and blue-eyed artifact spirit spoke slowly, looked at Li Guanqi, and spoke fluent and standard Chinese. I am the consciousness of the divine armor you see. The 3 words Ares or my first master gave me the same name as the ancient Greek god of war, which symbolizes that the master who possesses my divine armor will be invincible. Hey, human! After introducing himself, Ares flew down from the sky, walked up to Li Guanqi, took off his helmet, and put it under his arm, looked at him and said, although you are weak, you came here after all and passed the master set. Since you have solved both the gladiatorial arena and the Greek puzzle, you are qualified to be recognized as my master. Ares, why are you pretending to be so stupid? Come here quickly. At this time, Lu Mo's voice came directly from Li Guanqi's body. What? Ares was shocked and took a few steps back. He looked at Li Guanqi's body in shock. Oh, no. Hack. Lu Mo? Damn it. Why is it you? A broken sword. Bastard. You? Then, Ares looked into Li Guanqi's blue eyes and said in disbelief, You are the host of Lu Mo? And I. A sudden voice sounded. The one in the Pantheon? Ares was startled. You? What's your name? Also, there's me. Shishua's soft voice also sounded quietly. Schwer. When Ares heard this voice, his eyes suddenly widened with surprise on his face. Schwer. Are you still alive? Hey. Of course he's alive. By the way, isn't your name for Shushua too affectionate? A sudden voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, Li Guanqi's eyebrows flashed with gold and silver light, and he fell in front of him, transforming into a handsome young man wearing gold and silver robes, who was the personification of Shun Kong. He looked at Ares, who was 2 meters tall and a head taller than him, with a very unhappy look on his face. What Schwer? Schwer. Is this what a Westerner like you can call me? Ares looked down at him, frowning slightly, with a look of displeasure on his face. How should I call my own sister? I don't seem to need an auxiliary like you. And it's an outsider who can teach me. Right? Li Guanqi and Shun Kong stared at the same time. Xiaoxua also made a surprised sound. The next moment, Li Guanqi's eyebrows flashed with icy blue light, transforming into a little Lolita with white hair and twin tails, 1.4 m tall, wearing a blue cotton-padded jacket and a red scarf. Shushua held the hem of Li Guanqi's clothes with her right hand, raised her head, and looked blankly at the tall Ares in front of her. Are you serious? Li Guanqi looked down at Xiaoxua, then at Ares. After looking back and forth several times, he finally looked at Ares and said in disbelief, Xiaoxua is your sister? Then why do you call your sister Schwer? Shun Kong spread his hands, his face full of confusion. Who the L calls his sister and adds, I. Ares seemed speechless, and after a while, he said helplessly, she doesn't like others to call her sister. So we brothers and sisters all call her Schwer. This is her own request. Shushua blinked her big, moist blue eyes. It was obvious that she was still a little confused. Schwer. Ares ignored Li Guanqi and Shun Kong. He let go of his right hand, and his helmet fell to the white floor. He walked to Xiaoxua step by step, knelt down on one knee, looked at her seriously, and his voice trembled. It's been a long time. No, you are still alive, still alive. As he spoke, the tall and handsome young man's eyes burst into tears, and the tip of his nose turned red.
Xiaoxue tilted her head, blinked, and asked curiously,
Are you sad? Why? Schwer.
However, her question seemed to completely detonate Ares' tear ducts, causing the tall young man to kneel directly in front of Xiaoxue and cry loudly, with large teardrops sliding down his cheeks and dripping from his chin. Xiaoxue was obviously frightened. She quickly took 2 steps back, hid behind Li Guanqi, and carefully stuck her head out. However, looking at Ares, who was kneeling in front of her and crying sadly, she scratched her head, and after some hesitation, she walked out from behind Li Guanqi. Xiaoxue moved a little bit and came to Ares. Her big blue eyes blinked slightly, and a little tenderness suddenly surged deep in her eyes. Then she stretched out her little hand, held the other person's head, and gently touched the golden color hair. Soft comfort.
Don't cry. Little Kai is good. Sister.
However, Ares' cry still made those who heard it tremble, and tears directly wet Xiaoxue's red scarf.
What's wrong with this guy?
The strange sound of the magic knife sounded in Li Guanqi's mind.
I have never seen this turtle L shed tears.
Li Guanqi also looked strange when he saw the scene. He used the connection between himself and Shun Kong to make a private call.
What's going on? Xiaoxue is Ares' sister, so he and Xiaoxue were born to the same mother? I remember you said that artifacts are another form of life and can also reproduce offspring. Artifacts can reproduce offspring, but our artifacts don't talk about parents. Only the creator and the original ancestor. No, that's not the point. The point is, Ares is not the descendant of some artifact. He was cast by the number 1 craftsman in the temples for the god of war. It took 168 years to complete. The entire circle of gods knew that he had no mother at all. Oh no! He had no original ancestor at all. He only had a body. The first master craftsman of the creator. As for Xiaoxue, Yes. Where does Mr. Ice God Snow Gun come from? He seems to have never mentioned it to the outside world. And I don't know the circumstances. So, the creator of the snow gun is also the first master craftsman? For us artifacts cast by the same divine craftsman are our brothers and sisters. Therefore, if Ares and the creator of the snow gun are both the master craftsmen, then there is indeed nothing wrong with their brother-sister relationship. At the end of the sentence, Shun Kong, who appeared in an anthropomorphic form, nodded slightly. Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at Ares, who was holding Xiaoxue and crying loudly, and seemed to understand something. Why cry? Why be sad? Because they're all dead? Ares hugged Xiaoxue. His body trembled. Tears burst out of his red eyes, and he said with a trembling cry, Done. Shout dagger. Meow moo, they are all dead. Schwer. They are all dead. Dead, taken by Pluto's minions to burn the soul for refining. Sister, I only have you left. Xiaoxue frowned slightly and whispered, I'm sorry. I can't remember these names. I have only unlocked the 7th level now, and there are still 3 levels of memory that have not been unlocked. I don't remember them. As for you, I don't remember. But just suddenly, I remembered that I should call you Shao Kai. Do not remember? Ares' body trembled, and then he gently let go of Xiaoxue. Looking at the other person's blank eyes, he was startled for a moment, then raised his hand, wiped his tears, then covered his face with his hands, took a deep breath, and said in a muffled voice, No, it's okay if you remember at least. You don't have to be sad. I'll remember it sooner or later. Xiaoxue looked at him and said seriously. Ares put down his hand. His red and swollen eyes no longer shed tears. I hope my advance notice today can help you mentally prepare yourself. Schwer. So that you will be less sad when the time comes. He looked at Xiaoxue with complicated eyes and a hoarse voice. Xiaoxue bit her lip. I should understand. The voice of the magic knife rang in Li Guanqi's mind. Our guess is correct. After the artifact was sealed at Ragnarok, Pluto's minions began to collect artifacts frantically, hoping to help Pluto open the seal. And the price of this is death. They used the method of burning and refining spirits to extract the original power of the artifact as an attack to break the seal. And the brothers and sisters of Ares and Xiaoxue are the unfortunate ones who were found by Pluto's minions. They perished, faced with the departure of their brothers and sisters, and the survival of their sister, with grief and surprise intertwined. It is no wonder that Ugwe L will cry so loudly. Oh, what a sin! Shun Kong shook his head. But he wisely put his voice in Li Guanqi's mind without letting Ares and Xiaoxua hear it. Li Guanqi had mixed feelings in his heart. Well, theoretically speaking, Pluto in the strange world should not be responsible for the evil done by him. Right.
Xiao Kai, how many levels have you unlocked?
Xiaoxua looked at Ares, helped him comb his messy golden bangs, and asked curiously.
8th floor.
Ares said softly.
300 years ago. I woke up and left here once. It was the Daluo dynasty. A human from the Yun family found me. But he actually did not pass the puzzle test and the arena test. He was only 7 stars at that time. He relies on the taboo rule of a taboo object, which is a rule of random transmission. He just hit the ground by mistake, skipped 2 puzzles and 9 arena levels, and was teleported directly to this space. I didn't have any memory at the time, so I thought it would be a good idea to go out and take a look. It turned out that it was more than 300 years ago. The Yun family later reached the Bagua level and helped me unblock me to the 8th level. But even so, I used to know memory was recovered. It wasn't until January 1st, 4870, that I suddenly recovered 80% of the corresponding memory, and remembered a lot. So, I began to urge the Yun family to find the whereabouts of our other brothers and sisters. I found a lot of clues. Turns out, they're all dead. All of them. All the brothers and sisters who could find clues died under the claws of that bastard Pluto. He took the lives of our brothers and sisters to help him break the seal. Then, only you, Schwer. I haven't found any clues about you. Last year, when the time came for that Yun family member to approach his end, he followed my wishes and sent me back here before he died. After learning about the death of my brothers and sisters, I was so disheartened that I wanted to sleep here for the rest of my life. But I didn't expect. As he said that, Ares looked at Xiaoxua in front of him. The tip of his nose couldn't help but turn red, and he laughed and cried with a suppressed cry. It turns out you are still alive. Still alive, sister. I only have you left. I will always be here.
Xiaoxua touched his head and said softly,
Don't cry.
Facts have proved that when others want to cry, there is nothing you can do to say,
Don't cry.
For example, what Xiaoxua said at this moment made Ares, who was trying his best to suppress his crying, couldn't hold back anymore and started to cry loudly. But why not cry? When people are in a state of temperament, crying is the most direct way to vent. An artifact is another kind of life form created by human gods based on their own thinking. Only artifacts that can cry sadly are considered normal. Li Guanqi did not disturb them, just stood aside and waited quietly. A long time. Ares calmed down, picked up the helmet on the ground, walked to Li Guanqi, knelt down on one knee, lowered his head, and handed out the platinum helmet with both hands.
You allowed me to see my sister again. Schwer, you are my new master, different from the previous boy named Yun. I will serve you wholeheartedly, recognize you as Lord from the bottom of my heart, listen to your orders, and protect your safety with my life. Please trust me, Master.
Certainly. Li Guanqi took the helmet with a smile. And then the helmet and the platinum light armor on Ares turned into a burst of bright light, covering his entire body. The artifact is recognized as its owner. When he confirmed his relationship with Diang Suiqiang, he relied on blood to identify his master. But in fact, for the artifact, that method is too low level. At this moment, this recognition of the owner on the soul and consciousness level is the advanced way to open the artifact to identify the owner. When the platinum light gradually dissipated, Li Guanqi and Ares' recognition of their masters was completed. Ares, who was kneeling in front of him with his helmet in both hands, has disappeared. At the same time, a pair of white gold bright light armor appeared on Li Guanqi's body. Various armor parts were spliced together with Li Guanqi's tall body of nearly 2 meters.
It could be said that he was extremely powerful and added countless glory. At this time, he looked like a mighty and majestic ancient general.
I have never dreamed of owning such a cool armor, let alone one that happens to be a divine weapon.
Li Guanqi stroked the platinum divine armor on his body and couldn't help but sigh.
It's a pity that it's too high profile and can't be worn normally.
Buzz? Before he finished speaking, Ares' divine armor flashed white, and then turned into a black hooded robe, exactly the same as the one Li Guanqi wore before. And it didn't emit any aura that belonged to the artifact, just like an ordinary cloth robe.
Mimicry is one of my 3 major functions.
Ares' voice rang in Li Guanqi's mind.
In fact, I don't have a so-called true form at all. The posture I just showed was actually an imitation of the armor of the Deluyan family and the general of the Luyan army. I need to be reminded that although I can imitate it will, if I enlarge it too much, my defense will be reduced accordingly. The ultimate state, where my defense power remains unchanged, is to cover the whole body of a 3-meter-tall human being. If it gets bigger, the defense power will drop. In addition, I can also perform breathing concentration, which is to restrain the breath so that I do not emit the breath of any artifact. And it can also help you, Master, cover the breath of cultivation. Once I turn on breathe concentration, unless the gods come in person, or you, the Master, take the initiative to expose it. No one can see through your cultivation. Not even the 9 palaces level. Whether it's your spiritual power or your alien blood cultivation, I can cover it up perfectly, making others think you're just an ordinary person. In addition to the 2 functions of mimicry and breath collection, it is defense. At present, I have unlocked the 8th level, so my defense is completely immune to Bagua level attacks. Only Jyogung level attacks can break my defense. In other words, the current situation is that only the Jyogung level can break the defense against you. The Master! Exclamation point. Li Guanqi's eyes lit up. So strong? It is worthy of being an artifact that unlocks the 8th level. This is the level an artifact should be at. Suddenly, Ares seemed to notice something. Shunkong, did you eat a chain artifact called Yikue? Forehead. Shunkong originally wanted to deny it, but he felt that since the other party had named him, there was probably no point in hiding it. So he looked at the platinum divine armor on Li Guanqi with some hesitation. You know him? Ares said in a calm voice. I am the original ancestor of Yikue, and she is my daughter! Exclamation point. Li Guanqi's heart skipped a beat. Xuankong's expression was stiff and ugly. Hack! Chapter 484 The Whereabouts of the Temple of War. Yikue is actually the daughter of Ares? Then Shunkong devoured the origin of his daughter's artifact, which was no less than cannibalism for the artifact. Shunkong ate Ares' daughter. This, Xuankong's expression was stiff, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back as he looked at Li Guanqi's armor of Ares, which had once again mimicked its form and changed from black robe to platinum light armor. How can it be? Li Guanqi's eyebrows flashed with purple-black light. After escaping from it, he transformed into a strong man wearing purple-black heavy armor next to him. It is the magic knife. Lumo. Lu Imo crossed his arms across his chest, looked at the platinum light armor on Li Guanqi, and said in surprise, Turtle SH.L. It's okay if you have a sister. I don't know about it. If you have a lover, with the gossipy temperament of the god of killing, it's impossible. I didn't find out from the god of war. Or is it because my memory was not completely unlocked and I didn't remember this incident? When did I say that I had a lover? Li Guanqi's eyebrows flashed with platinum light, hovering in the air in a flowing posture, and then landed on the ground, transforming into the personification of a blonde young man named Ares, wearing platinum light armor. Ares' heroic and masculine face was full of surprise, and he spread his hands. Is there a mistake in my expression in Eastern language? I only said that Yikue is my daughter. When did I say that I have a lover? That's the god of war. I took it and passed it on. That's why I felt it. Oh, inheritance. So that's what it is. Lumo suddenly realized. Call. Shunkong also looked relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. Xiaoxue stood nearby and tilted her head. Question mark. Only Li Guanqi looked confused. Is this okay? So this is the daughter of inheritance. Do you mean there is no emotion? Hey, Shankara. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi made a private call to Shunkong. What's going on now? You ate Ares' daughter. Why don't you feel like he's not angry at all? By the way, you told me that artifacts can reproduce with each other. Offspring. But you didn't tell me the specific method of reproduction? There is no mating of artifacts. Shunkong glanced at him, without moving his mouth, and directly conveyed his thoughts. For our artifacts, the so-called reproduction of offspring is actually breaking apart a little bit of the body fragments, and then separating a little bit of the origin. Then, first ask the divine craftsman to fuse the fragments of the 2 bodies with their origins, and then ask the gods to nourish them with their divine power day and night. After more than 10 years, a new weapon with the growth potential of an artifact was born. This is the descendant of the artifact. I see. But master, you need to pay attention to one thing. For our artifact,
The difference between love, marriage, birth, and inheritance is extremely huge. In love, this is when two artifacts see each other and fall in love. Just like falling in love, they will eventually release the origin of the artifact and merge their consciousness. For our artifact, this consciousness blending is equivalent to playing basketball with Lord Vulcan in bed. Even more exciting, because of the fusion of consciousness. It is truly letting go of one's heart and soul, without leaving any privacy or selfishness. Love or not can't be disguised at all. The fusion of consciousness is the final step in confirming the love relationship between artifacts, which is equivalent to human sex. Marry. This means that after falling in love, the owners of both parties agree to hold a wedding for the artifact and establish a formal relationship. Generally speaking, the artifact can be married, and the two gods are basically lovers. Have a baby. This is how after the artifact gets married, you and I agree. And the spirit owner also takes the initiative to help reproduce the offspring. Inherited. This is completely different from the previous three. The inheritance of artifacts is purely motivated by interests. It is just for the owners of both parties to give birth to a new weapon. Inheritance does not require the consciousness blending of the two artifacts, which means there is no need to go to bed. The inheritance of artifacts is similar to how you humans do in vitro fertilization. The male takes sperm and the female takes eggs, and then uses medical technology to fuse them in medical instruments to form a baby. And you heard the words used by Ares, a Westerner, just now. Although his relationship with Ikue is that of the original ancestor and his daughter, it is actually inherited. Artifacts hate inheritance. For us artifacts, inheritance is an extremely disgusting behavior. To use your human concept, let's use this metaphor. You have an owner, and your owner thinks you have a good bloodline. So he extracts sperm from you and gives it to a woman you may have never met before, for pairing and breeding, with the purpose of combining the noble bloodlines between you two, giving birth to a descendant with higher bloodline. Does it sound like animal breeding? This is hacking breeding. But some gods euphemistically call it inheritance just to sound good. But I said a long time ago that the artifact is a new type of life form created by human gods and imitated their own thinking. The thinking concepts of our artifacts are no different from humans. If we are treated like cats and dogs for breeding, no artifact will like it, or even hate it. Naturally, we do not have any feelings for the creations resulting from breeding, the so-called sons and daughters. Because of this, even though I devoured Ikue, Ares didn't feel angry about it. In fact, Ares' discovery that I devoured Ikue should be just a reaction. In 99% of cases, the artifact will not meet the descendants born from his inheritance, which will make us feel a second insult. Forehead.
Li Guanqi was stunned. So that's how it is. The inheritance of artifacts is the breeding of animals in order to give birth to better offspring. The mistake in this matter is that the artifact is not a cat or dog with low intelligence. The artifacts are highly intelligent beings. If they are used for breeding, the artifacts will feel that their
personality
is insulted.
No wonder neither the god of death nor I have heard of it.
At this time, Lu Mo crossed his arms across his chest and looked at Ares with a half smile.
You kid. You are actually dragged into the inheritance by the god of war. You are doing too badly. Aren't you? The god of war is not as amiable as Mr. God of killing.
Ares shook his head slightly, then looked at the white light dome above. A hint of recollection flashed in his green eyes.
The god of war has never regarded me as a partner. Just a subordinate. Inheritance, huh? It's just breeding. After the god of war's battle in the pantheon of gods spread the name of my godly armor, many people came to the god of war to seek breeding with me. They also want to obtain an artifact as powerful as me. I can't even remember how many body fragments and origins I have separated. As long as the reward is enough, the god of war will always accept anyone who comes. Ikue is just one of my many descendants. I have never met her, but I have heard about her. She is the
chain of disaster
in the mortal world. Hee hee. She has fallen into the mortal world. Those gods always like to daydream, thinking that by pairing with me, they can give birth to powerful artifacts. In fact, most of them are failures, like Ikue who cannot enter the temple.
At the end of the sentence, Ares shook his head slightly. As soon as these words came out, Li Guanqi frowned slightly. He remembered. In the fragment, he saw in Ikue's memory. The god of Shang looked at Ikue ruthlessly and said that Ikue was his most failed transaction. Could it be that this was the deal he was referring to? The god of Shang went to the god of war and spent a lot of money to get the fragments of Ares' divine armor. He wanted to use them to inherit and create a powerful artifact. But in the end, Yikui, a waste artifact, appeared, so he was regarded by her. The worst deal ever? Well, at this thought, Li Guanqi shook his head helplessly. Huh? It seems there is another one? Suddenly, Ares looked at Li Guanqi and hesitated. Child? You mean Qingxian? Right. Li Guanqi smiled and moved his right hand, and a purple-green long sword appeared in his right hand. It is the Qingxian sword that has the growth potential of a divine king's weapon, but is currently only the 7th level top grade. But no matter what, the Qingxian sword can be regarded as an artifact at this time, even though it is an artifact that has not yet grown up. I can feel love. Ares walked slowly forward, gently brushed the blade of Qingxian's sword with his right hand, and whispered softly, This child, his birth, is the crystallization of the love of 2 original ancestors. Not a cold inheritance, but love. He was born from the loving union of the 2 original ancestors, and was blessed by the masters of both gods. It's a pity that he couldn't fully form it. Midway, in the middle of his birth, he stopped gestation for some reason and turned into an artifact embryo. In the end, he was about to die completely due to exhaustion of his origin. However, he came back to life. Having said this, Ares looked at Li Guanqi in confusion. Master, how did you do it? Apart from my creator, the #1 master craftsman, it's hard for me to imagine that anyone else has such skills. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. How do you say this? Could it be that he wanted to say it was a system mission reward? Why don't you first tell me how you figured it out? Shun Kong stood nearby, looking at Ares in surprise. My ability cannot be guessed by an auxiliary type. Ares shook his head slightly, obviously having no intention of explaining to Shun Kong. You? Veins popped up on Shunkara's forehead. He was obviously very angry at Ares's auxiliary type from the beginning to now. Yeah, that's right. But the next moment, Shun Kong's expression became calm, and he pretended to be careless and said casually, After all, as a big stallion with countless breedings, it is normal to have some experience in this field. This time the veins popped out, and the grinning person turned into Ares. Lumo next to him looked at this scene and grinned. Whether it was Shun Kong or Ares, he could enjoy watching whichever one of them failed. Li Guanqi lowered his head, gently touched the platinum bright light armor on his body, and couldn't help but smile. The snow-pointing gun Xiaoxue, the magic sword Lumo, the space teleportation instant, the ungrown Qingxian sword, and the heaven-controlling armor Ares. 5 great artifacts. He has not yet reached the 7-star level, but now he has 5 divine weapons. Let's go! Li Guanqi looked at his artifacts and smiled softly. It's time for us to leave here. This place is the ruins left by the god of war. Hearing this, Ares stopped glaring at each other with Shun Kong and turned to look at Li Guanqi. Master, the rules here are that after you give me, and then step into the space portal, you will be randomly teleported to the world. There is a place that I can't control, and I can't control the destination. No. Li Guanqi nodded, and then walked towards the space portal from which he came. As he advanced step by step, several anthropomorphic artifacts beside him also turned into streams of light of different colors, escaped into Li Guanqi's body, and followed him into the space portal. After a period of dizziness, Li Guanqi regained his sight. What comes into view is an idyllic mountain village with green mountains and green waters. The men and women working in the farmland and walking in the village are all wearing Daluo-style robes. Just as the simulator said, Li Guanqi was transported to a small mountain village in the Daluo dynasty. Ding! Greek mythology, armor of Ares, mission completed. 1. Go to the Tokugawa family within 1 year and ask to see Shinji Tokugawa, a master of ancient studies at the Jyogon level, or wait for him to come to you in person. Square root. 2. Complete the tasks assigned by Tokugawa Shinji. Square root. 3. Learn all the information about the castle ruins from Tokugawa Shinji. Square root. 4. Get the heavenly god armor Ares. Square root. 5. Leave the ruins of the gods. Square root. Li Guanqi was startled. By the way, when did the 3rd, 4th, and 5th mission requirements appear? I just saw them now. Mission rewards. 1. The address of the Temple of War is in the Violet Empire, Aldo Province, at the bottom of Ariel Lake. Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed. The Temple of War, the first master of Ares, the address of the Temple of the God of War. Is this the reward for this mission? So,
He can make another big jump in strength just like he did when he absorbed the remaining divine power of the Ice Temple. Wait, the mission reward is this. That means...
Ares?
Li Guanqi asked in his mind.
Don't you remember the address of your first master's temple? I can't remember.
Ares quickly responded.
I guess. Maybe you have to wait until you reach the 9 palace level and help me unblock the 9th floor before the corresponding memory can be restored.
Oh. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. To the Jiogong level? No need to wait that long. Violet Empire. Aldo Province. The bottom of Ariel Lake. This is the address of the Temple of War. But Violet? Li Guanqi thought about it. And finally decided to go to the Tulip Empire first. After finding the Tulip Queen and pulling the Big Dipper, he would then go to the Violet Empire to absorb divine power in the temple and improve his strength.
Master, this seems to be the Daluo dynasty.
Ares suddenly spoke up. After all, he left the castle ruins 300 years ago and lived in Daluo for a long time with the Yun family. One of the 8 surnames in Daluo. He did not return to the castle ruins until last year. He is extremely familiar with the architecture and clothing style of the Daluo dynasty. It was said that Ares had only returned to the ruins of the castle less than a year ago, and now he was brought out again by Li Guanqi.
Ares, the armor mimics, turns into an ordinary Daluo robe, and then helps me cover my breath,
Li Guanqi said calmly in his mind.
Yes.
As soon as Ares finished speaking, the platinum Mingguang armor on Li Guanqi flashed white, and then transformed into a blue-gray Daluo robe. His aura was completely restrained, like an ordinary mortal. Ares' breath-condensing ability is stronger than the sealing art, and he can also cover up spiritual power. After getting Ares, Li Guanqi no longer had any worries, and he didn't have to worry about being seen as a fellow practitioner of martial arts or magic.
Old sir.
Li Guanqi walked along the mountain path and slowly came to the entrance of the mountain village. He asked an old man in gray robe who was sitting there with a book in his arms and basking in the sun with his eyes closed.
I got lost in the mountains. I don't know.
Where is this place? In which state is it located? And under the jurisdiction of which county?
Oh. The old man opened his eyes, looked at Li Guanqi with his cloudy eyes, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Lost in the mountains? If you get lost in the mountains, how can you ask which state this is? However, the old man did not ask any more questions and just said with a smile,
This is Shuzhou, Wangye village under the jurisdiction of Changwei County. Young man, where do you live? I am the head of Wangye village. You can ask for help.
If you lead the way, at least it won't be a problem to get out of the mountain. Shuzhou, Changwei County.
Li Guanqi murmured to himself, and then asked aloud in his mind.
Ares, you are familiar with the Daluo dynasty. Do you know where there is a transnational teleportation array nearby where you can sit? There is one in Changwei County,
Ares said calmly.
Old village chief.
Li Guanqi looked at the old man and asked with a smile.
I don't know how to get to Changwei County. Just point in the direction. All the way east.
The old village chief holds the book in his right hand and points to the place where the sun rises.
Thank you, old sir.
Li Guanqi nodded, then turned and left. He was looking for the teleportation field, not to go to the Tulip Empire, nor to return to the Sakura Shogunate. If you want to go back to the Sakura Shogunate, just ask Shunku to open a portal in place. Even if I want to go to the Tulip Empire, I can't. According to the simulation, the teleportation field he found in the Daluo dynasty this time could not go to the Tulip Empire. Moreover, after returning to the Sakura Shogunate, various teleportation fields also showed that the universal teleportation array leading to the Tulip Empire was malfunctioning, and it was not repaired within 10 days. Something is obviously wrong. Li Guanqi wanted to go to the teleportation field of the Daluo dynasty to ask about the situation, and then go back to the Sakura Shogunate to ask about the situation at the Sakura Shogunate's teleportation field. He would take a look at the situation of the two countries together before making a judgment. Tulip Empire, can't teleport? Chapter 485. The storm is coming. The Dark Brotherhood, and the new sect of magicians. Daluo Dynasty. Changwei County. Teleportation field. This teleportation field is extremely special. It is hidden deep underground in a brothel. According to Ares, if he had not known the secrets and the code to pass the level, Li Guanqi would never have been able to enter this secret teleportation field. Yes, this is not a serious Daluo official teleportation field, but a special teleportation field for a killer organization. This killer organization is no stranger to Li Guanqi. Dark Brotherhood Daluo Shuzhou branch. Li Guanqi had a strange look on his face as he walked through the fragrant brothel. As he moved forward, he dodged the Ying Yan Yan who rushed towards him, dodged various romantic women in cool clothes, and finally came to the door of a room. When we arrived here, it was already the third underground floor of the brothel, with Li Guanqi deliberately suppressing his hearing and maintaining the hearing of ordinary people. The joyful sounds of the men and women upstairs were no longer clear. In front of the door of this room, there were two men wearing ordinary brothel guard clothes guarding the door.
No outsiders are allowed in here. Master,
the guard on the left said calmly.
If you are looking for a girl, please go back upstairs. Master,
the guard on the right said calmly. Their attitude seemed a bit bored, as if they were going through a routine process and saying words that they thought were nonsense. After all, given the complex terrain, only a few people who could accidentally come here by accident would be encountered in a year. Since we have made it this far, it basically means we are brothers. This reminder is just a process.
Praise the Night Mother.
Li Guanqi followed Aries' prompts in his mind and said softly,
Welcome, brother.
Squeak. The two doormen smiled and then opened the door to the room. Li Guanqi stepped into the darkness.
Boom!
When he entered the room, the doorman closed the door. The next moment, a red light lit up at the front of the room, illuminating this dim place. It was a pitch-black gate with a blood-red skull relief engraved on the surface. At this moment, two blue ghost fires were flashing in the skull's eye sockets.
What is the most beautiful sound in the world?
Suddenly, the skeleton's jaw moved slightly, making a hoarse sound.
This is the true review mechanism of the Dark Brotherhood.
Aries' voice sounded in Li Guanqi's mind.
This place is the place where code words are spoken. What is the most beautiful sound in the world? It's such a nostalgic question. Just follow what I told you before.
Come on, Master.
Li Guanqi nodded, then said towards the black skull door.
Silence is golden. My brother, what is the biggest illusion in life?
The black skull door made a hoarse sound again.
Innocent. My brother,
Li Guanqi said softly.
Buzz?
The bloody skull relief opened its mouth, and the red light flashed, turning into a bloody portal in front of Li Guanqi. The code word is correct, and the answer is correct.
The most beautiful sound, silence. The greatest illusion, innocence.
Li Guanqi muttered to himself, and then stepped into the teleportation array. After a while, he appeared in a cave tunnel.
Keep going, Master,
Aries said in his mind.
What's the meaning of these two questions?
Li Guanqi asked curiously as he walked deeper into the tunnel.
They are one of the tenets of the Dark Brotherhood,
Aries said calmly.
Dark Brotherhood.
Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated, and he raised his hand to touch his heart. There is no heart there, just flesh and blood that is no different from other parts of the body, because his heart was dug out and crushed by Meng Yan, a member of the Dark Brotherhood in southern Xinjiang. He has been heartless since, but it was also from that time that his magical organ completely awakened, and the predatory technique began to take over the stage of his life, providing the most powerful support for his rapid growth. The relationship between Li Guanqi and this killer organization has been intertwined with fate for a long time.
Aries, the Dark Brotherhood. What exactly is it?
Li Guanqi asked in a deep voice in his mind.
Well, let Machete talk to you about this question.
Aries hesitated for a moment, then said,
When it comes to the origin of the Dark Brotherhood, Machete knows better than I do. Lumo?
Li Guanqi was stunned.
My memory is sealed in a turtle SHL.
Lumo was a little helpless.
I just unsealed the 6th floor, and I don't remember many memories. Instead of asking me to talk about it, it's better to let Shunkong talk about it. Anyway, this guy likes to talk about history the most.
Yeah. Shankara responded immediately, with a hint of interest in his voice. Before Li Guanqi could say anything, this guy started explaining on his own.
The earliest Dark Brotherhood was born around the extraordinary 300 years of the Old Era, which was the early stage of human civilization's reconstruction. It was led by a man named Sitis. Westerners, created in the West. In the beginning, the Dark Brotherhood was just a killer organization in a small town, simply taking money to do things. But gradually, this killer organization is no longer a simple executioner, because of the addition of an Oriental woman. Her name was Xiaoyun, and she came from the land of Sichuan and Sichuan in China. Later, the 44 red candle ceremony of the Dark Brotherhood began to flow out from her. 44. Homophonic to death. Hey. Homophonic joke. After Xiaoyun joined the Dark Brotherhood, the organization gradually developed a creed. They began to listen to the voices of the people.
and on behalf of the people who were suffering, they assassinated officials and politicians who exploited the people. Xiao Yun brought the Eastern chivalrous spirit to the West. Because of this, Xiao Yun's informants, those who provide her with information, are also called listeners. After all, her informants collect intelligence, listen to the sufferings of the people, and then report it back to the Dark Brotherhood, allowing the assassins to eliminate harm for the people. Later, Xiao Yun, who died in battle, became the so-called Night Mother. It can be said that he is dead, or it can be said that in a sense, he has achieved another kind of immortality in disguise, and is the spiritual leader of the members of the Dark Brotherhood. 1. But in fact, Xiao Yun died after all. The so-called Night Mother is just an artifact crafted by Siddhis after he became a god. After this artifact comes out, if someone arranges a dark ritual, they can directly attract the projection of the Night Mother, communicate with her directly, and issue an assassination commission. The Night Mother will then return to the Dark Brotherhood and tell the assassins of her commission. During this period, since the Dark Brotherhood no longer needs informants to collect intelligence, the identity of the listeners has also changed from the group of people who listen to the voices of the people to the group of people who listen to the voice of the Night Mother. Time passes slowly. The Dark Brotherhood did many great things, especially after their founder, Siddhis, entered the Dark Asgard and became the original 9 gods. Later, the gods bloomed. The Dark Brotherhood has also assassinated many gods. Among them, there was a Jyogung-level conjurer named Lytle. The moment he became a god, he was suddenly assassinated by the assassins of the Dark Brotherhood. With one successful blow, the new god fell, and he had just entered the law. The soul returns to the shrine, waiting for resurrection one day in the future. Although this is only one of the many great works of the Dark Brotherhood, it is also the only one that has spread to the new era. It is difficult to comment on the merits and demerits of the Dark Brotherhood, but in the new era, it is very simple. After experiencing another post-apocalyptic civilization reconstruction, the Dark Brotherhood has lost its chivalrous nature of robbing the rich and giving to the poor, killing bad officials and bad guys. And it is a purely profit-making killer organization. As long as you have money, take money to do things, regardless of the purpose. The new creed of the Dark Brotherhood has gradually taken shape, becoming more suitable for the development of profit-making organizations. What is the most beautiful sound in the world? Silence is golden. My brother. What is the biggest illusion in life? Be innocent. My brother. To be a killer, you don't need a mouth. You just need to know who you are killing. You don't need to ask why you are killing. And you don't need to talk nonsense when killing. Hearing this, Li Guanqi's expression suddenly became strange. He remembered a not-so-good memory, which was not only vivid in his mind, but also still ringing in his ears. Listen up. My name is Meng Yan, a 4-elephant-level alien blood warrior, and a 4-star killer of the Dark Brotherhood. Someone paid for your life. I followed the Night Mother's instructions, and came to complete the contract. We have an old saying in our organization. Silence is golden, my friend. But I don't like silence. Then, Li Guanqi lowered his head and saw his pierced heart, as well as his heart that was held in the opponent's hand, and was even beating slightly. Silence is gold. Li Guanqi looked complicated. Meng Yan, the killer from southern Xinjiang, talked a lot of nonsense when killing him and wasted a lot of time. He did not meet the requirements of a qualified killer at all. Now it seems that Meng Yan has not listened to the creed of the Brotherhood at all. Of course, Li Guanqi would like to thank him for not listening, because if Meng Yan really abides by silence is golden, he died that time. Well, although in the weird world at that time, extraordinary beings still had a resurrection mechanism. Huh? What else? Li Guanqi was lost in memories for more than 10 seconds. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Shan Kong had not continued. You explained the meaning of the creed silence is golden. But what about the second sentence? Why is it said that the biggest illusion in life is innocence? Because I don't know either. There was a hint of hesitation in Xuan Kong's voice. I don't quite understand the meaning of this creed, and it's hard to guess. No one alive in this world is innocent. They all deserve to die. Ares suddenly spoke up. This sentence is not what I said. It was the explanation given by a Brotherhood member I met when I followed my last master, that boy from the Yun family, to travel around the world. Everyone has their own understanding of the creed of the Brotherhood. In the view of the killer, as long as humans live, they must eat both vegetarian and non-vegetarian food. And they must eat both plants and animals. Plants also have life. So as long as humans live, They must directly or indirectly create killing karma. Since everyone has the karma of killing, killing others is just a normal natural cycle. Therefore, members of the Dark Brotherhood never care whether the target is good or bad, innocent or deserved, because they feel, in this world, as long as people are alive, there are no truly innocent and undeserving people. Do you think the killer's understanding is right or wrong?
That makes sense.
Shun Kong hesitated. That's bullshit,
Demon Sword said in a deep voice.
How can you say that?
Shioshua said quietly.
Huh? That's the fun part about making a creed so arcane.
Ares smiled and said,
Everyone has their own understanding. And at the same time, everyone cannot understand your understanding. So, Master, what do you think of this understanding? Me? I think,
Li Guanqi was about to answer, but his eyes suddenly froze. Because at this time, after walking and talking all the way, he had reached the end of the tunnel. What came into view was a dim hall with many figures in black robes coming and going. Among these people, there was a figure that looked out of place. That's a platinum robe. The platinum hooded robe is the standard accessory for new school magicians. After a so-called conclusive conclusion spreads widely, whether it is true or false, it will become true over time. For example, since the saying that
spellcasters always like to wear a hooded black robe
spread, people in the world have consciously not choose this kind of dress, unless they specifically want to pretend to be a spellcaster. Same reason. Since the dispute between the old and the new emerged in the world of magic, and the news spread that
new magicians always like to wear a white and gold hooded robe,
people have also consciously reduced this kind of dress, because they don't want to be mistaken by old school magicians for new school magicians and get into trouble. Among them, the traditional magicians who stand in the old school will not choose to wear platinum robes. However, the figure in white robe that Li Guanqi saw at this moment, led by a Brotherhood killer. The man stepped directly into a space portal, and then disappeared without knowing where he was going. However, before he disappeared, Li Guanqi still relied on the system's function to see the opponent's cultivation. 9 palace level conjurer. 9 palaces. Why would a top 9 level conjurer appear in this Dark Brotherhood stronghold? And he was still wearing a platinum robe? New magician? Dark Brotherhood? These two forces. Li Guanqi frowned. His intuition told him that something was amiss, and that something was wrong, although it was completely unfounded. He felt that it had something to do with the failure of the Tulip Empire's teleportation array. Could it be that the new sect of magicians is going to join forces with the Dark Brotherhood to launch a general attack on the School of Conjuration? Hey! Thinking of this, Li Guanqi strode forward, walked to the bar of this Brotherhood stronghold, and called softly to the blonde Catwoman inside, who had her back turned to him. The 5-element level Catwoman turned around and glanced at Li Guanqi. After realizing that he could not tell the depth of his cultivation, he immediately put away his lazy demeanor and straightened his expression.
Sir, what do you need?
Seeing her attitude, Li Guanqi suddenly thought of a question.
Ares, no. If you do this, others won't be able to see my cultivation. Even the low-level ones. If a Bagua-level Jyogun-level person can't see my cultivation, wouldn't that be a big deal?
Low-level cultivators, when meeting someone whose cultivation is unclear, will think that this person's cultivation is unfathomable and should not be messed with. If a Jyogun-level cultivator encounters a person who cannot see his cultivation clearly, will he think that he cannot see his cultivation? It's interesting. Let's go and talk. Li Guanqi didn't want to deal with people at the Jyogun level.
Really?
Ares' voice rang in Li Guanqi's mind.
But Master, there is no need to worry. I have now unlocked the 8th level and can mimic your cultivation to any stage from 1 yuan level to 8 trigrams level. Do you want to show yourself as a conjurer?
Or a human of different blood? A conjurer who has cultivated at the 5 elements level will be fine.
Li Guanqi replied.
Understood. Let's do it later when we leave here. After all, white light will erupt when we remimicry. We'd better not attract attention here.
Ares said solemnly. Li Guanqi nodded, then looked at Catwoman at the bar in front of him, and said calmly,
I want to take the teleportation array to the Tulip Empire. The sooner the better. Tulip?
Catwoman tilted her head and thought for a moment, then replied,
Sir, we don't have a teleportation array leading to the Tulip Empire.
Li Guanqi was not surprised. This is the case in simulation situations. The strange thing is that there is no teleportation array leading to the Tulip Empire. You didn't pay too much attention. Since you can't go to the Tulip Empire, Let's go back to the Sakura Shogunate to find Sophia. However, there are differences between the simulated situation and reality after all. The interweaving of various variables made Li Guanqi a little concerned at this moment. Is it not? Or is the Tulip Empire's teleportation array malfunctioning? Li Guanqi looked at Catwoman and asked seriously. Yes, sir. Catwoman was obviously a little nervous and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This. Silence is golden. Master. Suddenly, Ares' voice rang in Li Guanqi's mind. In the Brotherhood's stronghold, no assassin would question such a small character responsible for simple handling matters. Even if it is a trivial matter such as the teleportation array. Unless there is a meeting, the killers will not ask questions in the stronghold. This is an unwritten rule. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned. Are you so serious? Then this Brotherhood is not brothers at all. The Dark Brotherhood has long since gone bad. Ares also had a hint of helplessness in his voice. Brothers in the new era have no brotherhood with each other. Only interests. The Dark Brotherhood in the new era is a purely profit-making killer organization. Alright. Li Guanqi shrugged and had no choice but to leave it at that, giving up any thought of getting any news from here. After all, he was a fake, not a real Brotherhood killer. So he didn't dare to stay here for a long time. He directly asked Catwoman for a teleportation voucher to go to the Sakura Shogunate, and then walked towards the location of the teleportation array. Li Guanqi didn't let Shunkong open the door because he didn't want money. As long as you could enter the Dark Brotherhood stronghold through the code words of the Skeleton Black Gate, the teleportation is free. This benefit made Li Guanqi feel that this fraternity was actually very fraternal in a sense. After all, good brothers don't talk about money. Buzz? The small universal teleportation array erupted with colorful light, completely engulfing Li Guanqi's figure. Chapter 486. The new sect of magicians is officially independent. According to the simulator's deduction, under normal circumstances, after Li Guanqi returns to the Sakura Shogunate, he will find the lioness Sophia and then act together. However, now that he saw the simulator's deduction, and after thinking about it carefully, he realized that meeting Sophia actually made no sense to him. In the beginning, there were 2 main reasons for acting together with Sophia. First of all, Sophia was relatively stronger than Li Guanqi at that time, and she also mastered the laws of space. Li Guanqi didn't know it at that time. If he encountered a low-level enemy, he would be blinded, so he needed Sophia's protection. Secondly, it was the trigger of the lion-killing mission, so the 2 of them acted together for a while. But under the current circumstances, Li Guanqi no longer needs Sophia's accompanying protection. In a sense, it may even be a hindrance. So he no longer needs Sophia's protection. However, the requirements of the lion-killing mission are completely impossible with his current strength. Because of this, instead of dragging Sophia around with him in this country, it is better to let Sophia stay in the Lion Mountain village for a while and experience the warmth of the same tribe. After all, the lion people are Sophia's true tribe. This idea was actually just an idea in Li Guanqi's mind at first. However, when he came to the Sakura Shogunate from the Daluo dynasty and returned to the Shuren Mountain village, this idea turned into a decision. Sister Alice, you definitely can't find me. Peek-boo. By the way, are we Lionhead's big cats? Meow. Hey, we Lionheads are not cats. In the small woods next to the mountain village, the lioness Sophia stood on the spot, covering her eyes with her hands, listening to the voices of the lion cubs around her, and suddenly smiled helplessly. Okay. Have you hidden everything? Hidden. If so, is my sister looking for you? Ah. Not yet. Run. Several lion cubs quickly hid in trees, bushes, and tree holes. At the same time, behind a thick tree, Li Guanqi, who quietly came here using the invisibility spell and the breath-concentrating effect of the heavenly divine armor, watched this scene and the happy smile on Sophia's face, and couldn't help but feel. Smile softly. Miss Sophia is very happy here. Shishua's soft voice suddenly sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. Oh, yes. Li Guanqi smiled. After all, there are lion-headed people here. And for her, this is the only place where she can feel the warmth of home. There is no need to follow me around. Just let her stay here. When I reach the Jyogon level, I will come back to help her get revenge. Don't mention anything else. At least, her appearance made me meet Shan Kong. This alone should make me repay her. Let's go. We have our own things to do. Li Guanqi turned and left. Sophia, who was wandering around in the woods, pretending that she couldn't find anyone, was suddenly startled and wondered if she had heard it wrong. This voice suddenly appeared in her mind. I am Li Guanqi, and now I have a task for you. Yes. Sophia straightened her back quickly. Stay in this mountain village until I come back. Sophia blinked, looking stunned. After leaving the lion-headed mountain village, Li Guanqi traveled around the major towns of the Sakura shogunate. The result was as expected. It was exactly the same as the simulation. All the major towns stated that there were no teleportation arrays going to the Tulip Empire, because all the teleportation arrays leading to the Tulip Empire, including the Universal Teleportation Array, had all been blocked in the recent period. Malfunction. In the simulation situation, he waited for 10 consecutive days with no results. And then the simulation time was over and the simulation ended. In actual circumstances, Li Guanqi waited for a full 18 days. He did not simulate anymore. After all, before finding the next charged item, the simulator only had 6 opportunities to simulate for 10 days. It had to be used on the edge of the blade, and it could not be used just as it was said to be. During this period, he would go to the Royal Teleportation Field in Haiyang every day to inquire about the situation. It was the same as usual before, with the staff wearing a formulaic smile. The teleportation array is out of order and under repair. Please be patient. But today, it's different. Li Guanqi walked to the entrance of the Royal Teleport Field. As soon as he walked into the lobby of this luxurious high-rise building, he saw over the notice board. Thousands of people crowded there, and countless, whispering, voices piled together. It became a deafening cacophony of noise. And Li Guanqi heard a few noteworthy words among these chaotic sounds. New School Magician. Tulip Empire. Error Marking Invention. Isolated Teleportation. The First Building. Academy. What's the situation? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. A breeze rose under his feet and flew into the midair of the hall. With his condescending gaze, he directly passed through the barriers of the crowd and saw the most conspicuous notice on the notice board. It was a piece of exquisite paper with white gold edges and reflective gold lines printed on the edges. The content of the notice is bilingual, with the upper part in Eastern and the lower in Western. But the meaning is the same. The Royal School of Magic in the Tulip Empire was renamed the Royal Academy of Magicians, and all new school magicians were hired as teachers, becoming the first academy in the world composed entirely of new school magicians. From then on, those who graduated from the Tulip Royal Sorcerer Academy were no longer spellcasters, but pure spellcasters of the new era. What they use is no longer spells, but spells. Tulip Royal Magician Academy has more advanced teaching concepts and more advanced magic theories. In recent days, the teleportation arrays from major teleportation fields to the Tulip Empire have failed because of the newly developed Global Teleportation Blockade Defense System by the Tulip Royal Magician Academy. This new School of Magicians invention can directly block the opening of the teleportation array is prohibited within the entire country. This is an epoch-making invention. The emergence of the Global Teleportation Blockade Defense System has given the Tulip Empire complete access to external teleportation array defense capabilities. Because of this, all countries in the world, including our Haiyang Royal Teleportation Field, no longer have the ability to teleport to the Tulip Empire at will. From now on, if you want to go to the Tulip Empire, you need to provide your Shogunate residence card, go through identity verification, and obtain entry qualifications before you can obtain the teleportation qualifications. Due to policy issues in the Tulip Empire, we are currently only accepting transmissions from Sakura people. Foreign friends, please wait. Above. Heian-kyo Teleport Field and Heian-kyo New School Magician. Li Guanqi looked at this notice and his pupil shrank. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a major historical event just after I came out. Ares' incredible voice sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. The name of the Conjuring Academy is not just a name, but a symbol. It symbolizes the tradition from ancient times and the only dominant force in the conjuring world. The Conjuring Academy. Headquarters. This is not a false claim. This is the bottom line. The Royal Conjuration Academy in the Tulip Empire was renamed the Magician Academy, and all are staffed by new school magicians. This is a signal. This means that the Tulip Empire has begun full cooperation with the new school magicians. This is also a declaration of war. Being so public basically means that the new school of magicians will go into full-scale war with the Conjuration Academy, and the Tulip Empire will side with the new school of magicians. War, war.
I didn't expect that what started earlier than the war between the various countries was actually the battle in the world of magic. No. Maybe. This was a trigger? Will all countries use these two forces as camps to start a world war? I remember that in the past 10 years, the new school of magicians began to secretly contact various countries, preparing to use the power of various countries to launch a general attack on the Conjuration Academy. Even representatives of the new sect of magicians came to the Daluo dynasty to meet the emperor 8 years ago. They said that the new sect of magicians were not magicians, and that the Daluo people who discriminated against magicians could work with their new sect of magicians to annihilate all the magicians.
Then what?
Shad Kong suddenly asked curiously. Then with Emperor Shenwu looking down with a cold look. The representative of the new sect of magicians at the Nine Palaces level was crushed into a pool of blood mist right above the court.
Ares replied solemnly.
Shad Kong was suddenly speechless. By the way, why do Daluo people discriminate against spellcasters? Xiao Kai, do you know?
At this time,
Xu Xue asked curiously. There are important reasons for this.
Ares' voice was solemn.
But this is also a secret. At least it must be the core state secrets of the Daluo dynasty that can only be accessed by the 9 palaces among the 8 kingdoms families. Although my last master was from the Yun family. After all, there was only gossip. Level. No access to such secrets. But what is certain is that the Daluo dynasty's discrimination against spellcasters is definitely not due to ideological reasons such as concepts, but is related to the national destiny of a country's survival. They cannot allow too many conjurers to exist within the borders of Daluo. Even, it seems, I'm not sure, but it is rumored that in this world, the more spellcasters who hate the Daluo dynasty, the more the Daluo dynasty likes them. And they hope to see this situation. This is one of the reasons why they created the environment of
Daluo dynasty discriminates against magicians.
Oh!
Hearing this, Demon Sword couldn't help but say,
so what we have always suspected is correct. The Daluo dynasty's discrimination against spellcasters definitely has a secret purpose. So it will maintain this situation, and it will not change for 3,000 years.
But now, I want to know more. How do I get to Tulip Empire?
Li Guanqi's eyes were slightly helpless, and he turned to look at the office counter at the teleportation field. There was already a long queue.
Hello, I'm going to Tulip Empire. That sign says that it's okay as long as you go through identity verification.
Right.
Yes, sir. Please show your Shogunate household registration.
Give.
No. Sir, you are a 3rd level warrior of different blood. Only people below the 3rd level can obtain the entry qualifications of the Tulip Empire. Otherwise, even if we send you over here, once the teleportation array of the Tulip Empire on the opposite side is detected, when you reach the 3rd level, they will immediately disrupt the transmission channel and directly exile you into the turbulent flow of space.
What? Li Guanqi looked ugly when he saw this scene. What the HL? Therefore, the invention of the new magicians.
Global Teleportation Blockade Defense System
is truly an epoch-making invention. In the past, countries could not catch those who teleported into the country because the cost was too high and the gains outweighed the losses. Over time, they simply ignored them. But it's different now. Developed by Tulip's new magicians. This invention of the
Global Teleportation Blockade Defense System
has directly brought the teleportation field in the strange world into an era of review. Nowadays, if you want to go to the Tulip Empire, you have to go through an identity check just like an airport in the real world. Otherwise you will be smuggling illegally. Huh? By the way, wouldn't it be better to get a fake certificate? As for the cultivation review process, as well as Tulip's teleportation array test cultivation process, he has the heavenly god armor on his body. What else is there to fear about the review test? Only those below the level of 3 talents can be qualified to enter the Tulip Empire. So wouldn't it be okay if he asked Ares to simulate a cultivation level of 2 levels? Of course, during the insurance period, you still have to simulate it before going. So things are very simple. First apply for a fake certificate and get a Shogunate household registration.
False evidence. False evidence.
Li Guanqi turned around and left the teleportation field. Lost in thought. People always say that you need to get a fake certificate to get a fake certificate. But in fact, you have to have a way to do this kind of illegal thing. He doesn't know a few people in the Sakura Shogunate. And he doesn't know where to find them.
Huh?
Li Guanqi thought of a place and a person. Pinganjing. XC District. Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion. Kumagai Junpei. Back then, Li Guanqi got a brick of the Ice Temple from Alton. The sheep-headed man.
It was in order to get more clues about this object that he came to Ping to find him for the first time. Being able to open such a store in Ping, I guess he can be considered a local snake after all. No matter how bad he is still an old man. There should be some ways to help him.
Well, let's try it.
He did what he thought of. Li Guanqi looked around, found the direction and walked forward. Heionjing. Deep underground. In a dark secret room. Only 8 people filled 9 seats.
Where did the head of the Miyamoto family go?
An old and vicissitudes of voice sounded.
He is meeting with the representative of the new magicians. Let us discuss it first. When he comes, we will tell him the results of the discussion. And he will also tell us the sincerity of the new magicians. Then let's get started. What do you think about the new magicians and the Tulip Empire? That woman Isabel has been entangled with the new magicians. Now it seems that she has completely convinced the Elder Council to let the Tulip Empire and the new magician stand on the same side. Oh, a stupid woman who is full of love cannot be an emperor. Put aside your prejudices. Head of the Qinglu family. This situation must have the full support of the Elder Council. She cannot make such a big decision by herself. So, what is the significance of this wide teleportation blockade defense system? That's it. If the Tulip Empire and the new magicians are so open, then it is obvious that they are going to start a total war. Total war is a battlefield at the level of the 9 palaces. Under the 9 palaces are all ants. It is not worth mentioning. Even if its defense system can isolate low level, what's the point of a practitioner entering the Tulip Empire? What's more, I tried it a few days ago. The Geogon level turned on space teleportation with all its strength. It was also able to ignore the so-called space blockade and lead an army into the territory of the Tulip Empire. Oh, Master Tokugawa, so your broken arm was caused by the Tulip Empire? It's the new sect of magicians from the Tulip Empire. They don't know what spell they used to inhibit my self-healing ability. It will take at least 3 days for me to recover my broken arm. Times have changed. That thing is called magic now. The head of the Tokugawa family. What the L is the difference? It's just a different name and a different SH. L? SH. L? Ha. This represents the core body of power. What the new school of magicians want is to completely replace the school of conjuration. And to wipe out all the old guys in the main school without leaving a single one behind. You guys have talked so much nonsense. Have you had enough? The Sakura Jobu conference is not an izakaya for you to talk about homely things. The space blockade system is definitely not what it is shown now. Master Tokugawa, you have an extra breath. It should be contaminated after passing through the space blockade. This is the purpose of Tulip and the new school of magicians. Just to make some Geogung level people try it out of curiosity and get infected with it. What? I didn't feel it. I do not have either. So, this is the clever point. I can feel the presence of the aura, but I can't get rid of it. I will go to you to study it later. As for now, to be on the safe side, head of the Tokugawa family, please leave first and return to the family faction. Another person who has not passed through the space blockade comes to attend the meeting. I am worried that the mysterious aura on your body may have eavesdropping capabilities. Let's go back. Oh, I know. Now, let's continue the meeting. Fake certificate? Shogunate household registration?
Ping, XC District. Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion. Kumagai Junpei. The Liuha-level grocery store owner looked at Li Guanqi in front of him and said in surprise.
What's the use of getting a fake certificate? According to the teleportation field, they have to review the cultivation situation. I have no way to help you bribe Tulip. People on the side. Is it possible that you have it yourself? And don't blame me for not reminding you. Once discovered, the other side will directly interfere with the transmission channel and throw you into the turbulence of space. Even if you are strong enough to survive in the turbulence of space. But after you return to the main space, God knows where you will appear. The probability of returning to the outside world from the space turbulence and appearing in the wilderness is 82.4%. This is the data released by the Conjuration Academy last year. Wandering in the wilderness is not an ordinary danger. I know.
Li Guanqi nodded and looked at Kumagai Junpei seriously.
Boss Kumagai, please help me find a way. I only need a false certificate that will allow me to set foot on the teleportation array to the Tulip Empire. As for other things, I will do it myself.
There is a way.
Kumagai Junpei was slightly hesitant, but after scratching his head, he nodded.
Okay, I'll help you. Shogunate household registration. What level do you need? Ordinary? 200,000 is enough. This is enough for you to take the teleportation to Tulip Field. However, if you want to get a household registration card that can pass the political review of palace officials, then the price will be different. It will cost at least 3 million gold coins. I have to look at the recent market prices for the specific price. Other than that, are there any requirements? For example, place of birth, age, cultivation level, etc.? An ordinary one worth 200,000 yuan will do. His name is Kimura Takuya, and his cultivation level is Ryogi level. Li Guanqi shrugged. After all, no tulips will be given to those at the 3rd level talent level. As for the others, you can just make up one for me. With that said, he took out 20 notes worth 10,000 gold coins from the space necklace. Take the money to do the work, and wait for me for 3 days. Kumagai Junpei put away the money tickets, then waved his hand, indicating that Li Guanqi could leave. Thanks. Li Guanqi turned around and walked towards the door. Chapter 487. The simulation restarts. The attitude of the Tulip Queen. Is this the Shogunate household registration card? 3 days later, Li Guanqi returned to the Xingyue Wanwu Pavilion, sat on the sofa, and looked at a pure black metal card in his hand. He looked over it and found that there was no writing or pattern on it. He originally thought it would be the same thing as an ID card. It's all done. Kumagai Junpei poured a glass of wine next to him. Your name is Kimura Takuya. You are 48 years old. A Ryogi-level conjurer. Born in Yanagi Town, North Ridge of the Shogunate. Just remember these. Oh, and this. As he spoke, he took out a small blue bag from his pocket and threw it to Li Guanqi. What? Li Guanqi reached out to catch it, opened it, and found that it was full of small blue pills, estimated to be more than 60. Soul simulation pill. Kumagai Junpei said calmly. The Shogunate household registration requires the entry of the soul aura. After all, a person's cultivation will change and the appearance will change. But the soul aura will not change. In the same way, in those places where the Shogunate household registration is required, there will also be placed a device for detecting soul aura. Every time you need to show your Shogunate household registration, take a pill in advance to simulate the breath of your soul into the breath I entered when I applied for a fake certificate for you. The medicine works for 1 hour. There are a total of 68 pills inside. Once you use them up, your fake ID will be basically useless. Pay attention to this and don't lose it. Clear. Li Guanqi put away the Shogunate household registration card and soul simulation pill, turned and left. Hey! Wait! However, just when Li Guanqi was about to push the door open, Kumagai Junpei suddenly stopped him. What's wrong? Li Guanqi frowned slightly and turned around. In the past 2 days, many people have come to me asking for a way out. Kumagai Junpei looked at him and narrowed his eyes slightly. They are all people with level 3 or above who want to go to the Tulip Empire to do business. But I rejected them all because their request was to let me take them to the Tulip Empire. But I don't have such a way. And you just want to get there with a false certificate. You are definitely not a lunatic or a fool. So you must have a way to sneak across. You even need to find me for fake evidence. Which means that your path is not wide. And you probably can't find any customers. Otherwise, you and I will cooperate. And I will help you find customers. And you will provide the channels. And I will share the money you earn. Just 10%. How about that? Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. This Kumagai Junpei is really a businessman. Talk later. Li Guanqi smiled. Then turned around, opened the door, and walked toward the street outside. Grandmas, I don't even make any money. Kumagai Junpei shook his head. Heart of time and space. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi's figure slowly emerged. Current simulation time, next 10 days. Current number of simulations remaining, 6 times. Simulation. Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel and said in a deep voice. It takes 1.5 simulation times to maintain accurate simulation, even under the interference of close contact at the Jiogong level. After all, after I arrive in the Tulip Empire, I will go to Her Royal Highness the Queen immediately. That one is at the Jiogong level. Simulation starts. On the first day, you took the fake certificate and took the teleportation array to the Tulip Empire. The fake certificate issued by Kumagai Junpei was very genuine. After you took the soul simulation pill he gave you, you successfully passed the review of the Sakura Shogunate and sat down. After boarding the teleportation array, you relied on the breath-condensing ability of the heavenly divine armor
to successfully evade the Tulip Empire's review and successfully set foot on the Tulip Empire's land. You start rushing towards the capital of the Tulip Empire, the capital of flowers. The next day, you pass through the teleportation array and arrived at the capital of flowers. You go to the palace and want to meet Her Royal Highness the Queen. The guard ignores him and tells you to get out of here. You decide. Turns to leave. Force break in. Customize.
Ah?
Li Guanqi was stunned. That's right. Her Royal Highness the Queen didn't give him any identity documents such as tokens.
Customize.
After Li Guanqi thought for a while, he said to the light screen panel,
I will use my wind and thunder sword intent with all my strength and slash towards the sky above the palace.
Isabel must be familiar with this sword intent. Use your wind and thunder sword intent with all your strength and slash towards the sky above the palace. The palace guard of the Tulip Empire rushed out. But before he could take action against you, a woman's voice came from deep within the palace.
Let him in.
That's the voice of Isabel, the Tulip Queen. And you can't mishear it. Under the leadership of the palace guards, you successfully arrived at the depths of the palace. The boudoir of Tulip Queen Isabel Elizabeth. Placed beside the bed is a photo of Isabel and Wang Xiu. The maid said,
Sir, Her Royal Highness the Queen asked you to wait in her room first. She will come to you later. Although you don't know why you are waiting in the boudoir. You are still waiting on pins and needles. At night, the Queen did not come. But a low-level demon hunting knight came. After some questioning, you learned that he was the illegitimate son of Isabel and Wang Xiu, named Wang Xian. He was very gentle, which made you very fond of him. He asked you a lot about Wang Xiu. Before leaving, Wang Xian said to you meaningfully,
Guanqi, no matter what you want to do in Tulip, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. This place will soon be unstable.
Late night. The Queen arrives. She is surprised by your rapid improvement in strength and asks you why. You look embarrassed. The Queen did not continue to ask. She just asked why you came to her. You made a request to her to use the Beidou sequence to guide the star. The Queen stares at you for a long time. She rejected you and gave you no room to continue talking. She immediately sent guards to send you out of the palace. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned. Like this? It seems that although his master's face is big enough, as a disciple, he doesn't get much light.
Well?
Li Guanqi sighed helplessly, shook his head and smiled bitterly. On the third day, the Queen's bodyguard found you and said that the Queen's current position in the Senate is very embarrassing and that she cannot openly abuse her power at this juncture. So she asked her to secretly take you to the Big Dipper to guide the stars secretly.
So that's it.
Li Guanqi blinked. In the evening, under the leadership of the guards, you came to the place where Greedy Wolf leads the stars and started to lead the stars. The lead star lasts for several days. Simulation expires in 10 days. Simulation ends. Current number of simulations remaining for 0.5 times. Seeing this, Li Guanqi was slightly startled. Does it take so long to attract a star? Haven't finished it in 7 days? Forget it. I'll ask Shankara and the others later when we go out. Li Guanqi returned his attention to the light screen panel and watched the simulation again from beginning to end. So the situation is clear and it's good. First, there would be no problem with him smuggling into the Tulip Empire. Secondly, Queen Tulip will not excessively pursue the issue of how quickly his strength increases. Thirdly, Her Royal Highness the Queen still missed her old love and loved her so much that even though it was difficult, she still helped him solve the matter of leading the star.
Oh, what a good woman.
Li Guanqi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's a pity that Her Royal Highness the Queen is still guarding the empty room here. But Wang Xiu is living a happy and stable life with Takeda Kosei in reality. What happened? For you humans, is love from heaven no match for childhood sweethearts? A square frame suddenly appeared on the light curtain panel. This is of course not a simulation, but the heart of time and space's own expression of doubt.
Hard to say.
Li Guanqi shrugged and said helplessly,
I personally think that Takeda-senpai has been waiting for Master all his life. So he is certainly a good man. But Her Royal Highness the Queen is even willing to give Master a baby. And she clearly holds power. But she never forces Master to stay. And how can you say she is not good? They are all very good. But my Master is, alas.
Human beings are really strange. For New Age humans, the polygamy system has clearly been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Why doesn't Wang Xiu choose to have them all?
It's not that Master doesn't choose. But it's just that they can't be willing. They have their own pride.
Li Guanqi smiled.
Senior Takeda cannot share his Master with others. I guess that in her opinion, she was the first to know Wang Xiu. How could other women share Wang Xiu with her? Because of this, she has never been able to let go in the strange world. It wasn't until she was resurrected to the real world and both of them died once, which was equivalent to starting over from scratch, that she was able to untie the knot in her heart. As for Her Royal Highness the Queen, hey, that's the Queen, the king of a country, the ruler of a large empire. How could she share her spouse with other women? This is simply impossible.
Strange view of love. The goal of love is to be together. So if they can't be with their lover, isn't it equivalent to failure?
The goal of love is not necessarily to be together.
Li Guanqi smiled lightly.
Let's talk.
He seemed to have thought of something and looked at the light screen panel in surprise.
Brother Time and Space. Why are you interested in these?
Because I don't understand. I am not an artifact. Not a product created by you humans by imitating their own thinking. Because of this, the artifact can understand your human love. But I can't. I can't understand your human understanding of
love.
I know unknown things. We'll be curious.
Then you slowly comprehend? I'll leave first.
Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. Waved his hands. Turned and left. He is not a love minner and cannot explain these things to the heart of time and space. Heian Jing. The royal teleportation field.
Kimura Takuya?
A red-haired catwoman wearing a black and white kimono, holding a black shogunate household registration card in her hand, then glanced at Li Guanqi, who was sitting opposite her.
Mr. Kimura, are you sure you want to go to the Tulip Empire? Now because of the reasons there regarding policy issues. The destination has no choice. Currently, the Tulip Empire only has one teleportation point open to the outside world, which is the border area of Anlua Province, a place called Jinxiang Town. And because of their policies, if we want to go there now, we can only activate the single-person teleportation array, which costs 700,000 gold coins one way. This fee is not low. If it is not necessary, I do not recommend that you go there. Woolen cloth.
After all, under normal circumstances, 700,000 gold coins is a large amount of money for the Liangyi level, although Li Guanqi feels that as a staff member. This catwoman is a bit overzealous.
Please start the review.
Li Guanqi just smiled, and then took out a stack of notes with a face value of 10,000 yuan from the space necklace.
Okay then. Please don't leave your seat.
Catwoman took the money tickets and quickly counted them. After confirming that 70 tickets were correct, she nodded, then turned around and opened the door to leave. Li Guanqi looked around. This was a pink and white secret room. There was nothing at all except the stool under him. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all covered with white paint and decorated with pink cherry blossom patterns. In the entire room, only the door Catwoman pushed out just now was silver white, and the rest was all pink and white. A few minutes ago, Li Guanqi entered the teleportation field and told the staff that he was going to the Tulip Empire. Then the other party took his shogunate household registration card, scanned it on a magical device, and after getting the household registration information, he took him here to sit with. This place should be used for identity testing to confirm whether he and the shogunate household registration card are the same person. However, Li Guanqi had already taken the soul simulation pill given to him by Kumagai Junpei before he came, and also asked Ares to express his cultivation into a Ryogi level state, so there would be no problem. Squeak. Suddenly, the silver-white door was pushed open, and the red-haired Catwoman poked her head out. Her white cat ears twitched, and she looked at Li Guanqi with her big green eyes and said,
Mr. Kimura, if you pass the test, you can go to teleport.
The formation is here. Oh?
Li Guanqi was stunned.
Is it over now? Nothing happened? It's over.
Catwoman nodded, and then looked at Li Guanqi with some confusion.
Have you not done a test to verify the identity of the household registration card for a long time? There won't be any big news to verify the household registration card and the identity of the owner?
Li Guanqi's heart skipped a beat.
Would you like to start teleporting now?
The red-haired Catwoman asked casually, and soon got down to business. This cherry blossom-themed room, in addition to being a testing room, is actually also the layout point of a universal teleportation array.
Let's start.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly.
Then please, sir, get up and walk to the sunflower.
Catwoman walked into the room and pointed to a sunflower pattern in the corner of the room as she spoke. Li Guanqi immediately stood up and followed suit. Then Catwoman took the stool and pushed the door open. Click. Within a few seconds, There was a loud sound of gears and crankshafts running on the floor. And then the entire floor sank. And the tiles began to turn up layer by layer and folded neatly, showing Li Guanqi what was under the floor. A short staircase leads downwards, at the end of which is a universal teleportation array that shines with colorful lights. The sunflower pattern, where Li Guanqi is currently located, is the only place on the entire floor that is not folded.
Please go to the teleportation array, Mr. Kimura.
The red-haired Catwoman's voice suddenly came from a circular bulge above the room. Li Guanqi didn't know what it was, but it had spiritual power fluctuations. It must have been some kind of magic weapon similar to a camera. Well, the kind with a call function.
Duh.
Li Guanqi walked toward the teleportation array at the end of the stairs, and the sound of his footsteps was particularly clear in the quiet environment. Soon, he was standing on top of the colorful teleportation array.
Would you like to start teleportation immediately?
Catwoman's voice came from above.
Turn on.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly.
I wish you a pleasant journey. Heian Jing Royal Teleportation Field. And welcome your next choice.
Buzz, following Catwoman's sweet voice. The teleportation array under Li Guanqi's feet also burst into colorful light, completely engulfing his figure. Teleport is on. Destination: Tulip Empire, Anlua Province, border Jean Township. Tulip Empire, Anlua Province. Deep in a valley filled with golden flowers, a handsome young man wearing a black robe stood with his hands behind his back. Deep in the sea of flowers, surrounded by many insects. Some of them are as beautiful as butterflies, flying around and beautiful. But there are also disgusting ones, like slime-winged insects, with their antennae twisting and making you sick. However, the young man in black robe treated them equally and raised his right hand, watching the butterflies and insects resting on his forearm with a smile.
Ishao, long time no see.
Suddenly, an old man wearing a platinum robe quietly appeared beside him. Looking forward, his voice hoarse.
I'm glad you can keep the appointment. After all, as an elusive night owl, if you don't want to see me, no one in the world can find you. Well, long time no see.
Ing Xiao's smile remained unchanged. His left hand gently teased the insect on his right arm, and he said without blinking,
But flattery is not necessary. You helped me when I escaped from Luo Jing, so I am willing to come to the appointment. But you find, what do I want to do? Help you fight? The war between the old and the new in the world of magic has completely begun. This will be an all-out war that only belongs to the 9 palaces. You should understand.
The old man in white robe looked at him and said seriously,
With your joining, the power of our new school of magicians will be strengthened like never before. We will definitely be able to defeat the school of magic in one fell swoop and become the overlord of the magic world and even the world. And you, Ishao, will be the biggest contributor. Real?
The corner of Ing Xiao's mouth curled up slightly.
But I, behind my back, claim that there are 100 million souls stalking me, as the most wanted criminal in the world. If I join the new sect, you will really be able to become the overlord of the magic world in terms of nominal legal principles. Position? A conjurer doesn't have to show his face to join the battle.
The old man in white robe said softly.
Huh?
Ing Xiao raised his hand, letting the butterflies and insects resting on his arm fly away. He shook his black sleeve slightly, then looked at the old man in white robe beside him with a smile.
The calculation is really loud, and it wants my help, but it doesn't want me to show my face. To put it bluntly, it wants me to contribute, and if I don't give it, it's my status. You misunderstood.
The old man in white robe shook his head gently, and then said calmly,
If you want, you could abandon the name Ishao, get a new identity in our Magician Academy, and start a new life. As long as you can restrain your self-behavior, at least. It's clearly constrained.
Ing Xiao was silent for a few seconds, then lowered his head and looked at the black robe on his body.
But I am wearing black clothes.
Grandpa Casas, you can change your clothes.
The old man in white robe said seriously. Ing Xiao was silent again. After a long while, he turned his head and looked into the distance, murmuring softly,
After escaping from Luo Jing, I changed my name to Xiao because I wanted to be a free bird in the dark. But Casas, but now you want me to leave the darkness and no longer be free. Give me some time. I need to think about it.
After saying that, Ing Xiao turned around and wanted to leave.
You can go to the flower capital to meet Isabel.
However, the old man in white robe looked at his back and said in a deep voice,
Oh!
Ing Xiao paused and said,
That love-minded queen? She will make you understand the bright future for our new sorcerers.
The old man in white robe said seriously. We are the future. Huh. Ing Xiao took another step forward, and as his slender black robe's back gradually faded away, his somewhat joking voice slowly made its way through the gorgeous sea of golden flowers. I'm afraid that if I talk to that love brain too much, I'll become a love brain myself. But since you have spoken, I will go and meet her. If nothing else, it is also a pleasure to see a beautiful woman up close. Chapter 488 Western Fantasy. Magician and Staff. Buzz. After the spinning that lasted for more than 10 minutes, Li Guanqi's vision finally returned to normal from the distorted colorful brilliance. He has never experienced such a long transmission process. What is going on? Li Guanqi suppressed the feeling of nausea and began to observe the surrounding environment. He was slightly startled. I saw that the sun was shining brightly. There were no clouds in the sky, and the blue sky was extremely clear. He was sitting on a silver-white circular altar. The colorful gems inlaid on the surface of the altar gradually lost their luster and returned to calm. It was the person who had completed the transmission. Sign. Looking around, within a kilometer radius, there is a vast sea of brilliant tulips, with butterflies flying and circling, like a fairy tale world. Not far away, smoke was rising from cooking fires, and a wooden fence surrounded a small town, where many houses painted with bright paint were located, different from the Daluo dynasty, where the buildings are generally solemn, and the Sakura shogunate, which is generally black and white. Those colorful and eclectic houses are full of childlike style. Here, Li Guanqi looked around, looking at the gorgeous sea of golden flowers, and was slightly stunned. Is this the Tulip Empire? Yes. Anluo Province, Jinxiang Town. At this time, from a blue hut next to the teleportation altar, a young man with blonde hair and golden eyes slowly walked out. He had deep eyes and a high nose. A typical Caucasian race. Li Guanqi looked at him. 5 elements level Demon Hunter Knight. Demon Hunter Knight. The name of a different-blooded human being in the Tulip Empire. I thought. Li Guanqi looked at him alone, then looked at the simple blue cabin next to him, and said hesitantly, I thought this place should be more formal. For example, it is located in the center of the bunker, surrounded by heavy soldiers, and precision testing of magic weapons is ready. That kind? Huh. That's not my job. The blonde young man smiled. These things are all the responsibility of the new magicians at the Imperial Capital headquarters. The newly developed global teleportation blockade system can be controlled only from the headquarters. If there is really any problem with your identity, I will take action while you are still in the transmission process, and will not wait until now. So I am not responsible for defense and review. I am just an ordinary receptionist. For a 5-element level human of different blood to be a receptionist, it's a bit of a fuss. Right? Li Guanqi looked suspicious. Since Tulip officially only allows entry to the Liangyi level, wouldn't it be overkill to send a 5 elements level receptionist? Showcase national strength? Let's not talk about whether it is necessary to show it in such a place. If this is the case, then sending a 5-element level will actually reduce the price. That's a long story. The blonde young man looked into the distance, but he obviously had no intention of making a long story short. Huh? Wait. Li Guanqi had been feeling a little strange since just now. Now he finally realized it, and looked at the blonde Western young man in astonishment. You are speaking Oriental. Of course. I'm the receptionist. The blonde young man nodded. When you are teleported here, I will tell you where you are from. If you are from the Sakura shogunate, I will definitely speak Eastern. If you are from another Western kingdom, then I will definitely speak Western. The receptionist doesn't even speak a foreign language. What kind of receptionist am I supposed to do? That's right. Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Oh, I forgot. The process hasn't started yet. The blonde young man seemed to have thought of something, and immediately gave Li Guanqi a tulip gesture. He put the 5 fingers of his right hand together on his left chest, and raised his left hand backward while bending down. Hello. I am the teleportation receptionist of Jinxiang Township in the Tulip Empire. Warner Berkeley. You can call me Berkeley. Sir, welcome to the Tulip Empire, the most beautiful flower empire in the world. After saying that, the young man named Berkeley straightened up, with a proud smile on his face. Li Guanqi nodded politely. Sakura Shogunate is the first-class cherry blossom producing area in the new age, and all the highest grade cherry blossom varieties in the world come from there. The cherry blossoms at Sakura Shogunate are unique in the world. But the Sakura shogunate is the only flower that can be praised. In the Tulip Empire, hundreds of flowers bloom. Except for cherry blossoms. The most high-end varieties of any flower in the world can be found here. And some flowers can only be found in this flower empire. Sakura, the national flower of the shogunate, is the cherry blossom. In the same way, since the Tulip Empire chose such a name, it naturally represents their national flower, which is the tulip. Speaking of which, buddy, you are decisive in doing things. The blonde young man Berkeley looked at Li Guanqi and suddenly grinned. The space blockade system has just been activated. The transmission affairs that were originally very casual have now become formal. The tax department has now begun to plan and formulate relevant regulations on the taxation of inbound goods. There are regulations, but since you came here so early, you naturally don't need to tax. After all, the official regulations haven't been issued yet. Li Guanqi shrugged. He is not a businessman and does not care much about these things. Speaking of which, since the Tulip Empire has successfully formalized the teleportation affairs in the strange world by relying on this long-named global defense system, there is no reason to enable teleportation first and then start planning relevant taxation regulations. I always feel that there is something in it. Question. Buzz? Suddenly, the colorful gems on the circular altar at Li Guanqi's feet began to flicker again. Hey, man. Seeing this scene, Berkeley quickly shouted to Li Guanqi. Please give way. A new customer is coming. Oh. Li Guanqi nodded and stepped down from the teleportation array altar. After all, there is only one legal teleportation point open in the Tulip Empire now. It is estimated that Berkeley has been very busy these 2 days, and he has to pick up the next one after picking up one. By the way, Mr. Berkeley, I want to go to the flower capital. What's the fastest way to get there? After Li Guanqi stepped off the altar, he asked the blonde young man. Imperial capital? Berkeley was stunned for a moment, then turned and pointed to the north. Go all the way north and see a city nestled in a sea of purple flowers. That is the capital city of our Anluit province. Zilsha, it's not far away. With your 2-level foot power, we can walk. We'll be there in half a day. And we can take the teleportation array directly to our imperial capital. Do you need a household registration card? Li Guanqi asked slightly hesitantly. Now with the emergence of some kind of blockade system, the Tulip Empire has begun to formalize the transmission affairs. So, he won't have to apply for a fake certificate from the Tulip Empire again. Right? Household registration card. Berkeley blinked, and it took a few seconds before he suddenly realized. Oh, you mean the ID card? Right. Don't worry. You are only at the Liangyi level. Our Tulip Empire can transmit to each other within the borders. As long as the cultivation level is lower than the Sankai level, there is no need to show your ID card. Just test it at the inspection gate of the transport field and it will be okay. Okay. Thanks. Li Guanqi nodded slightly and started walking towards the north. Buzz? At the same time, the teleportation altar behind them also erupted with light, and a Westerner with purple hair slowly walked out. Good morning. After seeing this Westerner, Berkeley hurriedly greeted him and spoke in Western with a smile on his face. I'm Warner Berkeley, the receptionist of the golden town of Tulip Empire. You can call me Berkeley. Sir, welcome to the Tulip Empire, the most beautiful flower empire in the world. Li Guanqi glanced back. It was really a formulaic welcome speech. It was almost the same as the 2 welcome speeches I just said to him. But the language was changed. He shook his head, looked away, and continued walking. Soon, the back of Li Guanqi's black robe was drifting away towards the north in the sea of golden tulips. This is Tulip, the kingdom of flowers, the second largest empire in the west after Violet, the overlord, and the first Western empire he has entered. From now on, he will have to speak Western languages here. Zirsha City, the capital city of Anluit province, is indeed not far from Jinxiang town. It only takes half a day for Liangyi level to walk. So even if Li Guanqi walks while admiring the beautiful scenery of the Tulip Empire, it only takes a few minutes. Arrive. The Tulip Empire is truly beautiful. Along the way, he was fascinated by the sights he saw. There are white clouds floating in the blue sky. Under the clear sky, the mountains and plains are filled with flowers, plants and trees. The gorgeous sea of flowers of different colors is charming to the eye. And all kinds of strange butterflies and birds add color to this fairy tale scenery. Countless. This is a beautiful country. But what's more interesting is that the place that first started the World War is actually this beautiful fairy tale kingdom. With emotion, Li Guanqi walked through the endless sea of purple tulips, entered the Xirsha city with a 60-meter-high wall in front of him, and walked towards the teleportation field in the city. However, what he was wearing now was no longer a black robe, but a simple pair of silver-white light armor. The Tulip Empire has obviously become the backstage for the new sect of magicians. Because of this, in this country, wearing the black hooded robe that is standard for old-school magicians is a very dangerous thing. Therefore, before Li Guanqi stepped into Xirsha city, he had already used the transformation technique to transform himself into a blonde, golden-eyed, 1.9-meter-tall Western youth who looked like a native of Tulip. Moreover, he also asked Ares to cover up his cultivation as a magician, and then changed the armor on his body from a black robe into a pair of mercenary-style silver-white light armor, preparing to become a 2-level demon-hunting knight. The walking Tulip Emperor. Oh, no! He should be a witcher. In the Tulip Empire, humans of different blood are also divided into classes. Without the knight title granted by the Tulip Empire, he is at most a demon hunter, not a demon-hunting knight. Knights, in the Tulip Empire, are the most junior noble class and aristocrats in the social sense. Generally speaking, in the Tulip Empire, once you enter the Sankai body refining realm, you can be awarded the title of knight by the local provincial capital city. If you perform well, you can also be rewarded with a fief and a wife. Hey, that guy in the silver armor! Suddenly, as Li Guanqi was walking through a small gold and red castle, he was stopped by a group of people speaking in Western languages. He followed the sound. On the gate of this small castle, a silver-white metal plaque was engraved with a string of elegant English characters. If Li Guanqi translated correctly, the English meaning of this string should be Adventurers Guild. Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows, and then moved his eyes down to look at the group of people standing at the gate of the castle. The one who just stopped him. There were 8 people in total, half male and different races. There were men, cat women, and a male Tauren. These people are all at the Isei level, dressed as mercenaries, wearing either armor or platinum robes. Huh? Platinum robe? Li Guanqi's eyes paused particularly on the 2 women wearing platinum robes. They both have cat ears, green hair, and their looks are very similar. They are probably Catwoman twins. The difference is that one has long hair, and the other has short hair. ISEI level magician. ISEI level magician. Even the system prompts changed to the word magician. Magician, the new magician of the Tulip Empire. Hello! I am Aya Dolores, the captain of Qingli team. At this time, they saw Li Guanqi stop and look at them. In this team, the Catwoman wizard with waist-length green hair slowly walked up to Li Guanqi, smiled and said in a gentle voice, "Write a paragraph in Western language. We just received a level 3 commission, but the main attacker in our team is unavailable for something. If we face the demon species, the attack power will not be enough. Well, I see you are wearing light armor, and you are stuck. Lei said that you seem to be a 2-level demon hunter. I wonder if you are interested in helping me." Li Guanqi looked strange and scratched his head. Adventurers Guild. Mercenary team. There are humans wearing armor and holding long swords. Cute kitten girls wearing robes. And strong Tauren holding giant shields and axes. Different races have different types of member positions. Several levels of delegation. What a Western fantasy adventure style world. So weird. Suddenly, at the end of the street, a green-haired Catwoman wearing a platinum robe and cute twin tails ran over panting, holding an emerald stick in her hand. I've finished my work. Wait for me. Li Guanqi glanced at it. ISEI level magician. The Catwoman's green hair was tied into the twin tails that Li Guanqi admired most, and her appearance was very similar to that of the female captain next to her. Green-haired Catwoman. One has long hair, one has short hair, and one has twin tails. The co-authors are not twins, but triplets, and they are from a family of spellcasters with few magicians? Or maybe it was a genetic disease that affected all 3 children. But all of them gained the ability to perform spells? Li Guanqi looked at the 3 Catwomen carefully and found no obvious missing features. But in many cases, you can't tell anything just by looking at it. And Li Guanqi was not in the mood to inquire about these private matters. It seems your team's main attacker is back. Goodbye. Li Guanqi glanced at Catwoman with 2 ponytails, spoke in English, and then turned and left. However, before walking more than 10 meters, his expression suddenly changed. Is there an unstable spiritual energy fluctuation nearby that is about to explode? Li Guanqi turned around suddenly. At this time, I saw 9 people in the mercenary team gathered together, especially the 2 green-haired cat women, who were laughing at the emerald wooden sticks in the hands of the twin-tailed cat women. Their eyes and words full of envy. Meaning, the face of the catwoman with twin ponytails was even more proud. The right hand holding the emerald stick flashed with green aura, and the emerald inlaid on the top of the stick also shimmered with aura. The spiritual power fluctuation is right there. It's going to explode. Brush. Li Guanqi suddenly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters with a single arrow, pushed away the 2 men standing in front of him, grabbed the emerald wooden stick in the hands of the twin-tailed catwoman, and threw it high into the sky. Boom! The green gem on the top of the emerald stick exploded in midair, producing an explosion of spiritual power comparable to the peak spell of a 3rd-level talent. It shook the sky within 100 meters, and caused the signs of several shops in the distance to rise. They all shook off. If Li Guanqi hadn't thrown him away in time, this mercenary team, these 9 Liang-level guys, except for the strong Tauren, might have been able to escape with a giant shield in their hands and the strong physique of the race. Except for that, the other 8 people basically have to say goodbye to the Sea of Flowers in the Tulip Empire, and then go to H.L. to see the flowers of the underworld. Inferior spell imprinting array. After the explosion, the 9 mercenaries were stunned for a long time. Finally, the long-haired catwoman named Aya, the captain, spoke in a daze. This is a fake! The short-haired catwoman came back to her senses, looked at the twin ponytail catwoman, and shouted loudly, Little sister, what you bought is a fake! Look at this spell engraving array. It only activated once, and the gems exploded. Didn't you check the goods in the store? Ow! The catwoman with twin ponytails was speechless for a long time, with tears in her eyes. After hesitating for a long time, she could only stand there and wipe her tears. Thank you, sir! At this time, the long-haired catwoman Aya came over first, bowed and saluted Li Guanqi. You saved our lives. According to the glorious Night Code, please make your request, and our Qingli team will definitely provide rewards. Forehead. Li Guanqi was stunned. This immediately confused him. Although it was reasonable to think of repaying someone after being saved, this Aya spoke too straight to the point, which made Li Guanqi, who was used to using euphemistic words, a little uncomfortable. Moreover, why would a new school magician tell him the code of chivalry? Wait, this is not important. The important thing is, what the H.L. is that stick? Li Guanqi frowned slightly, looked at Aya and asked, I don't see anything strange about the gem on the top of the stick. But your little sister is just a Liangxing level spell. Ahem. A Lishan level magician. Why can the released Liangyi level spiritual power be released into a spiritual power explosion comparable to that of the Sankai level after being recycled by the gems? Wooden stick? Aya blinked first, and then suddenly realized. Oh, you mean that staff? As she said that, her face turned ugly. My little sister must have been deceived by profiteers. This staff is obviously inferior. If you hadn't come to the rescue, the magic array built in the wooden gem would have exploded, and she would have taken it directly. Our lives. Juan. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. That catwoman with twin ponytails is a 2-level magician. In other words, if this emerald staff is not inferior and is normal, then a 2-level magician, using his staff to cast a 3-level spell? With a staff, you can easily perform spells across levels? Times have changed again? So what else can the School of Conjuration do to fight the new sect of magicians? Chapter 489 The Long Time to Attract Stars. The birth of the new sect of magicians is not something that happened in the past 2 years. People have appeared long ago. So why has Li Guanqi never seen this so-called staff in southern Xinjiang or the Sakura Shogunate? Isn't a staff that can help a magician perform spells beyond the next level the best sacrificial weapon? The conjurer's dream instrument. Can all magic staffs allow magicians to perform spells beyond their level? Li Guanqi looked at the green-haired catwoman Aya and asked curiously. How can that be possible? Aya smiled and said, the staff can at most increase the spiritual strength of the magician, so that the spells cast can be stronger. It is far from being an exaggeration to leapfrog the level. As for my little sister's situation just now, As he said that, the catwoman with waist-length hair turned around and looked at the catwoman with 2 ponytails, who was crying not far away. She frowned and said, Just now! It wasn't my little sister's spiritual power.
The amplified effect is just the movement caused by the explosion of the wood spirit gem.
Such? Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment. And then, there was obvious disappointment in his eyes. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. If that's the case, then the staff has nothing magical about it. It's just a staff-like sacrificial weapon. Although he has never seen a magician using a staff as a sacrificial weapon.
He has heard of sacrificial weapons, with the same effect in different shapes.
But,
Li Guanqi suddenly thought of something again, looked at Aya, and asked curiously,
that green gem itself doesn't have any spiritual power. Right. What happened when it exploded? So you mean, it doesn't have any spiritual power itself?
But it can react violently with spiritual power? It seems that I have never heard of such a new material?
Yes. Aya nodded.
Sir, maybe you are not a magician so you don't understand. But you will know if you go to the guild and ask. All staff gems are like this. Specially prepared spiritual gems do not have spiritual power themselves. But it can increase our spiritual power.
Union? Li Guanqi turned his head slightly and looked at the small gold and red castle next to him. Adventurers Guild.
I've never heard of such a thing as a staff before.
Li Guanqi looked at Aya and asked doubtfully.
Is it the Adventurers Guild that provides the sales? To be precise, it's the Magician's Noble Phantasm Research Institute.
I explained.
Half a month ago, the Sorcerer's Noble Phantasm Research Institute began to provide magic staffs and noble phantasms to the Adventurers Guild. And the price is quite low. A full 10 times cheaper than the same level of sacrificial weapons. It only needs to provide new styles. The purchase can be made by providing the identity certificate of the technician and the union member.
Oh! Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. I see. He had heard of the Magician's Noble Phantasm Research Institute. It was a chamber of commerce established by the new sect of magicians. It was headquartered in the Violet Empire and specialized in the research, development and sale of the so-called
Magician's Noble Phantasm.
In fact, they are sacrificial vessels and magical vessels. The names have been changed, but the essence has not changed. Therefore,
this staff
was sold in bulk by the Magician's Noble Phantasm Research Institute half a month ago. No wonder he had never heard of it before. Prior to this, the strange world had not developed sacrificial vessels in the form of
staffs
on a large scale, and there were not many such sacrificial vessels used to
increase the intensity of spiritual power.
Because most traditional spellcasters are extremely superstitious about their own power. They only recognize their own knowledge of spells, and rarely use external objects to enhance themselves. Of course, the most important reason is another. The nature of the spell itself determines that if the spellcaster works hard to study the spell, he will be able to exert stronger power after improving his proficiency in casting spells. It is also a one-dimensional fireball technique. Beginners can only use it to make fires for cooking, while proficient people can use it to blow apart houses with one blow. Being proficient in the use of a spell can increase the power even more than those who use sacrificial vessels to increase their own spiritual power. Therefore, even those magicians who rely on sacrificial vessels mostly choose sacrificial vessels with special functions instead of sacrificial vessels that simply increase spiritual power. Because after increasing their spiritual power, they cannot compete with those who work hard to study spells. This is equivalent to taking advantage of one's own shortcomings and attacking the other's strengths, which is meaningless. And then, there's the cost. Sacrificial vessels that increase the strength of spiritual power are very expensive. Among sacrificial vessels of the same level, one can surpass several other sacrificial vessels with other functions. But now, according to Aya's original words, the Sorcerer's Noble Phantasm Research Institute has begun to provide magic staffs and noble phantasms to the Adventurers Guild of the Tulip Empire. And the price is quite low. A full 10 times cheaper than the same level of sacrificial weapons. It only needs to provide new styles. Can I make a purchase just by providing the identity certificate of a magician and a trade union member? Provide credentials? In other words, old-school spellcasters cannot enjoy this benefit? Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. A little trick to win people's hearts.
Not to mention the grassroots magicians. Even the academic magicians. Except for the core students who are directly taught by the dean. Or the children of big nobles. Most are still short of money. When such a thing comes out, there will definitely be people who waver in their stance and want to join the new sect of magicians and enjoy the benefits. But does this really make sense? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. If the new school of magicians really wanted to go to war with the old school of spellcasters, it would definitely be a
total war.
In the strange world, the definition of total war is that Geogong-level existences join the battlefield and fight to the death. Even if the military formations of various countries can be compared with the 7-star military formations based on their numbers, it is undoubtedly a fantasy to join the 9-level battlefield. The so-called military formation is just a means of conventional warfare. Total war is not conventional war. In reality, a full-scale war involving the Geogong class is basically no less than a nuclear war. The Geogong class is nuclear weapons. And ordinary tanks and artillery, 7-star Bagua class, are basically decorations in this kind of war. One characteristic of the extraordinary worldview is that high-end combat power can ignore low-level combat power. The reason why there are still a large number of armies in the strange world is because of the existence of military formations. But to put it bluntly, military formations are actually a way to turn a large amount of low-level combat power into a high-end combat power. In the final analysis, it all depends on high-end combat power. Under such circumstances, what is the use of new-school magicians trying to win over the people of lower-level magicians? This is a new era with an extraordinary worldview. There is no such thing as water can carry a boat or overturn it. No matter how strong the people's popular aspirations are, they can't compete with a cold glance or a wave of a hand from the Geogong level. No matter how hard you win people's hearts, it still depends on the battle between the Geogong class. Which side of the Geogong class can win the final victory will determine which side will be left in the world. But the current situation is that the Tulip Empire has expressed its stance that the Conjuration Academy here has switched sides, or, in other words, has been completely transformed into a new school of magicians. This is a signal, equivalent to a declaration of war. So the all-out war in the magic world is not far away. But the new magicians are still in the mood to play these little tricks? Or is there another deeper meaning? Li Guanqi stood there, holding his chin and thinking. When he thinks about international affairs, he does not just worry about them casually, but is completely related to interests. Nowadays, the Tulip Empire is clearly on the side of the new school of magicians. If the new school of magicians are finished, the Tulip Empire will definitely also be destroyed. If the Tulip Empire is destroyed, then the Tulip Empire's Beta Star land will definitely belong to the School of Conjuration. But he hasn't finished attracting stars yet. Previously, he used the heart of time and space to simulate the next 10 days. After learning that the star had not been attracted for 10 days, he went out and asked about Xuankong's situation. The answer he got shocked him. It turns out that for a 7-star guide star, under normal circumstances, ordinary people can pull 1 star on average. And it takes a full 10 years to meditate on the guide star. In other words, if an ordinary person wants to pull 7 stars, it will take a full 70 years. It seems like a long time to say. But in fact, this is a normal situation for a 7-star magician. Of course, Li Guanqi considers himself to be no ordinary person, so it shouldn't take so long. But according to Aries, even if the Baguza family of the Daluo dynasty wanted to attract stars, it would take about a year to create 1 star. In fact, even if the Ying family wanted to attract stars, it would take a month or 2 to create 1 star, which made him feel a little heavy. How long can Li Guanqi pull a star? Interestingly, Li Guanqi has not done many retreat training projects since he started practicing. But in fact, for spellcasters, this method of cultivation should be something that they have become accustomed to as early as the 4 elephants level. Ordinary people have to sit for several months to understand the law. But Li Guanqi has always relied on the plunder technique and other chi he rarely practices in seclusion. But when it reaches 7 stars, there is really no way to skip it. You still have to retreat if you should. 1 year. Li Guanqi looked embarrassed. Could it be that the whole year of this 6th trip to the strange world has to be spent in seclusion? No, it's not this problem. It's that this year doesn't seem to be enough. That being said, this thing is completely unreasonable. 7-star cultivation requires such a long time, and the system only allows 1 year of stay. Who can use it? Forehead. Li Guanqi blinked. Think about it carefully. Except for him. Most of the current extraordinary rankings are around LV50, which cannot reach the 7-star level at all. Therefore, it is not that the system of the weird world makes the time arrangement unreasonable, but that is his cultivation speed exceeding the standard? Alas, but that doesn't matter anymore. Li Guanqi sighed helplessly. The important thing now is that he must complete the star attraction in the Tulip Empire before the all-out war in the magic world begins. Otherwise God knows what the situation will be like by then. Moreover, in times of war and chaos, only one's own strength is the only guarantee.
Little sister? At this time, in the group of mercenaries, Catwoman with short green hair was furious. With her right hand, she pulled the white cat ears on the top of Catwoman's head with double ponytails and shouted, "You idiot! Where did you buy this inferior quality product? A staff? You didn't come from the Adventurers Guild just now. Why don't you go to the official direct sales store of the Magician's Noble Instruments Institute?" Me. The Catwoman with twin ponytails had tears in her eyes. She wiped her tears and said while crying, I was just on the roadside and saw a man kneeling on the roadside, crying very sadly. I went over to ask him what was going on. And then he said, woo-hoo. He said that he and his wife were originally a duo of mercenaries. But yesterday, they were ambushed by a group of mercenaries in the Dark Thunder Forest. His wife was seriously injured and died. He wanted revenge, so he spent all his belongings to buy it, hoping to collect enough money, and then asked the assassins of the Dark Brotherhood to avenge his wife. He was crying so sadly. I just wanted to help him. Then I saw a staff in the goods next to him. It looked exactly like the one in the treasure shop, and it was much cheaper. I thought I could help him and pick up the missing items. I bought the staff cheaply. So I just, wow. Who knew he was a liar selling fake goods? Wow. At the end of the sentence, Catwoman with two ponytails let go of her voice and burst into tears. Hearing this, the mercenaries nearby were speechless. The magic wands in the treasure shop have only been out for a few days, and they are already selling imitations. A human swordsman looked helpless. Lily is still young after all, and has not experienced much in the world. You can't blame her for being deceived. Not to mention that this trick is really interesting. The sturdy Toward in the team nodded. Using kindness as bait. We specialize in deceiving kind people. Most of the kind humans are children who are not familiar with the world, so they are easier to deceive. Also, there are many tricks in this deception. It has a bit of a taking advantage mentality, which makes it easier to deceive people. Well, it's a good trick. Okay, stop crying. The long-haired Catwoman Aya walked over, gently held the twin ponytail Catwoman in her arms, and stroked her head. When we teamed up with the warrior from the Daluo dynasty last time, didn't that person say they were from the east? There's an old saying, you'll learn a lesson from every experience. You should take it as a lesson this time. Ah? What is Chien? Is it delicious? The Catwoman with twin ponytails wiped her tears and cried. But eldest sister, I'm not in the mood to eat right now. Aya was speechless. Li Guanqi, who was standing nearby, withdrew his gaze, turned and left. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Even a seemingly beautiful fairy tale world like the Tulip Empire is full of all kinds of intrigues. Sure enough, all the crows in the world are the same everywhere. Like the Sakura Shogunate, the Tulip Empire is beautiful in terms of scenery. But when you take off the beautiful scenery, it's the same mess. Li Guanqi has no interest and no time to help Aya and the others find justice. Everyone has their own story. This is the story of these young mercenaries. Maybe when they get old, this incident will be treated as a joke and told to their children and grandchildren. Similarly, Li Guanqi also has his own story. There is no time to delay. We have to rush to the imperial capital of Tulip to find Her Royal Highness the Queen, and lead the Beidou Sequence Star Group before the all-out war in the magic world begins. Chapter 490, Tulip Imperial City. Wings of the Queen. The next day. Tulip Empire. Imperial capital Flower. The name of the capital city of this huge empire is just this word. Flower. Because of this, the world often calls it the capital of flowers. Buzz. In the Royal Teleportation Field in Nanchang District, a universal teleportation array flashed with colorful light, and a figure slowly emerged. He has white hair and blue eyes, and wears silver-white light armor. It was Li Guanqi who had restored his original appearance. If he wanted to see Her Majesty the Queen, he would naturally have to change back to his original appearance. And he also asked Ares to only cover up his spiritual power, but not his martial arts skills at all. In the eyes of the strong, he is now a human with different blood at the peak of Liuha level. Dear passengers, welcome to the Flower City, and welcome you to choose the Royal Teleportation Field next time. Li Guanqi stepped down from the teleportation array, followed the sound, and glanced at the young Catwoman standing behind the counter with a cute smile on her face, raising her eyebrows slightly. This Catwoman is different from the Catwoman magician triplets he met in Xirsha City before. According to the blood theory of orcs, this Catwoman should belong to the low-level cat people, because her whole head is a cat head. The most tolerant country in the East is the Sakura Shogunate. Subhuman races other than humans, the so-called orcs, can be seen everywhere within the country. The most tolerant of the West is the Tulip Empire, where many orcs and humans live in harmony, forming a so-called Western fantasy world. The most powerful Daluo dynasty and Violet Empire don't like these demi-human races very much. However, not all demi-humans are the kind of beautiful sisters with animal ears and tails. What's more, it's actually a subhuman species with extremely obvious orc characteristics. For humans, they actually prefer beastier girls to orcs. Li Guanqi took a deep look at the Catwoman, then withdrew his gaze, turned and left, heading towards the gate of the teleportation field. Orcs? The Tulip Empire has a high degree of acceptance of demi-human races, and their relationship with the various orc royal families on the Iabel Prairie is also very good. But their relationship with the nominal overlord of the grassland, the Baimang royal court, is average. In this war, will the Tulip Empire bring in some of the orc royal families? The possibility is great. Once the war between the old and the new in the world of magic begins, it will not only involve these two factions, but also many national forces. Li Guanqi has already smelled the gunpowder of a world war. No time. Hurry. Faster. Li Guanqi's eyes were solemn, facing the bright and scorching sun, and he was walking quickly through the streets of the imperial capital. He turned a blind eye to the streets full of gorgeous flowers around him. He was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery of this imperial capital of flowers. He just kept walking towards the center of the city. Go to the palace. The entire flower city is full of colorful buildings. Most of these houses are painted with bright colors, coupled with the sea of colorful flowers blooming all over the city. This imperial capital has nothing to do with it. A sense of solemnity and solemnity. Some are just as beautiful and gorgeous as fairy tales and fantasies. Seriously speaking, the only building complex in the entire imperial capital that can be called relatively solemn seems to be the Platinum Palace located in the center of the city. The entire building is made of silver-white stones and is paved with a large number of gold bricks. The palace looks not only luxurious and noble, but also a bit more calm and solemn. The main color of the palace is the same as that of the palace guards, who guard the Tulip Palace. Their armors are also generally white gold. Just like, at this time, there were 21 palace guards blocking the palace gate. They formed 2 rows, with 10 people on each side. In the middle stood a guard captain without a helmet, showing short blonde hair and a handsome face. He and his soldiers guarded the huge platinum door of the palace. On the walls of the palace, there are posts every 10 steps, guarded by numerous guards holding spears and shields, and they faintly exude a powerful pressure. 5 elements level. Each of these palace guards is a 5-element level demon hunting knight, and the captain of the guard standing at the gate is at the pinnacle of the Lyoha level. According to rumors, with the military formation method of the Tulip Palace, the captain of the Imperial Guard at the peak of Lyoha level can form a military formation with his 20 guards, giving himself a layer of military formation battle armor and a military formation spear. Gain a combat power comparable to 7 stars in a short period of time. Of course, even this is not enough. These soldiers are actually a guard force on the surface, as a group of soldiers who need to stand guard. Their strength is far from enough to guard a palace. The real guarding power of the Platinum Palace in the Tulip Imperial Capital is those 7-star, 8-gram, and even 9-star level that are hidden in the dark. These people always live in the palace, not only living here, but also guarding here. As for these soldiers, it's just a humanoid stand guard for show. These guards themselves know very well that they are called guards. But in fact, if someone comes to invade the palace, it is not something they can solve at all. The most common things they do as guards are to pass the time and come to the palace to join in the fun of idle people waiting. That is, now. Hey! Stop here! The captain of the Imperial Guard looked at the white-haired Oriental man walking straight towards them on the street outside, getting closer and closer to them. He suddenly frowned and put his right hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. A Lyoha-level demon hunting knight? And he's an Oriental. Don't get excited, sir! Li Guanqi smiled, stopped 30 meters away from the palace gate, then looked up at the glorious castle deep in the palace. His eyes narrowed slightly. According to the simulation, what he should do now is base. For a moment. At the moment when the captain of the Imperial Guard had no time to react, Li Guanqi took out the Qinxian sword from the divine weapon box in his body, and his whole body exploded with pressure. The martial arts image of hurricane and thunder appeared behind him. and he slashed out a sword towards the sky above the palace. It was a sword of wind and thunder, containing raging hurricanes and thunder, showing extreme speed and violence. Field? The captain of the Imperial Guard looked up at the flying wind and thunder sword energy with a shocked expression. The power of Eastern warriors is called domain by Westerners, because they feel that this is the strongest killing move that human beings of different blood can understand after entering another level. People who understand this power can easily crush the same level. Wait, that's not right. Hello! The captain of the Imperial Guard's face changed drastically, and he suddenly drew out the long sword from his waist, glaring at Li Guanqi. Who are you? How dare you wield sword energy against the palace? Hurry up! Let him in! Before the captain of the Imperial Guard could finish his words, a calm female voice suddenly came out from the top of the Platinum Castle deep in the Platinum Palace, resounding throughout the entire Imperial capital. The Praetorian Guard heard. Yes, Your Majesty the Queen. Upon hearing this, the captain of the Imperial Guard immediately sheathed his sword, then turned towards the direction of the castle, clenched his right hand into a fist, and placed it on his left chest, lowering his head slightly. When Li Guanqi saw the scene, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around, somewhat curious. Why didn't those 7-star Bagua level and real strong guards in the palace come out to stop him from swinging his sword? The captain of the Imperial Guard was too late, and those strong men could not have been too late if he really wanted to stop him. The moment he took out the Qinxian sword, he was knocked to the ground. Or, those strong men had long sensed that his sword was just slashing into the sky and could not cause any damage. So they were too lazy to take action? There seems to be only one explanation. Grown-ups! At this time, the handsome captain of the guard turned around and gently bowed his head to Li Guanqi. My name is Leopold Clark. I was rude just now. It's your duty. No problem. Li Guanqi waved his hand casually. Int! Seeing this, the captain of the guard turned his head slightly and said to a guard beside him, Go and take this gentleman to meet Her Majesty the Queen. Yes. The guard bowed his head and saluted, then walked up to Li Guanqi and said, Sir, please come this way. After saying that, he turned around and walked straight towards the depths of the palace. Li Guanqi followed closely behind. As he walked along the palace, he felt many hidden eyes prying on him along the way. In fact, they were not that subtle at all. Instead, they were looking at him unscrupulously, giving him a numbing tingling sensation on his skin. Feel. The gaze of a strong person can even cause a tingling reaction in the physical body of a weak person. Under the leadership of this guard, Li Guanqi arrived in front of the glorious castle deep in the Platinum Palace. But when he arrived at the gate of the castle, he was stopped again. Stop! A female knight, who also wore platinum armor, but whose style was obviously much more gorgeous and beautiful than the guard's armor, stopped Li Guanqi and the male guards who were leading him. This woman holds a shield in her left hand and a gorgeous golden spear in her right hand. The armor on her body is more of a beautiful costume than an armor focused on defense. Her waist is tightened to outline an attractive waistline. Moreover, this armor actually has a large hollow design on both sides of the waist that has no actual use and is just for the purpose of being gorgeous and beautiful, showing off the fair skin of the waist. This armor also has no thigh armor part. The lower body is just a white short skirt, which only reaches the top of the thigh. Although the skirt is covered with metal ribbons, it is actually of no defensive use, although the combat boots and calf armor are long enough to reach past the knees. When paired with this miniskirt, the armor on the calf part feels like over-the-knee socks, forcing the space between the skirt and the calf armor to be shaped into an absolute realm. What's even more outrageous is that these boots are in the style of high heels. Li Guanqi glanced up and down, and he had to say that the exposed white thighs of this beautiful female knight were particularly eye-catching. Judging from the flashy armor, this female knight is more of a ceremonial team than a defensive guard, specifically responsible for looking good. But Li Guanqi looked at the other party, his eyes slightly condensed. This female knight did not wear a helmet, fully displaying her fair, smooth, delicate and beautiful face with a somewhat cold and arrogant expression. Her hair was not tied up, and her waist-length golden hair was gently fluttering in the wind, with her hair flying. 8th level Demon Hunter Knight. 8th level? 8th level. Bagua level. Although in the Western language system, speaking in English, there is no such thing as 1 yuan, 2 rituals and 3 talents for cultivation levels. Only pure 1st to 9th levels. But before that, the Westerners he saw also showed the 5 elements. Level Liu, huh? So Li Guanqi didn't know why. The system prompt at this time suddenly changed from the Bagua level to the 8th level. But that's not important. The names are all fictitious. The 8th level, Bagua level, is the real strength represented by this level. An 8th level demon hunting knight. A Bagua level human of different blood. I will lead the way next. The blonde female knight glanced at the guard in front of Li Guanqi. Her voice was cold. Yes. The guards didn't even dare to look at him. He quickly lowered his head and saluted. Then turned and left. Follow me, sir. Then the female knight looked at Li Guanqi and said something with the same cold tone. After speaking, she turned around and left, heading towards a staircase inside the castle. Li Guanqi, just like before, followed the leader and followed closely behind. Are you an Oriental? After reaching the 3rd floor, the female knight did not stop, but suddenly asked, Are they from southern Xinjiang? Sakura people? Or grassland people? Or are they those small border countries whose names I can't even remember? In the east, there are actually more than just the countries that Li Guanqi is familiar with. There are a group of small island countries in the Dongyang Islands. In the middle area between southern Xinjiang and the Sakura shogunate, there are actually some small countries. Although they are very weak, they are still regarded as subordinate countries. Identity. Attached to southern Xinjiang and Sakura shogunate, Li Guanqi has never been to these countries, which may not even have 7-star experts. And he is not very interested in them. But the question is, when it comes to the east, how can we ignore the Daluo dynasty? Li Guanqi looked at the graceful back of the female knight in front of him with strange eyes. Ask him which oriental country he is from. How could this woman ignore the Daluo dynasty? Who is the best in the world? The Daluo dynasty, or the Violet Empire, is controversial no matter how you say it. But if you ask about the top 2 in the world, regardless of ranking, 99.9% of people will blurt out the Daluo dynasty and the Violet Empire. So how could this female knight ignore the Daluo dynasty? The only explanation is, thinking of the story of the Tulip Queen in Wangxiu. Li Guanqi's eyes flashed with excitement, and he did not answer for a moment. Hello! However, seeing that he didn't reply for a long time, the blonde female knight stopped and looked back at Li Guanqi. There was a hint of coldness in her golden pupils. White-haired one, you'd better not come from the Daluo dynasty. I swear on my honor that I am definitely not from Daluo. Li Guanqi shrugged. As soon as these words came out, it seemed that he didn't know what the point of the female knight's smile was. It actually made her laugh out loud. From her original cold and charming look, she turned into smiling eyes. Tilting her head and looking at Li Guanqi smiled and said, Hey, white-haired one, we are just chatting. Do you want to be so serious? You swear by honor? Anyway, what I said was not a lie. Of course I can swear on my honor. Li Guanqi smiled lightly. For the Tulip people, the weight of the sentence, I swear on my whole family, is far less weight than the sentence, I swear on my glory. The knightly culture of the Tulip Empire is very strong, and glory is very important. And he is indeed not from Daluo. No matter when it was, Li Guanqi actually had no sense of belonging to the so-called First Dynasty in the East. He never considered himself a Daluo person, although he and those Daluo people were indeed ancestors of the same blood. In other words, according to time, he can be regarded as the ancestor of those Daluo people. So who are you anyway? The female knight withdrew her gaze and continued to step forward. Her golden high-heeled combat boots stepped on the wooden planks of the stairs, making a rhythmic clicking sound. You can actually make Her Majesty the Queen speak personally to let people go. You seem to be a big shot. Woolen cloth. Unfortunately, business is urgent, and I have no comment. Li Guanqi said softly. His intuition told him that if he revealed his identity as Wang Xiu's disciple, there would probably be some bad consequences. Is this so? The female knight nodded slightly, stopped smiling, returned to her original cool look, and did not ask any more questions. But Li Guanqi couldn't help but become curious when he looked at her seductive back, and asked, Excuse me, Miss Knight, are you the legendary wings of the Queen? In the legends? The blonde female knight did not look back. As she walked away, she said softly, It's not true in the legend. Although the Queen's wings rarely appear in the public eye, it's not a secret organization. Right. To answer your question, I am indeed a member of the Queen's Wings. I was originally the captain of the Queen's Wings, the Left Wing Force, and the 3rd Detachment. Currently, due to some inconvenient reasons, My status within the Queen's wings is temporarily suspended.
With that said, the female knight turned around, looked at Li Guanqi, and said softly,
My name is Andrea Zila. I don't like my last name in my family, so you can just call me Andrea. As for now, well, as you can see, I am patrolling the Queen's palace. My name is Li Guanqi.
After hearing the other party's formal self-introduction, Li Guanqi also spoke seriously out of etiquette.
The
female knight named Andrea narrowed her beautiful eyes.
With this name format, it sounds like either a Daluo person or a grassland person. But it sounds more like a Daluo person. Miss Andrea, do you hate Daluo people?
Li Guanqi asked curiously.
Certainly.
Andrea nodded, then turned around and continued to move forward, walking up the stairs step by step. Her cold, slightly sullen voice echoed in the quiet palace.
I hate Daluo people, because that Daluo man named Wang Xiu not only took away Her Majesty the Queen's heart, but also hurt her. I have lost her heart. So I hate the Daluo people and the Daluo dynasty.
Li Guanqi walked behind her and sighed helplessly. Queen's Wings. This is the name of an army. A world-famous army. Of course, it is not so much an army as it is the royal guards directly dispatched by the Queen. Every member of the Queen's Wings is a woman. They are either sexy, cute, pure, or charming. In short, they must be beautiful. Only beautiful and powerful women can successfully pass the selection of the Queen's Wings. He became the personal bodyguard of the Tulip Queen. They are all at least 7-star demon hunting knights. The Queen's Wing is divided into two major divisions, left wing and right wing. The left wing is composed of different blood humans. That is, demon hunter knights. The leader of the left wing is a 9-palace level demon hunter knight. The right wing is composed of it should be said to be the new school of magicians now. And the leader of the right wing is a new school of magicians at the Jiugong level. The two wings are further subdivided into 8 squads. The captain of the detachment, that is, Andrea's level, is a Bagua level, 8th level demon hunting knight. Powerful is the first synonym for the Queen's Wings. Beautiful and sexy is the second synonym. But they also have a world-famous third pronoun, or trait.